My name is Deneen White, and I am going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Spring Accelerator. We are so excited to have you here. So if you are excited to be here, show me your excited faces. Come on now, bring me some energy. Georgia, come on, you were so excited earlier. Thank you. Awesome. All right, so here's the thing. Some of you are not watching us here on Zoom, and I don't understand why you would want to do that. You are here because you want to be an actor or model, or you are, and you need even more success in your life. So this is what I'm going to have you do. If you are watching us on YouTube, if you're watching us on Facebook, stop the madness. Come join us over here on Zoom. Come join us. All you have to do is go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, that's VIPigniteSummit.com. You'll get a Zoom link, and then you can come join us here in Facebook. All right, guys. So let me introduce myself and tell you what we are going to be doing this weekend. Again, my name is Deneen White. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 days. I'm not going to have this purple sparkly hat on for both days, but you know what? It's spring. It's April Fool's Day. It's like, let's change things up a little bit. So I am the host of the VIP Ignite Live podcast. I also host our live and virtual events, and I am the president of talent services for Truth Management, which is our mother agency. And I have the opportunity to work with talent just like yourself, who maybe you are thinking about getting into the entertainment industry. Maybe you're in the entertainment industry, but you're looking for some more success. Here at VIP Ignite, what we do is we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving them the tools, resources, and connections that they need. Okay, so how many of you are like, okay, let me know in the comments. Are you just getting started? Or is this something you've been doing for a little while? So are you a new to acting and modeling, or is this something that you've been doing for a while? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. All right, so this is what new. Okay, been at it for 6 years. Okay, so Joe, but Joe's been at it for 6 years. I did modeling when I was younger. I want to do it again. That's awesome. Experienced actor. Yes, you are Andy Matusiak. Awesome. Marjorie Cleveland is new. Lakeisha, I love that word. Lakeisha's a novice. I was an English major, so when you like throw vocabulary words, I'm like, yes. Taylor has been singing and modeling since she was 9. That's awesome. Very cool. All right. I know there are a lot more people on here, but only some of you are answering, which is totally fine. All right. So, Sharice Brown has experienced 10 plus years. Amanda Hall has been trying 2 years to get your foot through the door. Okay. Films, commercials, and theater. Very good. I've been in theater since elementary school. Okay, that's awesome. So we have people of all ranges. Some of you are just trying. Some of you have been doing this since you were children. So the point of this weekend, what we're going to do over the course of this weekend is we're going to help you become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. So in the comments, how many of you, if you have an agent, type I have an agent, or if you don't have an agent, type I need an agent. Type that in the comments. Because what I want you guys to understand is over the course of the weekend, what we're going to do is we are going to give you the tools and resources that you need to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. What does that mean? What that means is that agents and managers are interested in working with people who are actors and who are models, not who want to be actors or want to be models. Okay, so what we're going to do over the course of this weekend is we're going to give you those tools and resources. So let me go through a little bit about our itinerary for the weekend, and then we're going to get started. Is that cool? If that's good, type good in the comments. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off our day is we're going to talk about the science of being an incredible model or actor. How many of you know that there's a framework that you can follow to get to the results that you want? How many of you know that? If you know that, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. There's a framework that you can follow, whether you're brand new or you're experienced and you're ready for more success, that you can follow to become a successful actor and model. We're going to go over that today. We're going to tell you the pieces that you need, and then we're going to go on a treasure hunt over the course of the weekend to start gathering those pieces. We're going to talk about owning the stage. We're going to talk about how is it that you own the stage? Okay. How is it that you can own the stage for when you walk in? How many of you know? How many of you have ever been in a room and you're like, wow, that person is someone I need to get to know. You don't know anything about them, but when they walk into the room, they own the room. They light up the room. They walk in, they're like, hello. And then all of a sudden, like bees to honey, people start gravitating toward them. How many of you know that you can learn to be that person? How many of you want to be that person? If you want to be the person that brings people in, type that in the comments. Do you want to be that person who owns the stage, who owns the room? There are a couple different ways that you can do that. Again, everything in life is a science. You just have to apply the framework to the science. We're going to talk about what type of modeling do you qualify for? Okay, I saw a lot of people said that they want to, a lot of people said, oh my gosh, I want to be a model. I want to do this. How many of you know what type of modeling you actually qualify for? We're going to go over that today. We're going to go over what type of model do you qualify for. Then we're going to have a speaker come on and he's going to take it one step further and really break down the modeling industry. He's been an agent for over 30, he's been in the entertainment industry for over 30 years. He's been an agent for almost 20 years now. He's going to come in and he's going to break down the modeling industry for you. Then we're going to talk about the art of comedy. How many of you know that laughter heals? If you know laughter heals, raise your hands. How many of you could use, after the last couple of days, how many of you could use a good laugh? Come on now, let's be honest, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to have a comedian who works with people like Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, come on, and he's going to break down comedy for you. Okay, he's going to break that down because how many of you know that when you go on set, something that could set you apart is knowing how to have that comedic timing, like the science, again, the science of comedy. We all think, okay, like Chris Rock just wakes up hilarious. How many of you think Chris Rock just wakes up hilarious and like he makes his family laugh like all day long? I used to think that too, okay? But there's definitely a science to that. So we're going to break that down for you. Then we're going to talk about writing your own monologue. Okay. How many of you have ever performed a monologue before? Raise your hands. How many of you like, I have no idea what a monologue is. Can you define that for me? Raise your hands. Totally cool either way. What we're going to do is we're going to break down how to write a monologue for you today. And the reason we're going to break that down is this. What we want for you is to go into every room that you walk into and know what's going on behind the scenes. At VIP Ignite and Truth Management, we give our talent a 360 view of the entertainment industry. Not only do we want you to know how to be an actor, how to be a model, but we want you to know exactly what does the casting director do? What does the agent do? What do all these people do? And we want you to know how to write your own monologue because that's going to be part of sharing your story. Okay. And then we're also going to talk once at the end of the day is how to audition if you're brand new. How many of you have submitted auditions? Type audition in the comments. How many of you have submitted self-tapes, any of that stuff? Type that in the comments. If you've auditioned, type audition in the comments. What we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to audition even if you're brand new. So whether you have a little bit of experience or you have no experience, we're going to teach you how to audition even if you're brand new. By the end of the day today, we're setting the foundation today. Today is what we call Foundation Day. So today we're going to set the foundation and tomorrow we're going to build upon it. Tomorrow's Transformation Day. So today you're going to get a lot of information. That's why I asked you to make sure you have your notebooks and your pens. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to take a lot of notes. I'm going to start my first presentation in just a few minutes. And I want you guys to take notes because over the course of this weekend, you're going to get the tools and resources that you need to achieve those goals that you know you have. All right. All right. So let's do this. All right. So are you guys ready to get started? If you're ready to get started, say get started in the comments. Okay. I'm going to take that as a get started, April, since you're driving. All right. So let's do this. This is what I want to do. I'm going to share my whiteboard. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and we are going, oh, can you guys see my screen? Not yet. Okay, hold on. Okay, so let's do this. Yes, okay, we'll come back. All right, so whiteboard. Oh, new whiteboard. Don't users have access. Okay, here we go. Sorry, they changed the whiteboard out on me. Okay, are you guys ready? Let's get started. So you guys can see my screen. Type yes in the comments if you could see my screen. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Whenever Zoom, I am on Zoom all the time, but whenever they change things up, I'm like, what is going on? All right. So let me draw a little diagram here. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about how being an actor or model is kind of like being a mountain climber. Okay. So I have a question for you. Let me make sure I can get my comments. Here we go. All right. So I have a question for you guys. How many of you think that you can go get a ticket to Mount Everest and start mountain climbing today? If you think you can do that, type yes in the comments. If you know you can't, type no in the comments. No, right? You absolutely can't do that. There's so much involved in climbing a mountain. So let's talk a little bit about what's involved in climbing a mountain, and then we're going to bring it back to acting and modeling. Okay. So let's think about this. So you want to go climb a mountain. The first thing is that you guys know that there are permits. You need to actually buy permits to even climb the mountain. Did you guys know that? You have to buy permits to actually climb a mountain. Okay. You can't just roll up on Mount Everest and be like, hi, I'm here, let's climb. Okay. So you'd have to buy permits. The last time I researched exactly the amount of the cost to purchase those permits, it was like over I think $20,000. I was like, what? Oh my gosh. When I was growing up, my friends and I we're going to climb Mount Everest one day. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's a lot involved in that. But outside of even like the permits and different things like that, what I want you guys to think about is, what do you need? What do you think you would need to actually start climbing a mountain? Like if you wanted to go climb a mountain, what are some of the things that you would need in order to climb the mountain? You would need gear. Okay. Yep. You would definitely need gear. You would need rope. That we'll call that gear. All right. So you'd need gear. You would need knowledge of the terrain. You would need directions. You would need water. You would need a guide. You would need tools. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So let's type in here what we would need. Let's see here. Text. We want to make it big. Okay. So you would need, oh, hold on. So you would, okay, let's start. Okay. So first thing you would need would be, everyone said equipment. So we're going to do this. Okay. So the first thing you would need is equipment, right? We can agree to that. Okay. And then can we call water let's call that resources. Okay. Yeah. You need some resources, right? So, and then, okay, you would need experience. Yeah. You would need experience, definitely. But you would get that from someone. Someone said you would need a guide, right? You'd need someone who's actually done this before, right? And then you would need training. Okay. Can we all agree that there are 4 things that you would need? You would need the equipment, the resources, the guide, and the training. If you can agree to that, type I agree in the comments. Type I agree in the comments. Okay. So here's my next question for you. What out of equipment, resources, guide, and training, which one do you think you would need first? Which one do you need first? Would you go out and buy equipment? Would you go get the resources, the guide, or the training? Would you start training? Okay. Okay, everyone thinks you need training. That's awesome. I love that answer. But I have a question for you. Your goal is to climb to the top of Mount Everest, right? What kind of training do you need to get to the top of Mount Everest? Can you do that training on your own? Would you be able to do that training on your own? If you wanted to climb to the top of the mountain, would you be able to? No, you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't know what kind of training. Like, do I run sprints? Do I lift weights? What do I do? Right. So I don't think the training is the first thing that we need. So what would you need before you started the training? Lakeisha got it. You need the guide first, right? How many of you know that in order for you to get the right training, to get the right equipment, to get the right resources or supplies, here we'll make the supplies also. How many of you know that you would need a guide, right? Okay. So let me ask you a question. So can we all agree that before you start training or any of the stuff, you need a guide? If you can agree to that, type guide in the comments. Type guide in the comments. Okay, awesome. We can agree. So here's my next question. So now we all can agree that we need a guide. What type of guide do you want to get you to the top of the mountain? Do you like, if you were like, imagine there are like all these little guys down here that are like, hey, I can be your guide. Hey, I can be your guide. What type of guide would you want? Like, there are all these people here, they're screaming for your attention. Pick me, pick me. Which type of guide would you want? You would want someone who's experienced, right? You would want someone who's been there more than once. I like that answer a lot, Joe, right? That's a great answer. You want someone who's been there more than once. Okay, so how would you go about picking a guide? You would find someone probably that's climbed to the top of Mount Everest more than once. Can we agree to that? Yes or yes in the comments. Yeah, we're gonna want someone who's been there more than once. We want someone who's licensed and certified, right? Exactly. You're gonna do your research on your guide. You're gonna make sure that your guide has guided people to the top of the mountain and they've lived, right? That's pretty important in this. Yeah, experience on that mountain. Yeah, you want someone who has experience, who's been where you want to go. Someone who's accepted professionally by their peers and well qualified. That's a great answer, Joe. I love that. Right? So now when we're looking for a guide, we're looking for a specific guide. Now we're not just looking for someone who's like, hey, you know what? This is my first time leading someone to the top of Mount Everest. Can you be my guinea pig? Come on, let's try this. Or maybe you don't want that guy who, like, the furthest they've ever climbed is like, maybe they've gotten to this point, or maybe they've gotten to this point, but they've never achieved the level of success of getting to the top of the mountain, right? A subject matter expert, exactly. All right, so now we can all agree that if we're going to climb to the top of the mountain, we want to get a guide who's experienced, who's actually taken people successfully up to the top of the mountain, right? This is what we were looking for, okay? All right, so now we have a guide. So now that you have the guide, what's the first thing that the guide is going to get you? Do you think they're going to get you equipment, resources, or training? Do you think you're going to get, now you have your guide, you're going to get training? Yeah, you're going to get training, right? You're going to get training, but then you're also probably going to get the equipment pretty quickly too. Because how many of you know that climbing to the top of the mountain, especially Mount Everest, you're going to have to be in the best physical shape of your life, right? You can't, like, if I tried to climb to the top of Mount Everest right now, I'd probably make it to the first base camp and be like, okay, we'll come back and try again. You have to be in your tip-top physical shape. But not only do you have to be in tip-top physical shape, but you have to know how to use the equipment that you've gotten, right? You're going to have to buy equipment. How many of you right now could go out to a mountain climbing store, if there were one, and just go buy everything that you need? You would know exactly what type of shoes, what type of coat, how much oxygen, the weight of the oxygen tanks. How many of you would know what type of backpack to buy, what type of tent to buy? How many of you would know all of that? Would anyone know any of that? No, right? So your guide is going to teach you how to not only get into the best physical shape ever, but they're also going to show you how to use that equipment and what type of equipment to buy, right? So okay, Ryan, you could, that's great. All right, so let's also talk about supplies. What type of supplies do you think you would need to get to the top of Mount Everest? Would any of you be able to, at this very moment in time, say, I need this much water, I need this much food, these are all of the resources, this is how much oxygen I have to buy? How many of you would be able to do that? Yeah, most of all oxygen cans, that's great, but if you'd have oxygen, but you don't have the food to get to the top, you're kind of going to be in trouble, right? Much like a soldier in basic training. Yeah, training and equipment are first. Exactly. Thank you, Lakeisha. I love that. Lakeisha, are you military? Because you sound like you are. I would not know and not go. Oh, well, okay. Well, April, our goal is to get you to the top of the mountain. Okay, so let's take this back for a moment. So we can all agree that in order to get to the top of the mountain, the first thing that you need is you would need a guide, someone who's been there before, who has a proven track record of success of getting people to the top of the mountain. Okay, we can all agree on that. And then you're going to need training. Okay, you're going to need training because you're going to have to know how to get yourself in that physical shape, and you're going to have to know how, like, exactly what it takes to get to the top. You're going to have to get your lungs in shape, your body in shape. You're going to need equipment. You're going to need oxygen. Hold on. We have a whole list here. We're going to need water. We're going to need food. We're going to need hyping books, rope. We're going to need all of these things. You're going to have to learn how to use your gear. Okay. And then you're going to have to learn exactly how many supplies you need to not only get you to the top of the mountain, but don't forget, you also have to come back down the mountain. What goes up must come down. So you're not going to like climb to the top of the mountain and then take an escalator down, right? You're going to have to know how enough to go up and down. Okay. So that's what the point of this whole weekend is going to be about. Okay. Over the course of the weekend, what we're going to do is we're going to help you come up with a roadmap to get to your goals. Okay. So here's the question I have for you guys in the comments. What are some things that you would like to accomplish? Okay. Like if you could right now, what are some of the goals that you want to accomplish in the entertainment industry? Do you want to win an Oscar? Do you want to become an actress? What type of actress do you want to become? Because right now, like I can give you a monologue and you can become an actress. What type of actress do you want to become? Okay, so you want to be a TV actress. Okay. We have someone who wants to be a commercial print model. I like that. We have someone who wants to be a comedian. Recurring role. Okay, I like that. Role on, we're just going to put series. We have someone who wants to be in a movie. Okay, TV movie actor. I like that. What else do you guys want to accomplish? Do any of you want to win an award? Get on Masked Singer. Okay. Judge, contestant, Masked Singer. Okay. Awards are nice. Okay. Win an Emmy. Thank you. Anyone want to win a Tony? It's just okay. We want to win an Oscar. We want to win a Tony. Awesome. I love it. Okay. So we have some pretty lofty. How many? I didn't see anyone that wants to be a model. Does anyone want to get on the cover of a magazine? Does anyone want to book a fragrance line? Oh, you did say that. Thank you. Print model, be on the cover of Vogue. Okay. Okay. That's awesome. I love all of your goals so much. We have so many amazing goals here. A brand ambassador. Okay. You want to be a real brand ambassador, right? I have a fragrance line. Okay. I'd like to have and develop my own brand. Okay. That's awesome. So here's the question I have for you. How many of you think that you can do any of these things alone? Do you think you can do any of these things on your own, or do you think that you need someone to help guide you to these things? If you think you could do it alone, type alone. If you need a guide, type guide. Guide, exactly. Awesome. Yeah, you need a guide. So this is what I want you guys to think about over the course of the weekend. We're going to introduce you to some amazing guides. Okay. Let me tell you a little bit about what VIP Ignite, Alicia and Michael, the co-founders of VIP Ignite, have accomplished. They've won 6 Tonys, 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. Okay. VIP Ignite has helped over 10,000 talent get on the covers of models, get on sets literally all over the world. Right now we have talent on set in Only Murders in the Building, for example, in New York City. Okay. We have literally every day I get text messages from all our talent because I tell them, okay, you need to let me know what's going on so I can share your success. Like literally we have talent that are doing absolutely amazing things. And what I want you guys to understand is that Mike Trash just did an animated movie. Mike Trash is a great example. He's someone that's been working with us now for a year and a half, almost 2 years soon, I feel like. And he started out, he was solely focused on music. That was like his thing. Now he has had the opportunity to be on set in a multitude of different projects. Rashid, what I'm going to do over the course of the weekend, we're going to help you with that. How can I get started? This is your first step. This is your first step here. Being here on this weekend is your first step to getting to where you want to go, okay? So over the course of the weekend, this is what I want you guys to think about. We're going to introduce you to a lot of people that are in the entertainment industry right now, okay? When we work with people, they're people that are currently in the industry. We're not working with people that, oh, this is something I did like 15 years ago. Oh my gosh, I was an extra once. The people that we work with are currently working right now in the entertainment industry. And what I want you guys to think about is, think about this weekend as a treasure map, okay? This is X marks the spot, okay? What I want you to do is in your notebooks, I want you to write down that one goal that you want to achieve. You guys gave me a bunch of options here. What is one goal that you want to achieve? Rashid, you want to get started, type start modeling and acting. In your notebook, what I want you guys to do is write down what is one thing that you want to achieve. And I want that at the top of the first page of your notebook. Okay. And over the course of this weekend, we're going to introduce you to people who are going to give you clues. They're going to give you breadcrumbs, if you will, to lead you to where you want to go. Okay. So over the course of the weekend, what I want you to do is I want you to like start taking notes to all of the clues. How many of you have ever gone on a treasure hunt? Have you ever gone on a treasure hunt? If you've gone on a treasure hunt, type treasure hunt in the comments. If you've ever gone on a treasure hunt, this is what we're going to do. Over the course of this weekend, you are officially now on a treasure hunt for your own success. So each person that we speak with this weekend that comes on here to speak to you is going to give you one clue to get you where you want to go. And what I want you guys to do is take notes. And oh, you know what? If I started doing this, then that will get me closer to my goal. If I start doing that, I'll get closer to my goal. Because what I want you guys to understand is you can't do this alone. When Alicia and Michael started VIP Ignite, they developed a core team of people that started working with them. One of the people that they started working with, his name is Robert Kalinsky. He introduced them to the person that got them started in Broadway. Right back, oh, hold on this side. You can see this is one of the Broadway shows that VIP Ignite, Alicia and Michael have produced. Okay. But what I want you guys to understand is you cannot do this alone. Anyone who tells you, hey, I did this all on my own, I had no help, don't believe them. Because if you want to get to a certain level of success, you have to surround yourself by people that have been where you want to go. Does that make sense? Are you guys ready to get started on your treasure hunt? Are you ready? Okay, awesome. Well, we are going to start off our day with a very special guest speaker. And I am going to introduce you to her in just one moment. All right. So, okay, ready. Okay, so let me introduce you to one of the co-founders of VIP Ignite. So many of you got emails or text messages from Alicia, which is why you're here today. So let me introduce her to you and let me explain one thing to you guys as well. Over the course of the weekend, when I introduce you to a special guest, I want you to celebrate that special guest like they're in the Final Four. It's your team in the Final Four. Bear with me. I went to a basketball game last weekend, okay? Or like you just won a Tony or you just won an Academy Award. You just wanted something, okay? You won that thing that you've gone for. I want you to cheer for each of our speakers like you want people to cheer for you on that day. Got it? Okay, let's practice, and then I'm going to introduce Alicia. Let me see you guys cheer. Ready? And cheer. All right. Okay, so here we go. Everyone, the next speaker is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from The Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She is the co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats as Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, and Brandon Steiner, as well as Les Brown. She is releasing her new book in the fourth quarter of this year, entitled The Unglamorous Glamorous Life. She just wrapped her first movie, Target, which is currently in, actually, we're going to the premiere in a couple weeks. I have to update this, which is premiering in New York City in just under 2 weeks. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege, and she splits her time between New York City and Orlando and Los Angeles. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Miss Alicia K-Back.
Hi, good morning. I like your hat.
Thanks. I felt a little sparkly. It's April Fool's Day.
It is. Oh,
But there's no April Fool's joke right here.
No, we're taking this serious. I mean, April Fool's. I'm so excited to be here. Good morning, everybody. I see some faces I know. I also see some faces that I don't know. So good morning to everybody. All right, so I have a lot to go over. Now, before I get started, I want everybody to type I can handle it, because I'm really blunt. I'm very assertive. I'm very passionate about helping people, but nothing pisses me off more than somebody who doesn't believe in themselves. So if you're here, it's a Saturday morning, it's because you're serious. So hopefully you are ready to go. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me see, am I able to share my screen? Let's see here. All right, so somebody here, let me know if you can see it. Give me a thumbs up if it's a yeah. Thank you.
We can see it.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to put this over here. So let's go ahead and get started. I only have 30 minutes, but I'm really excited about this. Okay, so it's hard being an actor or model in today's market. How many of you guys feel like this? Like you're constantly scrolling and looking for real castings, working on submittals and possibly new headshots. You're spinning your wheels and you feel like you're getting nowhere, or you feel like you're lost in a crowd and you don't stand out. Does that sound like anybody here? If that sounds like you, type me. Okay. So just so you know, this is not your fault. So I want everybody just to breathe. Okay. As much as I love helping talent, sometimes there's no helping. So I really want to make sure that I'm going to go through like 30 minutes. This is like 17 years of being in this business, and we're going to comprise it into 30 minutes right now. Okay, so what you're doing differently today to achieve, what are you doing different today to achieve your desired outcome for tomorrow? Now, some of you guys I talk to, I've been in this industry for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. That's great. But there's a saying, right? The true definition of insanity is doing the same things over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So VIP Ignite, obviously that's me on the left. On the right, that's my amazing business partner, Michael Fromkin. You guys will get a chance to meet him. This is VIP Ignite. So I know some of you guys are brand new, so welcome. Welcome to our family. Lost time is never found again. This is so true. 6 12-hour days and a 5 a.m. flight. This is what success looks like. For those of you guys that don't know, I'm also a mom. I have a 2-year-old. I'm currently producing 2 new Broadway shows, a new motion picture. I'm also an international model scout, so I do get a chance to travel all around the world. If you follow my Instagram or Facebook, I joke around. My social media sometimes leads a better life than I do. But this is definitely the unglamorous, glamorous life. And I want you guys to know, from the second you wake up, you are on stage, okay? So whether you're going out on castings, whether you're on Zoom, whether you're just trying to be your most effective self, everything you do from the second you wake up matters. I've spent 17 years learning the secret, which is 6,205 days or 148,920 hours. That probably explains why I'm tired most days, right? So why I'm qualified. I appreciate Deneen giving you a little bio, but you know, getting involved in Broadway, getting featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur, you don't get that from being lazy. You get that from hustling. If you're trying to get into this industry, you have to stand out. So there's a saying here, your net worth is equal to your network. Who are you surrounding yourself with right now that's going to help you achieve these big dreams that you have? So I found that when I surrounded myself with people who saw the big picture in the world like I did, my whole entire life changed. Dan Laurie is the gentleman on the far left. He and I worked on a show with Mike. called Dinner with the Boys. Dan Lauria also played the dad in the Wonder Years. He wrote the movie Bronx Tale. And some of you guys may recognize Vanessa Hudgens from High School Musical. She's beyond amazing. Mike and I got a chance to work with her on our Broadway show, Gigi. But this is a change or die study. 90% could not make the change with death on the line. Okay. 77% made the change with coaching, accountability, and support. So guys, this is pretty sad. I mean, if you don't change your habits, I mean, especially now, this is so many people are trying to get into modeling and acting and doing things that maybe worked 10 years ago. Oh, I'm going to join a website. Oh, I'm going to move to LA. Oh, I'm going to create my own website and hope and pray people find me. No, this business has changed dramatically, which is why we do these free boot camps, which is why we bring the biggest names on here. But again, with coaching, accountability, and support, your life can change. You are not alone. You are 7 times more likely to change with coaching, accountability, and support. How many of you guys want change in your career? If you want change, type change. Because if you're happy where you are, God bless you. Okay, but I know you're here on a Saturday morning, especially for those of you guys on the West Coast. It's 8 a.m. your time or 8:30 your time. I know you're here because you're serious and you want change. So you got to create a GPS, goals. You need a plan and blueprint. You need system strategies, but then you also need gas to help you get to your final destination, which means guidance, accountability, and support. So what's the purpose of having a car without a roadmap? Well, yeah, that's really important. Thank God for navigation system. But in order to make that car go, you're going to need the gas, the guidance, the accountability, and support. So going from LA to New York, this is an interesting study. If the typical plane is pointed just 6 feet to the right, it's off course in the beginning. It ends up in Washington, D.C., which is 229 miles away. The initial trajectory point is so important. Following your GPS is important. So just so you guys know, if you're on a path, and even if we help you shift 1 degree, 1 degree is going to take you to a whole different location. How many of you guys feel like you need that shift? You're going in one point and you're like, hey, I don't even know if I'm going the right way. Imagine if you had somebody in the industry saying, hey, we're going to just move it just a little bit to the left or to the right, and let me show you. It's going to take you to a whole new location. So it's time to commit. It's time to get serious. You got to commit to being open-minded. You don't have the answers. You need to commit doing these tasks each day, which I'm going to go over them with you. Commit to showing up each day. Yes, I will be here both days. Okay. Commit to reporting back to the community each day about what I learned. How many of you guys are not part of the Facebook group? If you are not part of the Facebook group, or you're not tagging us on stuff on social media, it's not about me. It's about everybody who follows the company, people that are affiliated with the company. I want to help you commit to doing not only what we say, but what we've learned over 17 years. You don't want to reinvent the wheel. Okay. And yes, obviously, I want you to drink the Kool-Aid, because being in this business, this is an honor. There's so much in this industry that I'm going to go over with you guys, not only just today, but also tomorrow. I'm going to put a lot of amazing people on the hot seat, which is like my favorite thing in the world, putting a top Hollywood agent that usually would scare the shit out of me in the hot seat and just picking their brains. It's beyond amazing. But before we go ahead and get to the glamorous part, we need to get to the mindset part. So this is, I'm going to move this over so I could see. Napoleon Hill's quest for traits for Think and Grow Rich. This is the universal laws of success. Let's dive into one of these laws for success now and how you could use them in this bootcamp and every day in our lives and in our career. So we're going to go over these. Again, I only have 30 minutes, so we're going to go over them pretty quickly. But the biggest takeaway today, these traits can be learned. You are not born with them. So desire. How many of you guys have a really strong desire to get into this industry? Now, your desire may be to be famous, which I don't even want to hear that, but maybe it's to help your friends and family. Maybe it's to live out a lifelong dream. Maybe it's to be financially independent. Maybe it's to make a difference, to stand for something. So desire will help you find your why. Obviously, if you're driving 100 miles per hour forward without a destination, you'll crash. So I want you to ask these questions to become your own map. Your burning desire is going to fuel your action. Okay. So the question I'm going to ask you is what's your why? So we're going to unravel this 7 levels deep. If next year was the best year of your life, what would that look like? So I want you guys to write down for me if you can, or maybe you could just text it to yourself. But what is your why? Why are you here? Why are you looking to get into show business? And then imagine this, April 1st, 2023, where do you want to be April 1st, 2024? What if you were able to live your best year? What would that look like for you? Maybe going to Disney, going on a cruise, buying a new car, paying off your credit card debt, buying a new home, maybe just getting out of your parents' basement, which I hear quite a bit, especially with COVID, people move back home. Who do you want to be a hero for? I know if you're here, you probably want to do it for your kids. You want to make them proud, but who else are you doing it for? What's the cost of inaction? This is the saddest thing in the world. What are you missing out on if you don't change or take action? You don't want to take it to the grave. So if you're serious about doing anything, think about it. How much money and opportunities have you left on the table by not pursuing your dreams? How many of you guys get pissed when you watch a show on Netflix or HBO or Disney and you're like, I could do that? Or maybe you're going through a catalog, or, you know, if you're like me and you're in Times Square and you're like, man, I see this person on the billboard. I'm just as good looking, or I could do that. Why am I not getting paid those big bucks? So how much have you lost at this time by not following your dreams and taking action? So now we're going to go over imagination. Imagination, ideas are the starting point of all success and fortune. And by now, at the end of this course this weekend, you've been filled with different ideas and ahas that can absolutely transform your business. Now, I want you to understand, getting into show business, it's your business. You are your own brand. Okay, so congratulations. You guys are all CEOs of your own brand. So starting with your why will help your imagination visualize where it is that you want to go. Now, again, maybe it's just getting on TV. Maybe that's enough for you. Some of you, it's you want to win an Oscar, you want to win a Tony, you want to win a Grammy, you want to write a screenplay, you want to talk about your childhood because you feel as though if you talk about yours, it may help others and inspire. So you can create and bring to life anything that you can imagine. Imagination is a skill you can develop. If you can't see it, you can't achieve it. So again, this goes with your why. Maybe you should create a vision board. I know I have a vision board. Oh, I really want to go here this year, especially with a new baby. You know, man, he's 2, but I sometimes cry going, oh my God, he's 2. He's growing up so fast, right? So if you can see it, you can achieve it. And guys, I want this vision board in your face. I don't care. Take pictures of mansions if you want. Take pictures of vacations you want. Take pictures of cars that you want. Maybe just a picture of you being super, super, super happy with your family going, hey, I'm doing this for all of us. There are 2 types of imagination that Napoleon Hill references, synthetic and creative, and also just imagination. Now, synthetic imagination, which takes old concepts, old ideas and plans and helps you rearrange them into new combinations, right? Creative imagination, this is where you receive inspiration. Creative imagination only happens when your mind and your thoughts are connected to your burning desire. It's the instance of spotting opportunities that will help you achieve your goals and desire. So you want to combine both your synthetic and your creative. My goals as you finish this weekend and hopefully start implementing and mastering what you've learned is for you to use both. How many of you guys feel like you could be really creative with your career? Anybody? So imagination is essential for success. You have to force yourself and train yourself to use both types of imagination. Imagination is innovation. Innovation is essential for competing with new market trends and meeting the demands of your audience. Understand this, if you're trying to get into acting now, everything is done via self-tapes. It's all done via Zoom. This is the change or die. Oh, you want to keep trying to go and, try to go for these live auditions. And guys, real casting directors only work from home now. You're going to see that this weekend. You're going to see top LA agents that have actors on hit TV shows like Grey's Anatomy, the new Wednesday series, Dungeons and Dragons. They all work from home. They're very rarely even going to the office anymore. So it's the change or die. Imagination is how you'll innovate, create, and stand out by differentiating your brand or skill. How many of you guys believe that your look, or maybe a skill that you possess, maybe it's just acting or singing, or perhaps you have a very unique birthmark, or, anything. If you feel as though you're unique, you deserve a chance to stand out. So faith and belief, this comes into play. Why? A burning desire is not enough for achieving any major goal. You must believe you can achieve this desire. You must have the faith and belief in yourself that you can achieve your goal. Now, guys, it's not easy to keep the faith. I'm going to tell you right now. And sometimes you are going to be your own worst enemy. Faith is self-confidence that counteracts the negative thoughts that might be preventing you from achieving your goals. How many of you guys really want to get into show business? But it's just easier to say, well, I didn't try because of this. Wait, you didn't even try? Oh my gosh, there is no story to be told, right? So beliefs have the power to create and the power to destroy. Human beings have the awesome ability to take any experience of their lives and create a meaning that disempowers them, or one that can literally save their lives. Success momentum cycle mindset training can be tied into faith and belief law of success block. Now we're going to be going over a lot of mindset training this weekend because show business, guys, has a lot of mindset. Remember, if you're working from home or if you're doing self-tapes or Zooms, guys, you have to be your own cheerleader. So having a Jedi mindset, I call Deneen all the time. Anytime I need like a mindset, like, how we were talking about like trajectory paths, sometimes Deneen just needs to and get me back onto the right path. Because sometimes it's hard. For those of you guys that miss working at the office every day, some of you guys may still. For me, like getting to work in show business is amazing. But as soon as I turn off that computer, I'm still at home. I work from home. So your certainty must be stronger than everyone else's doubts. So guys, keep the haters at bay. If you believe in yourself, you are the only fan that you need. Okay, you don't need permission from anybody else. Would you like their support? Yeah, absolutely. But this weekend, which is why it's a 2-day immersive event, I want you to get strong, to not only stand up to the bullies, but to be your best self. So the most expensive mistake you can make is listening to bad advice. How many of you guys have friends and family that have never been in this industry, but yet they're all giving you advice? Or better yet, I'm sure if you're on this group, that maybe your friends and family, maybe even people that you've never met before on Facebook or Instagram or Google, they're all giving you advice, but yet they've never achieved greatness. Okay, guys, if you're silly enough to listen to silly advice, well, then you're going to get silly results. They're not going to happen for you. Okay. So until then, I want you guys to borrow my belief, and it's called auto suggestion. How many of you guys love typing via text? I know I have an Apple iPhone. Sometimes I use a little microphone and it sometimes sends dirty text messages that I don't mean to send. I sent a message the other day to somebody, one of my mentors. I'm like, yeah, I'll see you at 6 o'clock. And somehow it typed sex o'clock, which sounded very dirty. I was like, no, not this. And I hit send without really looking at it. How many of you guys are like me that sometimes get very, very anxious sending text messages and you're like, oh, I'm driving and I'm just going to send it. And you're like, no, autocorrect, stop. So auto suggestion. So auto suggestion, there's a difference between wishing for something and being ready to receive it. And no one is ready for a thing until they believe they can acquire it. So this is called law of attraction, right? So by having faith in your ability to reach your goals, you look for and find opportunities that you might have missed otherwise. You're looking for ways to get results and you'll find them. So here's a good one. So my mentor, you can see me on the far right. My mentor is right next to me with the short blonde hair. She invited me and Michael to a dinner party in Malibu. We were in LA at the time. I think we were at Universal Studios, and she said, hey, I want to invite you to a dinner party. And I said, what? And I said, we're at Universal Studios. We just paid for a day pass. Like, oh my gosh, I want to go on all these rides. And she said, no. I think you need to rent a car or, find a way to get here. And I thought to myself, really? The question is, when somebody of this type of magnitude invites you to go somewhere, you say yes. Now, striking up a conversation with someone can change your life. Of course it can. The woman on the far left with the purple, with the black leather jacket, Mike and I have had the privilege and honor of working with her now for the last 15 years. She works directly with Francis Ford Coppola. So getting a chance to work with her, guys, sometimes it's just about striking up good dinner conversation, but it really can change your life. But again, if I was, oh, I don't want to be here and I wasn't giving it my all, or I was playing on my phone the whole time, I wouldn't have been able to look up and literally had a conversation that would change not only my life, but VIP Ignite's life. So again, here she is. She's also the president of a huge film association. She works with some of the biggest names ever. But after going through this training, you will be able to spot opportunities and view the world through a new perspective. My goal for you is to help you filter out information and opportunities that are no longer important, as long as you focus on what you want to achieve, and spot opportunities that will help you reach your goals. So how do these all connect? Well, when you have burning desire and faith, you get auto-suggestion. So through auto-suggestion, visualizing, affirmations, your manifesto, auto-suggestion is speaking to your subconscious that you will achieve your goal, and this feeds your faith in yourself. How many of you guys love that? It's like photosynthesis, right? Your state of mind must shift from hoping and wishing to absolute belief. It's kind of like going to church and lighting candles. Like, yeah, that's great. But when are you actually going to put pen to paper? Isn't it time that you stop sharpening crayons and you actually put forth the effort, which you can do through repetition of affirmations and repeated instructions. Auto-suggestion is the subconscious mind, but you have to have an organized plan. Wishing does not make things happen. Oh, I wish I can be an actor. Okay, you sound silly. Let's actually put forth an organized plan, step by step by step. An organized plan is creating a strategic approach to achieve your goals. Throughout this course, you've learned strategies, tactics, top producing skills, mindsets, and ways of thinking. My goal is that you are also walking away with an organized plan so that you can immediately take action and implement this into your career. So guys, again, I want you to put forth action. Don't just wish. I want you to have an organized plan that, again, by the end of this weekend, it's going to become very clear to you what VIP Ignite does, the people that we work with, and you're no longer alone. So now we're going to go over profitable effort versus unprofitable effort. Are you making decisions that make you money? So profitable effort, again, activities, habits, tactics, choices that create time and energy, free up mental space, result in action or momentum, generates revenue, or develop events that lead to revenue. Guys, getting into this business, this is a gig-based industry, which means revenue, you need to make it in order to fuel the gas in your GPS, okay? Unprofitable effort, activities, habits, tactics, and choices that steal time and energy. How many of you guys watch Netflix all day, every day, right? Or you play on social media? Is that really putting money in your pocket? Is that helping you get to that final destination? It depletes mental space. We've seen this over and over and over again with studies about TikTok. Increases insecurity, confusion, procrastination, and anxiety. How many of you guys feel poorly about yourself when you follow somebody with a lot of money or a lot of success or fame and you're like, man, I'm never going to get that, right? Oh, look at that girl's ring, or look at her shoes. Look at that new bag. Look at that new car. I'm so tired of seeing all these people on these private jets all the time. Okay. And what happens is mentally, it breaks you. It leaves you broke, stagnant, stalled, and paralyzed. And you're like, well, what's even the point? I'm never going to get to that destination. How many of you guys feel like that? If you feel like that, type, I see it. Okay. Because if you see it happening over and over and over again, of course, you're going to let it break you down. So I want you to measure our effort. What metrics can we use to determine if our effort is profitable or unprofitable? So levels of energy, motivation, inspiration, excitement, momentum, your authority, your influence, your brand presence. If I went on to any of your social medias and you said, oh, I want to be an actor. Oh, okay, great. What do you want to do? Oh, I want to win an Academy Award. Okay, awesome. That's your final destination. What is your GPS telling you right now to get to that final destination? What type of gas are you using? If I went on your social media, oh, there you are, you're drinking, you're having fun. When are you actually putting forth this effort, right? So again, I want you to have connections. I want you to have relationships and tribes, not because it's going to look great on social media. Yeah, it will help you a little bit, but also to keep you on track. Okay. I can tell you right now, a lot of your goals are felt by everybody else in this VIP Ignite community. So I want you to replace unprofitable efforts. After evaluating your effort inventory, replace unprofitable efforts that are stealing your time, energy, money, and mental space with efforts that can help you build momentum and reach your goals. So maybe, hey, yeah, I know there's so many great shows right now on Apple TV and Hulu and Amazon and Disney, man. But imagine if you just use 30 days to study your favorite actor and how they got started. Or maybe if you're trying to get into modeling, see what the biggest trends are right now, or what photographers you need to be working with, or how your favorite models got discovered, right? What can you do right now to make more money? Yeah, I said it. If you're trying to get into show business, it's going to take money to get to that final destination. What if you live in Mississippi and somebody wants you to fly out to New York City or to Miami? Oh, I really want to do it, but I can't even get on a plane right now. Okay, so maybe you have a little bit of stable income, so you have money to play with, right? These are your dreams. So I want you to start thinking about these things, because I want you to grab more attention in your community. I want you to be a go-getter. I don't want you just to be a wisher. I want you to take accountability. Identifying, removing, and replacing major causes of failure. So again, $1 million thinking. You're on the model and actor bootcamp for success in the entertainment industry. This road is paved with $1 million thinking. Your choices will lead you in and out of where you want to go in life and business. So again, mindset matters. Your beliefs, your philosophies, your habits, right? And that creates your life. So $1 million thinking, choices you have made led you to where you are now in your career and in your life. Start making different choices and you can start living a different life. How many of you guys want to make better choices in life, right? Make better choices, get better outcome. Major causes of failure, identify what's holding you back, replace it with $1 million thinking. So again, we're going to go through this, specialized knowledge. Think of one thing right now that you can do better than anybody else. Or think about one thing about you that stands apart from a crowd. Warren Buffett says, invest in yourself, invest in your ability to communicate, invest to grow your specialized knowledge. Warren Buffett also says, no one can take a skill from you. No one can ever take away what you've learned for yourself. So if you want to be an actor, if you want to be, an actor in television and film, or you want to be an actor in theater, you want to do voiceover work, you want to be a model, guys, invest in yourself. Invest in a special skill that makes you stand apart from the rest. Skills are the greatest hedge against inflation. Think about it. Like show business is recession proof. So we're going to go over discipline and persistence. We're going to get through this real quick, guys. Discipline and persistence. Nobody wakes up and wants to do the thing that gets them the success that they want. Yeah, no one is an overnight success. So if you want to be an actor, you want to be a model, you're going to have to take chances, which means you're going to have to start learning, putting forth effort. Growth is on the other side of consistency, commitment over convenience. Guys, discipline and persistence. You need to have discipline if you're going to do this, but you must be persistent. It's difficult for people to want to support you when you tell them that you're on a new path and you believe in yourself and you're going to create wealth in your life. That's why most people want to get into show business, for wealth. Okay. If you stay on the path, you can have the success that you deserve, but you're going to have to put discipline and be persistent. You need to stick to your discipline, be persistent. And when you see an opportunity, you have to go for it. As they say, strike while the iron's hot. Be decisive and head towards that worthwhile goal that you have set for yourself and your family. And surround yourself with like-minded people. Just being here this weekend, we're already doing all of this, right? Even when you don't physically see the results, you need to believe that they are there. Now, I have this in blue because I really want to stress this to you. I saw massive changes in my life when I quit hanging out with mediocre thinking people and started hanging out with people that honestly think like I do, millionaire mindset people. When people start doubting what you're doing, trying to talk you out of it, giving you all the reasons why it won't work and why you shouldn't do it, That is mediocre mentality. Run, okay? Just run away from them. Crabs would rather die. I want you guys to understand this. Crabs would rather die than to let another crab get out alive. They pull each other down. So don't be a crab, right? You have to be decisive in nature. Wealthy people have developed the characteristic of gathering and analyzing information, making the decision right there and sticking with that decision. This is not impulsive. If you're here, you made a conscious decision that you want to get into show business and you know that we're leading experts. So if given an opportunity, you say yes. Okay. Sometimes it's not what choice you make that's important. You just need to make a choice. Okay. Stop being in limbo and actually take action. Even if it's the wrong choice, you'll have learned something from the experience. Decisions are what change our life. Every result in your life came from a decision. You don't get new results without new decisions. Being decisive in nature, money like speed. Action takers are money makers. So much money is lost by sleeping on it. Why? Because when you get a chance to sleep on it, what do you typically do? You have, again, a lot of you, a mediocre mentality because that's who you surround yourself with. You talk yourself out of it, right? You let the inner thoughts eat that dream alive. For me, I'll invest money. I will cut a check for speed. Oh, I get to work on another Broadway show surrounded by more Tony winners. Yes, please. Having a mediocre mentality does not fit into my moral compass. So opportunities go away, and so does your belief in faith. But if you're not decisive, that opportunity passes you by. I know that each of you has seen it time and time again. So when there's an opportunity, what should you do? Seize that opportunity. And don't be surprised if people that do not see your vision are not supportive of you. Okay. You have to have a mastermind team. When you surround yourself with a mastermind team and community, you can push each other towards success, build up when you're low, and see their success and know you can do it too. You guys are going to meet tremendous people this weekend. Mastermind team and community. Ask who, not how. If you got a chance to work with somebody that can snap a finger and change your life, would you say yes? Somebody type yes, right? VIP Ignite Talent gets mentored by Ugly Betty star Michael Urie. We have some of the most amazing people in the world, from television, film, Broadway, voiceover, even the modeling community, helping VIP Ignite Talent. You guys are going to get a chance to meet some of our amazing experts, this weekend on live. Imagine if the host of the Drama Desk Awards was helping you land a role on a hit TV show. For those of you guys that don't know Michael Urie, he hosts the Drama Desk Awards. He's a Broadway performer. He's a close personal friend of ours. Okay, we worked on projects with him. He also helps mentor our talent. Some of you guys may recognize him right now. He stars on a show that just got picked up for season 2 called Shrinking, starring not only Michael Urie, but Jason Segel from Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and also Harrison Ford. Okay. Or imagine this, your friend is up for a coveted Tony Award, and now they're going to teach you everything they've learned so far about show business. Would that be life-changing? So what happened to me is, when I got a chance to live out my dreams, I had proximity to real people. And again, remember, surrounding yourself with not only people who support you, but people who are headed in the same direction as you, that is going to be life-changing. Okay, thinking so doesn't necessarily mean making it so. You have to get into momentum. So here's Alan Zweibel. He's also a part of VIP Ignite. He's the head writer for Saturday Night Live, helped co-create Saturday Night Live with Lauren Michaels. And, having proximity to him gave us power. Power is everything. Or maybe hanging out with one of the stars of The Walking Dead. Yeah, she's tremendous. She's super sweet. But imagine she was your acting coach. Scale 1 to 10, how much would that change your life? She's actually a part of VIP Ignite, right? So having top people in the industry like Monique Coleman from High School Musical, even people from America's Next Top Model like Phil Sullivan, I'd rather you take advice from real people that are on the same path as you than take outside advice from someone who's not in the industry. Okay, or maybe networking or getting styling advice, especially if you're looking to do photos or Zoom calls with somebody from America's Next Top Model, like Tyra Banks stylist Tyron Mays. So again, I want you guys to be authority figures. I want you guys to have close proximity, proof, and power, which is why I'm so glad you guys are here this weekend. And again, your subconscious mind, this is the brain's sixth sense. My final principle today, the sixth sense. occurs only after you've mastered the other 12 principles. So you'll have achieved a level of wisdom that will allow you to start making smart financial and life decisions naturally. And I want you to commit to this. It's time to get serious. Okay. Again, commit to being open-minded, commit to doing the task each day, every day, today and tomorrow. Deneen is going to give you a task. Follow through. We actually are going to have a report of every single person that attended this call and every single person that attended it, that actually did their task. If you don't do your task, I really don't want to work with you. Why? If I have a casting or if I want to submit you for a project, I don't think you're going to be able to handle it because you couldn't do it from the beginning, right? You want to show up each day. Yes, I'm going to be here on both days, which means you should be here on both days. Commit to reporting back to the community each day about what you've learned. I want to see you doing Facebook posts, Instagram posts, tag me, tag Mike, tag Deneen, VIP Ignite. Why? We want to see you are pushing forward. And also we want you to start planting seeds with your community that you don't need permission, you just need support. Okay. And again, I want you to drink the Kool-Aid. I want you to be all in this weekend because your success matters to me. It matters to our whole entire team. That is it for my presentation. But I hope you guys loved it. Guys, this business, yeah, you want to get into show business. Your why is different than probably everybody else is on here. I want you to write your own manifesto. I want you to create a vision board. I want you to be successful. But remember this, as much as I want that, it starts with you, okay? I can lead a horse to water, but I can't force them to drink. And I really want to make sure if you're here, I want to know your why. So later on in the day, I want you to post your why in our Facebook group. Tell me your why, okay? I want to hear about your family. I want to hear about your kids. I want to hear about maybe the struggles you've had. I want to hear about your community. Maybe your why is to take a stance on something that is near and dear to you. Guys, show business is a wonderful platform. Okay. It's not just about the money. I promise you this, if you're really looking to do this on this type of level, this is going to be life-changing for you. So that's it. Thank you, Deneen. I'm done.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that presentation? How many of your mindsets shifted having the opportunity to listen to Alicia talk about that? Oh my gosh. I was like, what? This is awesome. Oh my gosh, that was amazing, Alicia. Thank you so much for sharing. Look, how many of you are drawing? How many of you got a couple clues that are helping you lead you to that goal? If you got some clues, type clues in the comments. That was awesome. Oh my gosh, I'm going to gush for a little while, but that was awesome. Clues. Awesome. Good. So now you know you need the guide. You just met the guide. How many of you want Alicia to be your guide? Type Alicia in the comments. If you want Alicia to be your guide, type Alicia in the comments.
I want to be your roadmap. I'm going to take you step by step by step by step. But guys, you need the gas. I mean, for real. I need to know what's propelling this. And most of all, in order to be a guide, I need to know where we're going. So I want you to think about that. Where do you want to go? I want you all to type, where do you want to go?
Awesome. All right, guys. So we're going to keep this moving. Okay. So now, how many of you would like to be in TV and film? Type TV and film in the comments. And even, I'm going to give you guys a little hint, even if you are a model, type TV and film in the comments. Awesome. So we're going to bring on our next guest. I'm going to introduce him, but before I introduce him, I want to kind of give you guys a little bit of a pre-frame of what he's going to talk about. So he's going to be talking about how to get cast in a movie. So a couple of years back, I don't know exactly how many years back, we had the opportunity as a company to cast for a small film you may have heard now called The Wolf of Wall Street. How many of you have ever heard of The Wolf of Wall Street? Type me in the comments. If you've heard of The Wolf of Wall Street, type me in the comments. Yeah, in retrospect, it was an amazing movie. It won Academy Awards. I mean, it was like, we watch it every time we get the opportunity. But when we were casting for The Wolf of Wall Street, people were like, but can't you put me on Sex and the City? Can't you put me on this because I know this and I know that? There were people that actually turned down opportunities to be on set on The Wolf of Wall Street because they had never heard of it, okay? So I want you guys to think about that as I'm introducing Ryan, because he's going to be talking to you about a film that one of his talent is in, who, by the way, started out as a model and is now has now bridged over into acting. But I want you guys to think about this. When you go on set, you don't know the name of the project that you're going on. I think I have people that have gone on set. They're not like, hey, come on, Beyonce's going to be on set today. Do you want to come join us? You don't know the details. When you go on set, you're not given the details, because you know what? Even if you were given the details, you wouldn't know about them. So Ryan's going to talk about a production that one of his talent is in. And I want you to bear this in mind when you're listening to him, because you never know what the next big thing is going to be. All right, so our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. He opened for the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Italy, in Milan, at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 13 years. Through good times and bad times, he has never wavered. He recorded the record number of covers for his agency, 72 in 1 year, which was during the pandemic. For 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars. He took Ethan Hawke from the worst dressed to the best dressed list. And he has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give a standing ovation, a rousing round of applause for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi.
Hello, Ryan
Hi,
Colby.
everyone. How are you?
Amazing. Now that you're here, how are you, Mr. Colby?
I'm good.
Oh my God, look at that
outfit.
jacket.
I just got this at Buffalo Exchange for an event that I'm going to next week.
Well, welcome back to New York City, sir.
Yeah, Buffalo Exchange is a cute store for anyone anywhere near one.
It is. It's
It
very
has really
cute.
Has really cute stuff in it.
I think we should do an outing where you go shopping with us. How many of you guys would like to do that?
I have a story about that.
We attempted to do one a while ago, but it was too impromptu. I don't like impromptu.
Wait, do you have lightning bolts going on that jacket? Can I see that jacket?
It's a lot of stuff.
Wow.
It's a lot. It's a long jacket. I'm sitting on it. It's a whole thing. I can't. It's a whole thing. I like the top. That's the purpose of this call. The top. Because I know your people like snapping photos. Anyway, so
I just want to see you with like a top hat. I'm just putting it out there. Okay. So I know I'm not the former art director of Vogue, but hello. All right. What's your name?
Yeah. So
I second the top hat.
I'm gonna harp on. I actually have 9 covers for April, by the way. That
but
just came out
like 9
over the past like 24, 48 hours. 9 covers just came out. Some of them I didn't even know about, to be honest. 1 or 2 of them I had no knowledge about. I knew about 7 of them, but 2 came out and I was like, oh, I didn't even know this was coming. So that's good.
So maybe on opening night for the new movie, we should do 9 shots of tequila. How many of you guys want to do that one? That would be so fun. Okay. I just have Daniel's down. I didn't say no. Daniel's down, right? Daniel, you'll show up. Okay, go ahead.
So that's it. I'm excited for April and May because it's busy here in New York and it's getting nicer out. There are more shoots coming up. I have a slew of new models I've scouted, so I'm happy that they're coming into town in the next week or 2, and so I'm excited about that. So hopefully we'll see what happens this spring.
Now, we also have VIP Ignite talent that are in the city currently, right?
Oh,
they just
well,
left?
he was. He's not anymore, but he was, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
really cool.
He was here for 20 days of training.
20 days. So trying to figure out the subway system, the streets. It's not
the
that
bus,
easy.
the subway, yeah, and training with me and doing self tapes and doing casting tapes, just learning about the city and shooting. I mix it up because not every day involves shooting. Some days involve doing absolutely nothing, but doing self-tapes all day. Some day I will just have you do casting videos all day, morning, noon, and night, just to get it down. Some days I just want you to go to the gym and get out of my face. Like, so it just depends.
I wish she spoke from the heart on that one. What casting projects are happening right now, Rye?
Well, I have one boy named Sam. He's in LA, Sam Carr. He's brand new. I scouted him online actually, and he has only been modeling for like 9, 10 months. And he just booked his first movie. It's a Shudder film called The Desecrated. I thought it was called The Deception because there's another TV show called Lies and Deception that I'm casting for. But this one is called The Desecrated, and it's shooting in Atlanta at the end of April, beginning of May. They're working on locations now. It's a thriller horror about a bunch of influencers who go to a haunted house to spend the night to get footage and to be cool and to get content, and obviously one by one they die. So so it's a B-level horror film, but he's 19. They're paying actually okay, considering like they have an okay budget, which, you know, it's funny because some of these bigger budget indie films have like a $300 a day budget when they're indies. And even for big stars, they don't get a lot of money for these indies. They do it for the respect of, you know, also for the award season and stuff like that. But this one has like an okay budget of like, you know, 2,500 a week, plus they put you up, plus they get you back and forth to set and food. So I was like, that's cute. 3 weeks of shooting and 2,500 a week. And, you know, he has to do stunts and blood and he loves all that stuff. So I'm very excited. He's very happy. He sent me a really cute voicemail yesterday on WhatsApp, you know, praising me to the high heavens. And
Something that's new for you.
So he's very happy. So, and yesterday he shot for
you're
Old
opposed
Navy.
to 2,500 a week. I mean, especially if they're
Yeah,
putting
it was
up
cute.
and
It's a cute little film.
Yeah.
It's gonna go straight to Shudder, which is an app, or it's a smaller horror channel, and it's cute. It's a cute start. He's 19 years old, so I don't expect him to be doing Schindler's List or, you know, some sort of epic sweeping drama to start his career. So I'm very excited about that. And they're actually thinking about using his brother. They found out yesterday or 2 days ago when I was on the phone with the producers, I was saying, you know, talking about details like money and, you know, stuff like that. And then they said that we're still looking to cast a brother. You know, do you have any guys that have his same look? I go, well, I actually represent his brother in real life. And he's 2 years younger. He's a minor, but I do represent him. And they're like, oh my God, they completely freaked out. So now they sent me the script for the brother for his sides. So I'm going to have the brother read for it tomorrow or Monday and see if they like him.
Okay. Now, I know that New York City is working on, obviously, the Joker Part 2. We've got a lot of amazing people on that. Can you talk about what it's like working on a soon-to-be, because you know it's going to be a blockbuster. Gaga's in it. I mean, what is it like? And as far as showing up on set, especially now in today's world, I mean, we got a lot of amazing people on this planet.
I actually have a Joker 2 story. I don't have anyone on it. I haven't booked it because the scenes that they're using extras for are ridiculous. There's 400, 500, 600 people on it. I've spoken to the firm, you know, I've spoken to Central Casting. There are hundreds of people on these sets, and they're all non-union, which is fine, you know, because it's basically new people, and they're getting the $189 a day or $289 a day, depending upon your agreement with them. But there is no holding, so they're out on the street and they're under tents. And they're standing there all day and they're, you know, on their phone, smoking cigarettes, sitting in
glamorous light.
Oh, there's no glamour on Joker 2. Like, I kind of was like, I didn't say anything, but I remember like some of these movies are weird because like Men in Black 3 had gorgeous holding. They had gorgeous food.
We'll
They
talk about
had
what holding is. Like, what is holding? Because people are probably like,
holding is when you're an extra or even if you're a featured extra or a regular extra, is where you chill and wait for them to call your name or call your group to shoot whatever you're going to shoot. So you sit there for 2, 3, 4, 6 hours waiting for the light, waiting for them to set up the set, waiting for the star to show up, waiting for you don't even know what you're waiting for. You're just waiting. And that's called
which is why we
holding.
test them here, Ryan, for 2 full days to see if they can handle this.
Yeah.
If you can't handle a boot camp for 8 hours, then like goodbye, good luck to you. You're not meant to be in this industry.
Yeah,
Now, I want to say one thing, Ryan. When you guys show up to holding, for those of you that have never been on set, let's say there's a 6 a.m. call time. Ryan, if there's a 6 a.m. call time, what time may they go into hair and makeup or wardrobe? Like they're not
like
just getting
9,
there and like, let's start.
9, 10, 11, noon. It just depends. It
Yeah,
depends on how many
really.
people. It depends on how many staff they have. It depends upon a lot of things. It depends on the light. It depends on the weather. I mean, all of these things are factors as to how long you're going to sit there. So it's never a set time, but it's definitely more than an hour. It's definitely
So
more
if
than
you're
2 hours.
outside in tents and there's a 6 a.m. call time and you're not actually going to hair and makeup until like 10, what are they doing for 4 hours?
You're doing nothing. You bring a book, you bring snacks, you bring a granola bar, you bring your phone, you bring your portable charger, and you just pray the day away. You just wait for it to be over. And I didn't know that they had no holding. They had no like physical location for these people, and so I was kind of glad I didn't give them anyone because I don't like when they do that. I prefer like if you're gonna have someone there for 12 hours, like let them sit down and chill. But it's not my movie, so it is what it is. But
Like to be in the Joker right now because we have a friend that's doing the casting and they're looking for people in the tri-state area. But again, you're there early and you're there until you're done.
yeah,
Ryan,
they're shooting for one. They're shooting
ask,
for one more week. They
yeah.
asked me the other day. They'll have one. They have like 7, 8 days left of shooting in New York. I'm sure they're shooting more in other locations, but they have like 7, 8 days left in New York, is what she told me. And that if I had anyone brand new, that needed, some experience, and I said I would think about it, and I'll send them people if I
have
feel
like 60 brand new people on here. How many of you guys would love to be in a major motion picture? You already know it's going to be a blockbuster. You now can have proximity to Gaga. Okay.
Yeah.
How many of you guys would love to be on set from 6 a.m. until you're done? Type yes. I'm just curious.
It's long days
for extras. I need to know because I'll tell you what, sometimes we have people that really want to be in the industry, but it's just too much for them to be on set for 12 hours, for 15 hours. Ryan, what is the longest day that one of your talent have been on set? And in what kind of weather conditions? I remember snow, wearing a bikini.
I remember one time for that really fluffy show called Revenge.
Yes.
On ABC like forever ago.
Okay. Madeline Stowe.
Yeah. They did I mean, I loved the show, but I didn't like the staff. And they did a episode where they were on a yacht. Yep. And that was shot in the winter, by the way. It may have looked like the gorgeous Hampton summer, but it wasn't. And they shot on a yacht, and that was like an 18-hour day, and a lot of my models got sick, and it was like a big mess. Yeah, it was like a big mess. That was like an 18-hour day on a yacht, and the yacht wasn't that big. It was like 80, 90 feet. So they were literally shooting out, away from the dock. So it wasn't like you could leave and get warm. Like it was not cute. It was not a cute day. I did not like that.
Oh, it's on Hulu right now? Oh my God, what a good show.
What show?
It's on Hulu right now.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's a cute show, but it was shot in the winter, and a lot of the scenes were shot in the winter. And the water, being by the water in the winter, it's colder than it is. It's colder than
Look
it is
warm.
inland, but
Yeah, I want everybody here. Let's see your warm face. Again, your cameras are on. It's 10 degrees. You're in a bikini. You're in a Speedo.
yeah,
Let's
they
look
were in
warm.
bikinis. That was the issue, is that they were in bikinis. Yeah, that was the issue, is that I don't know. It was just bad timing. They should have shot another day when it was nicer out. I don't know,
But how
but
do you
whatever.
know? Well, Ryan, can you do me a favor? Can you talk about like shows like Gossip Girl, which I heard it's no more, fine, whatever. But can you talk
Okay.
about why models also act and why actors sometimes model? Can you go into that real quick?
Well, models act because that's just the climate we're in. They want pretty people on television, and you have to be able to deliver some sort of dialogue. It doesn't have to be award winning, but you have to be able to do it. And actors have to model because of the climate as well. They're doing Dior watch campaigns, they're doing hair commercials for L'Oreal, Ava Longoria, and Julia Roberts is doing, Lancome. And, you have to be able to take a picture in addition to deliver dialogue. So the industry has changed. 20 years ago or 30 years ago, this wasn't the case. Very rarely did you hear a model speak or, be in a movie or be on a television show, or very rarely did you see an actress do a cover of a magazine unless it was like People or something. It didn't really happen. Now the tables have turned, and models have to be able to deliver dialogue believably. They have to be able to host a TV show, talk into a microphone, give some sort of commentary, show some personality. Like I said, you don't have to be the best actor or actress in the world, but you can't just be a model anymore. Those days are over. They've been over for 20 years. And, you have to get with the program if you're going to be a model. You can't just model clothes or lingerie, or you can't just be in a suit and think that that's it. Like, if you can't speak properly and speak believably and deliver some sort of dialogue, then it's going to be really hard for you, because you're a liability. Agencies won't want to work with you because there's no such thing as a one note model anymore. You have to be able to do it. It's like mandatory. So if you don't want to learn how to do it, it's not like you don't need to know it going in the door, but you need to start learning it while you're walking through that door. Is that you have to start learning the dialogue. You have to start learning how to speak in a microphone believably. You have to start learning how to speak in front of people, because opportunities come up and you have to be ready to do it at any given moment.
Kind of like Deneen just did. Hi, Deneen.
I'm here. Okay, so I have breaking news.
What? Breaking news.
We have someone coming in live all the way from the UK. Is it okay? You were talking about speaking. He's speaking at Oxford University in England. So he was like, hey, can I jump off for 2 seconds? So it was the perfect segue, Ryan.
Okay. Who is it?
Because it's not you.
The thing I love about Ryan Colby is how much he loves surprises.
I don't like surprises.
How many of you now want to throw a surprise party for Ryan Colby because he's like, oh, surprise. All right. So I'm going to bring on a special guest that is, again, tuning in all the way from England. Hold on. All right, everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Robert Kalinsky.
Hello.
How are you?
Hey, Ryan, thanks for being so gracious and letting me jump in for a minute.
Oh, hi. What are you doing over there?
I submitted a paper last fall to the University of Oxford at a summit they were doing about literacy. And my talk is about literacy behind bars with teenagers. So incarcerated teens. So they accepted the paper and said, come on over. So I'm speaking on Tuesday and I'm moderating a couple panels and I'm really excited.
Oh, cute. Okay, yeah. Great. I know you like, helping the incarcerated, like, better their situation. So that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sharing some of my practices and techniques with people at Oxford University. And similar to what you were talking about, listen to the last 5 minutes, no one knocked on my door and said, hey, come talk to us. I found it. I submitted it. You got to be proactive. Nobody's knocking on your door, guys. You got to knock on everybody else's door and be proactive and make opportunities for yourself. A couple of my friends were like, oh, that's wonderful that they recognized you. And they didn't recognize me until I put myself in front of them. Then they recognized me, and that was cool. But you got to be proactive.
Are you reciting the page? Is it like a thesis, or what did you write?
It's a 20-minute talk with then a Q&A afterwards. And I just I got to kind of pick what I wanted to based on working with teenagers in prison and jail. So I'm going to go in and talk about the three techniques that I use, because I want people to walk away with those techniques and maybe they can use them too.
And that's amazing, especially for you, because when you come back, you'll have a reel. I'm sure you have somebody videotaping it, right? They're going to get everything. Maybe some behind the scenes of you traveling. I think that's tremendous. How many of you guys, again, we talked about your why.
And you get to add to your accolades that you spoke at Oxford University.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great.
I feel smart just
Hello.
having you on.
I dated a professor from Oxford when I was in high school.
That counts. That counts.
But that's my connection to Oxford. Yes, I did date a professor from there.
See?
That should go on your resume, Ryan.
You
Any
got
other Ivy League?
two people on the VIP team that both have experience at Oxford.
All right. So Galinsky, really quickly, because we have some people on here like, oh my gosh, I'm a high school teacher. I would love to know. Can you give us like, I don't want to take away, I certainly don't want you to give us your whole speech, but can you give like 3 points that they can use?
Yeah. So
He's like, my 20-minute speech in 2 seconds, and what's wrong with you?
Well, one of the things is one of the very first things I tell them when I walk in is, you are not wrong. I don't even introduce myself. I say it real loud. You are not wrong. And then I wait in an awkward pause, and then I say it again. You are not wrong. You may have made mistakes, made dumb decisions, but you're not wrong. And they look at me and they go, no, everybody tells us we're wrong. Every day we're told we're wrong for everything we do. And I'm like, well, let's just get that out of the way right now. And let's go forward for the next hour, knowing you're not wrong. You're a human being, and you made some mistakes. We all do, but you're not that label. So that's one thing. The other is I'm going to present the concept of the pencil parable with the pencils. The pencil maker is putting the pencils in the box. I'll just give you that one, and then I won't take any more time. But the pencil maker's putting the pencils in the box, and he's telling the pencils as they're going, there's 5 things I want you to remember. Number 1, you can make your mark on the world. You're a pencil. You can make your mark on the world. Number 2, you're going to make mistakes, but you can correct them, right? You can either cross it out, rewrite it, you can correct them. Number 3, you're going to feel a sharpening in life, and it hurts, but that's what's going to make you better. That's what's going to make you better. Number 4, I'm trying to remember it. I don't have it memorized. Oh, wait, I think I have it in front of me because I have these as notes. It's so much stuff. Number 4 is, well, the most important part of you is what's inside, right? It's what's inside, not what you look like on the outside. And then the 5th one, and this is the one that all the kids, again, because they have trust issues, and you will be way more powerful if you put yourself in someone else's hands.
Ooh.
And that is so important. And that's what you guys are doing here at VIP. You're putting yourselves to a certain degree in Alicia and Ryan and Denine's and Mike's hands. And that's making you more powerful because you're trusting them to take you somewhere, to guide you somewhere, to point you somewhere. So that's what I'm going to tell them. And those 5 principles are really important. And what I ended up doing was I created a pencil that had them written on it. I went to a pencil manufacturer. So when I left the pencil behind with these guys in jail, they now can read that pencil every so often and be inspired. The funny thing is, though, the pencil maker that I went to, they all said this: you can't put 5 quotes on there because the engraving will make the pencil weak. So I could only do 3, 3 out of the 5.
I love that pencil story so much.
Oh,
that's
it's so
awesome.
good.
How many of you feel like you're being sharpened?
Cute.
Right. And it's not fun sometimes being sharpened. Sometimes it's great. You're working out, whatever. But then sometimes it's like, oh no, it was a different direction. I wanted to go this way. I thought I was right. I thought I knew what to do. And you get rebuffed. Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Robert
Cool.
Gillespie, thank you.
I was gonna say, take lots of pictures. I
Yeah,
want to
take
see
lots of pictures.
videos. I want to
Yes.
see you go to Buckingham Palace. I want you to go do all the fun stuff. Go to high tea.
Go to Harrods, get some
Okay.
biscuits. Trust me, you'll thank me
Stones
later.
and clotted cream, whatever it takes. Go get
All
it
right.
done.
Awesome.
Bangers and mash. Bangers and
bangers
mash.
and mash.
Bangers and mash.
Mushy peas. I'll stop now. Glinsky, thank you so much for dropping in from Oxford. We were so excited to
on.
have you. Thank you so much.
Tally ho.
Tally ho. Until next
Keep
time.
calming. Carry on. Okay.
Awesome. All right, guys.
Look at that picture. He's 50 Cent's acting coach. That was really cool.
Pretty
Okay.
amazing. All right. And Mr. Colby, thank you so much. I'm really excited about what you started sharing today, because later today we're going to be talking about how to audition, and we're going to be talking about a lot of castings that you have coming up. So everyone on here, make sure that you are paying attention.
And Allie, remember, we did try and help the incarcerated ones.
Yes,
You know?
I do remember.
That'll be a story for later.
It's too bad you weren't wearing that jacket that time we went to prison to try to help the incarcerated.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much, Ryan. We'll see you at 2:15. We'll see you
Don't
shortly.
take off the jacket, Ryan. I mean, you can, but put it back on for the next segment.
I will.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, see you.
See you in a little
Okay,
while.
bye.
All right. How awesome was that? We had a special guest all the way in from Oxford. We have Ryan Colby wearing his beautiful jacket,
Like a
talking about
ringmaster.
castings.
Yeah. He's-
Awesome. All right, guys. So we're going to keep this going just to be cognizant of everyone's time. So are you guys, we had a special pop-in guest with some amazing clues as well. Are you guys taking notes? Are you guys getting the clues that you need to get to your goals? I know the answer is yes, but how many of you are taking notes? Hold on. Show me your pencils. I guess we all have pens now. For the next boot camp, we'll have to have pencils. Very good. That's awesome. I love it. All right, guys. So now I'm going to introduce you to our next guest. Before we do that, everyone do me a favor and please stand up. I feel like we've gone through a lot in our 2 hours together so far. Everyone stand up and just move around a little bit. Just get yourself moving a little bit. Move around. It's just important to keep your blood flowing, because you know what? If you sit too long, trust me, doesn't turn out well for you. All right, guys. Are you guys ready for our next guest? If you are, type excited in the comments and show me how excited you are. All right. Excited. Okay, awesome. I'm at a track meet. Okay, well, you're good, Gregory. All right, so let me introduce our next guest to you. So our next guest is a producer, actor, comedian, MC, inspirational speaker, and auctioneer. He has been nominated for 2 Emmy Awards for his work on the short film The Flourish and on his co-produced short Stacks. He is a recipient of the San Diego Critics Circle Craig Knoll Award for Outstanding Actor of the Year. He's an international headliner that has worked with the likes of Sinbad, Jerry Seinfeld, Rodney Dangerfield, and Jeff Foxworthy, as well as having headlined clubs and colleges all over the US and Canada. This year, he garnered lead roles in upcoming productions releasing soon. 2 films for the holiday season, Bringing Back Christmas and Lying Together, as well as a lead role in the Pure Flix miniseries Fragment Oblivion, and also a recently released film for Pure Flix called Nothing is Impossible. He is best known for being a series regular. He is best known for his series regular role Big Mike on the NBC TV series Chuck. He can be seen on Tyler Perry's TV drama All the Queen's Men, now streaming on BET+. Also, he can be seen as a guest star on the new season of the sitcom Sprung on Freevee TV. Mark Christopher Lawrence is in pre-production on several projects as a writer and producer. Do not miss his dry bar comedy special, Mark Christopher Lawrence, Clean Out of Compton. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Mark Christopher Lawrence.
Yay.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Awesome.
Hi.
Oh, you spotlighted him. I unspotlighted. Hold on. There we go.
You
All
were
right.
there.
Sorry about that. So good to see you.
Good to be seen and not viewed.
You know, it's funny when you say, one of my first jobs right out of high school, I worked in a geriatric medical office, and someone came up to me and they said to me, Deneen, I was like, how are you? They're like, I'm great. And I was like, why are you so great? They said, you know what? I went through the obituaries and my name wasn't in there. And I didn't get it when I was 18 years old, but now that I'm pushing 50, I'm like, I get it.
Right.
Awesome.
These are the things that as you age, you start to think about. But you know, I'm excited for the VIP group here today because, you know, now is their opportunity to start chasing their dreams, you know. And I remember being a young actor that, you know, how excited I was every time I had an audition or every time I had a job. And, you know, it's just such a blessing to be a part of this business. You know, and I think one thing that sticks with me is when I first saw an actor that made me start thinking about being an actor. And it was James Earl Jones. He was in the play Fences, and it was at the Shubert Theater in Los Angeles. You know, and he was just riveting. You know, and there's so many artists that I couldn't take my eyes off of. You know, as a young actor, and even today, I mean, there's people that when they hit the screen or the stage, I can't take my eyes off of them. They're just riveting, and you know, those are the actors that you know sort of give you the idea that, hey, that is in me. You know, I have that in me. You know, it's stage presence. That stage presence is undeniable. You know, actors like James Earl Jones, Sean Connery, Denzel, Lena Horne, Jessica Lange. You know, singers. There's a lot of singers that have that same thing. You know, Sam Cooke, Prince, Diana Ross, Whitney Houston, CeeLo. You know, models. You know, there's so many. You know, Iman, Lauren Hutton, Elle McPherson, and then these comics, these giant comics: Richard Pryor, Red Fox, George Carlin, Joan Rivers, Eddie Murphy. These were the people that I looked at and saw that incredible thing that it's almost indefinable. I want you guys to take 60 seconds. Take 60 seconds and think about the artists that when you see them work, you can't stop looking at them. You can't take your eyes off them. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds right now. Go ahead and take 60 seconds and make a list. Write them down. Actors, singers, models, comedians that you find riveting. Go ahead and make that list. Take 60 seconds right now. 60 seconds and write that list down. This list is for you to hang on to. Just write that list down and get the vision of these people in your head that you know you find riveting. You know, the actors, the comedians, the models, the singers. Who are those people? The speakers. Who are those people? Go ahead and take another 20 seconds, write some names down that really do it for you. You can't stop looking at them. You know, and again, you're gonna hang on to this list. Write this list down and keep it with you. You know, tape it to your mirror or something. What is it? You know, who are these people? Now take a look at your list. Think about what it is they all have in common. You know, what do you think it is? What is it? What do you see? There's a synergy of a couple of elements, tangible and intangible, that they all possess. The first of these elements is stage presence. Now, what is stage presence? Stage presence is the intangible that is hard to grasp. Stage presence is that certain charisma and charm that an artist, a singer, a performer possesses that draws an audience in and commands their full attention. Stage presence is something that you find hard to find as an audience member. But when you see it, you certainly know it when you see it. It's not being tall or being beautiful or having rippling muscles or luxurious hair. It's something that makes your performance stand out. It makes you memorable as an artist. From the moment you walk into into a room Your stage presence will set you apart from the herd. You know, and that's the thing that we try to be as artists. We try to find that thing in us that sets us apart from the herd. You know, I say herd because a lot of times you'll hear cattle call. You know, and sometimes that's the way they look at us. Just, you know, we're cattle, moving in the same direction. You know, you want to set yourself apart from the herd, and your stage presence will help you do that. Stage presence cannot be taught. Others may disagree with me, but I say, nay, it can't be taught, but you can develop it. It takes hard work, but it can be developed. I know you're sitting there, you're thinking, you know, how can I develop my stage presence if I can't really define it, and you know, but people have it. And I'm going to give you 4 things to do to help you develop your stage presence. Number 1, write this stuff down. Take every opportunity that you can to get on stage, to perform, to do that thing that you do. Take every opportunity to practice that you can get. Take every opportunity to practice that you can get. You know, open mics. If you're a singer, hit those open mics. If you're a comedian, hit those open mics. If you're an actor, you know, get some workshops, get with some friends and do some scenes together. You know, if you're a model, just walking down the hallway of your house, you know, do that walk, do that strut. There's nothing like getting that thing and bam, do that walking from your car to your house, from your car to your work. You know, every opportunity that you can, practice. Number 2, and this is a little tougher because it's a concept that we have to really sort of imagine. You have to find, number 2 is you have to find your inner rock star. It's in you. There's something in you that is very rock star like, you know, and I tell people all the time, it's like I turn it on and turn it off. When I'm performing, it comes on, boom. As soon as I hit the stage, boom, there it is. Find your inner rock star. It is in you. Number 3, learn from the greats. Learn from the greats. Remember your list. Take a look at your list. Those people that are riveting to you, those are the greats. You know, it's very subjective. I mean, we all like what we like. So whoever those people are that are on your list, those are your greats. Learn from the greats. You know, when you see, you know, a Prince on stage, you know, CeeLo on stage, you know, Dave Chappelle, what are these things that make people just keep looking at you? Learn from them. See what they do, how they move, how they carry themselves. Number 4, training. You can't skip this part. Training. This part is the basis, the foundation of everything you do in this industry. You gotta have training. It's so important. You know, I always tell people, I talk to young actors a lot. And I tell them, you got to train. If you don't train, you know, there are so many actors and so many that are so good and are so prepared. If you walk into the room unprepared and you see somebody like me sitting there reading for the same part, you're not going to get a job if you're not ready. So training, you have to use this step. You have to train. And these are the 4 things that are going to help develop your stage presence. It's going to give you that confidence. And really, I kind of feel like stage presence is that confidence that really lifts you up. Have you ever done something in your field or out of your field that made you so proud and so made you feel so strong that you walked with your head high and your shoulders back, and you had like that theme music? My theme music, you know, is You can tell by the way I use my walk. You know, when you hear that theme music that's in your head, that's ultimately you've hit these steps. You took the opportunity to practice. You found your inner rock star. You learned from the greats. And you took your training and helped build that foundation and just to make you stronger. That brings us to the second element, that tangible element, that hands-on element, that the work that will inevitably get you the work is training. You know, I always tell people I act for free. You know, they pay me to train and to sit around. How many of you think you can be successful in any competitive industry without training? Anybody? Is that possible? Training is the life's blood of your talent. Training will give you tools of the trade to put into your toolbox so that no matter what challenge the job presents to you, you are equipped with the right tool to overcome the challenge. I was working on Fragment Oblivion, and I had been sitting around during the COVID quarantine, and I wasn't working out. I was just cooking and eating and sleeping, and physically it was hard to move. And I went and got a trainer to start working out before this film because I knew I was going to be in elevation in the Colorado area, and two, the role is very physical. There was a lot of stunts that I had to do myself, and a lot of fights. And so I went to my trainer and we started working out, started increasing my mobility, started getting some of this weight off of me. We started doing some MMA, some boxing, all these things, these tools that I was putting into my toolbox to help me to get through this job because it was going to be very physical. It was going to be very tough. And when I watched the screening of the first episode of the miniseries, and the first fight came, I'm fighting 5 guys, and it looks fantastic. And it's because I took the time to get that training. It is important to invest in excellent training, to hone those tools of your trade. It doesn't matter what industry you're in either. You can be an actor, a singer, a model, a comedian. Invest in your craft. If you do not have excellent training, your efforts will be presented mediocrily at best. We don't want to be mediocre. That's not why we're in this. Is anybody, when you decided to start this journey, did you say to yourself, "Oh, I just want to be this mediocre actor that just works occasionally, this mediocre model"? Anybody? Was that your dream? Is that how your dream presented itself to you? I don't think so. I mean, what does your dream say to you? What does your dream tell you about you and about where you should be? Your training will help you get there. A plumber or a mechanic or a doctor or a lawyer, they can only be as good as the training they've received. So invest in your craft. Get better. There's no other way to say it than to invest in your craft. Get that training. Excellent training is part of the key to get you to become a dynamic force to be reckoned with in whatever industry you choose. Did you get that? Excellent training is part of the key to get you to become a dynamic force to be reckoned with in whatever industry you choose. If you have those tools in the toolbox to help you get through any situation, any challenge, help you overcome it, you can't be stopped. That said, lack of training will keep you on the sidelines. Raw talent is not enough in these competitive industries. You better believe that real pros train, real pros practice, real pros believe in themselves. Real pros have surrounded themselves with the supportive and like-minded people that help them grow and stay grounded. there's a very fine line between being confident. There's a very fine line between being confident or having that stage presence and being arrogant. Find that balance. Use your training to support your craft. Find your inner rock star and find that balance. Be humble. If I had a nickel for every time I work with somebody and then they came and got me to work with them again, I'd be a millionaire. Keep working hard on your craft. Keep searching for that inner rock star. And then there's one last thing that you have to understand too, is that our bodies are an instrument. Take care of yourself. Self-care is so important. Whenever I'm on a series, especially sitcom, you have 3 weeks on and then 1 week off. And I would always take that week off to go and do something outside of the industry, to just reset my brain outside of the industry, to help my body heal, go someplace that affords you the opportunity to relax and concentrate on you. It's important. Mental health is important. What is it that you can do to help calm your brain? Take care of yourselves. Take care of your body. Deneen, you want to open it up for questions?
Yeah, of course. Does anyone have any questions? Or let me ask a better question. What question do you guys have for Mark Christopher Lawrence? If you have a question, raise your Zoom hands. The way that you do that is go into your reactions and then raise your hand. Here's a question I have for you. You have had such a tremendous career. And obviously, like, you have put a lot into it. What is one moment in your career that's like, you want to pinch yourself and say, I can't believe that I had that moment?
That's a tough one, because over the years there've been several things, and it's funny. It's like, when you're in your career, when you're in your journey, you don't feel like it's tremendous. You feel like, wow, I'm grinding, and I'm still grinding, and I've been doing this for 38 years, and I'm grinding, and it doesn't feel like it's easier. But then when I look back on everything that I've done, I go, wow, I've had a career that people would love to have. I think for me, the moment that made me feel, I think, the proudest, I think that's the question, right? Yeah. I think the moment that made me feel the proudest was, I have a family friend that when I was in high school and college, saw every play, every movie, everything that I've ever done. And I was doing the play Fences in San Diego, and I played Gabriel. And after the play, she and my sister were there. And she came up and she said, I've seen you in so many things. She says, and in this, every time you were on stage, I couldn't see you. She says, you were a different person. And that's the job. It was that moment that I said to myself, I'm an actor and I'm good at it.
That's awesome. I love that.
What is your big why, Mark? Hi, Mark. What is
My
your
big who?
why? Why did you want to get into this industry? What was your big why?
You know what? I don't know that I had a why. I think what happened was, I think it was a divine appointment, because of the choices that I had and the choices that I made, and then some of the choices that were made for me that I had no control over. For example, I didn't want to go to the high school that I went to. I wanted to go because they had a terrible football team. And I wanted to play football, and my mother did not want to jump through any hoops to try to help me get one of her friends to let me use their address to go to this other school. And had I not gone to the school that I went to, I wouldn't have met Mrs. Schilling, who was my 10th grade English teacher, who got me involved in speech and debate and put me in my first play. And that was the beginning of it. And even when I went to college, I first went to San Diego State for a semester and was unhappy and went back home and went to Cerritos College for 3 semesters and went to USC on a debate scholarship. And while I was there, I took a voice class for speaking and centering, and the instructor talked me into auditioning for the Bachelor of Fine Arts acting program, and I got in and started working professionally the same year. And every time I've tried to do something different, it's like the door slams and here's another job. You know, and it's dramatic, it's overwhelming, and it's so satisfying that I wasn't hard-headed and tried to just force my way into doors that weren't open for me. And it's like the doors that open for me, it's like, you know, God opened those doors and I walked through and I continue to walk through. And so I don't think that, you know, at the start of this, I had a why, you know, but as I look back at it, you know, there was definitely the dream that I'm chasing. You know, it's like once I started the journey, you know, it's like I said, okay, we have to be realistic with ourselves. Everybody is not going to be the lead actor every time, you know. And so my thing was, okay, I love JT Walsh. He was an actor that you see in everything before he passed. And I was like, that's the kind of character actor that I want to be, where I can be a chameleon and change into these different roles and be different every time. And you know, thank God that's what my career has been.
How much has the business changed for you, especially since the pandemic? Now that we're in a whole self-tape world, Zoom world, do you miss the old way? Can you give me some pros and cons for you as of right now? And is back open? I mean, are you still going in, or are you just pretty much hanging out in San Diego right now, just doing self-submittals?
Yeah, it's all Zoom or either self-tape. You know, I miss the energy in the room. You know, when you go in the room, there's an energy there that you kind of don't get from a Zoom call. You know, it's there's something about connecting with people in a situation when you can see their emotions, you can see their face. Because sometimes it's like you'll go and you do the Zoom call and they won't put themselves on camera, so you can't see them. So that change is odd. I do like doing the self-tapes though, because I can do as many takes as I need to be happy. You know, whereas when you go into the room, let's say if you're going in for casting that's putting you on tape, you have 1 or 2 takes and then you're done. And so me, it's like I'll do a take and look at it and then do another take and look at it. And then I have a friend that usually does my tapes with me. He always tapes for me, and I really trust his opinion. And he'll read with me and gives me great advice. And it's important to have that, you know. Sometimes when you go in the room, they don't give you any feedback. So you don't know if that take was a good take or not, you know. So yeah, I like that part of it.
Yeah, and for self-tapes, are you holding your sides or are you memorizing everything?
Even if I memorize, I hold them and find a spot to look down, because I don't want them to think that this is the best it can be. Now, that being said, I'm still giving them the best for this moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Now, I'm going to ask you a question that I asked on the last boot camp because I loved it. Walking us through being on a hit TV series like Chuck. For those of you guys that have never seen the show Chuck, Big Mike is here, but you were on a show with Zachary Levi. You had a tremendous cast. So can you talk about when you got booked as a series regular and it ended up being like a phenomenon, like a hit series? How much did that impact your life for not only yourself, but your friends and family? Were there any doubters that came up to you and said, hey, man, I'm sorry about that? Did anybody say, hey, can you help me get into the industry? Like what did you see kind of transition for you?
Never hit really any doubters, because I tend to surround myself with people that are supportive,
Yeah.
which is really important. So they always shoot straight with me, and they always help me to get to where I'm trying to be. I think the thing that happened was, after the success of Chuck, I think every day I get in an inbox somewhere, how can I get started? Or I think the most prevalent question these days is there going to be a Chuck movie?
That would be great.
That would be fantastic. Yeah. But I think for those around me, it's like, because they're such grounded people, we just live our lives the way we live them. You know what I mean? And then they're happy when I'm working, and when I'm not. My tight circle of friends are varied. There's a master diver, there's a couple of SEALs, there's Navy Special Warfare comms officer, there's a couple of IT guys, there's an engineer, a couple of teachers, and so none of them are in this industry, and they are very good at their jobs, and when we're not doing our jobs and we're hanging out with each other, we do what we can to help each other. Like, one of our friends had a stroke, and while he was in the hospital, we went to his house and did some renovations in his yard and in his house to make things easier for him when he came home. And so that's the kind of people that I keep in my life, because they help you maintain and be grounded.
That's amazing. That's a good group of friends to have, for sure. Now, can you talk a little bit about what it's like being on set, and the hours, and maybe dealing with the different personalities from the cast and crew? Was that anything you had seen before? Like, being on such that show was, how many years were you on that show?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, we
And
did 5 seasons.
Every day?
Well, so Chuck, it was a single camera comedy.
Okay.
So it's shot like a movie. So it took 8 days to shoot one show. And I didn't have to go in every day. I think there were only 2 episodes where I worked every day. One of them was 10 days instead of 8, because we shot 3D.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that was very tedious. But first season, there was, I'm not going to name names, there was one actor and one crew person that seemed to be a little humbug, and everybody else was just happy to be working and grateful and, friendly. And these 2 people just had problems. And by the end of the second season, they were both gone.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about happy days. Let's talk about what it's like. Now, where did you film? Where did you film the show?
We shot the show at Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers. Okay, yes. So pulling up to Warner Brothers, you drove your own car, the gates open, you have the security guard right there. They say, "Hi, Mr. Lawrence, right this way." You have your own parking space. Did you have like an area where? Okay. So
yeah, you had your own parking space. You go in, you park in your space. And then my dressing room was on stage 10, unless we were on location, then I had a trailer. Okay. So I'd go to stage 10, I'd get into my wardrobe, or most of it, and then I go to makeup, and then I go get breakfast, and then go to work. Some days because I live in San Diego, some days, if I knew I was working 2 or 3 days in a row, I'd stay in LA.
Yeah.
The days that, I was only doing 1 day in an episode, I'd go to work and then go home. And there were some days where it took me longer to get there than it took me to be done with the whole day. I get makeup and hair and well, not hair, but
I was gonna say that
makeup and hair. Would take a look at my bald head, and then I could get on set. We do a rehearsal, and we go away for a few minutes while they lit the scene. We shoot the scene, get all the coverage, and then I'd be done that day. And then there were days where it was long and tedious and hard, like with the 3D episode. Every day was a 14-hour day, and I think people don't see that part of it, that tedium, and you go home after the day and you memorize for the next day.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. So like so it's an eight day per episode. So
Yeah.
there's a time in like the whole like rehearsal scene where you're actually at a table, correct? And you all go through your lines, or how does that work?
Well, the only table read that we would have on Chuck was the very first episode. We sat down at a table and did table read. Sitcom is different in that you have a table read every episode.
Okay.
When you're doing multicam, so you have the table read, and then the writers are there, the studio is there, the network is there. So once you do the table read, then they usually send the actors home, and they give notes to the writers. They get notes from the studio and from the network, and from means and practices, which basically means the guys that are the censors. And then you go home, and the writers go home and rewrite the script. And in the middle of the night, you'll get a new one. And the next morning, you come in, you do a quick read with the director, and you're on your feet.
Okay.
Hmm? What was that?
New script you said, the revised
Yes,
script?
with the new script.
Okay.
Yeah. So then you would have a rehearsal. All day you'll block the scenes and rehearse those scenes, and then at about 4 or 5 o'clock, you have a run through for the writers. They'll take notes. You go home, middle of the night, you get a new script. Same process the next day. Come in, do a quick read through, see what the changes are, rehearse those scenes. End of the day, another run through. So this is the third day. So usually at this day is when the studio and the network come back and watch it. And then there's notes, and then the actors go home, the writers stay and get their notes, new script in the middle of the night, come back the next day, do a quick read, and the cameras are there that day. So then you start blocking for camera.
Now, what does blocking mean for people that like are brand new to this? Is this stressing anybody out, like to get scripts in the middle of the night and then have revisions and you're like, oh crap, I just memorized all this. Now it's all different. I mean, is that not like, that makes my palms sweat just thinking about it. But what does blocking mean?
Blocking is, basically where are you going on stage? It's like in the middle of the scene, you come in, you enter here, you cross there. That's blocking. And then camera blocking is basically the same thing. The cameras have movements that they move while you're doing your thing.
So everything is exact, kind of like choreographed, like a dance. You know exactly where you have to go. Now, is there any improv at all with the script, or are you like literally somebody's sitting there like making sure every word is said correctly?
There is a script supervisor, and TV writers are notorious for liking to hear their words.
Okay.
So especially sitcom, there's no improv because it has a certain pace to it. I would typically, if I had a joke that I thought was better, I would typically pitch it to the director, and the director would do one of two things. He'd either say, let me run it by them and see what they say, or he would say, let's just shoot it both ways and see what you end up with. And probably 90% of the time, my joke got in.
Would you get writer credit for that one?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I would just promote. Okay. Now, as far as memorization, I mean, can you give us some tips for memorization? Because I don't know about you guys, but it's very hard sometimes to memorize. Even I have issues. I literally write down, hi, my name is, anytime I do a speech, because sometimes I forget, right? You get a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Can you give us some tips for memorization?
Well, for me, I'm very visual. So, I kind of see the page in my head. So I always highlight because that helps me to see it better. And then repetition. Do it as many times as it takes. I don't turn the page until I know that page, which is really important, I think, because you want to get that momentum going, and then turn the page when you know that page, and then move on to the next piece. And then I go back and run the two together. Then, and sometimes it's hard to make a transition from one line to the next. It's like the other day I was working on a self tape, and I was like, okay, there's something that keeps hanging me up right here. And so what I'll do is I'll find in the line before my line something that ties it to my line. And I think in that particular case, it was the guy would say something about my wife. And my wife's name was Lauren. My next line started with Lauren. So as soon as I hear wife, I know I need to be saying Lauren next. So that helps. Find ways to tie the previous line to your line. And I think those are the main things I use, but repetition, it usually does it. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes. It gets faster.
Now, for somebody just getting started in acting, is training important, or can you just kind of get on set and wing it? What?
You gotta train. Training is important. If you're not trained, you're not going to get on set. That's the fact of the matter. If you don't train, you don't really know what to do once you get on set. So yeah, you gotta train. I continue to train. It's like there's so many workshops you can take, so many things. It's like just being at a place that's supportive. That's what you want to be, somewhere that's going to help you grow and a safe environment to help you grow your craft. You don't want to be somewhere where you're just getting beat down because it's gonna demolish your self-esteem. So someplace that's going to help you grow. That's where you want to be.
Now, when did you get an agent? You just didn't decide, I want to be an actor, I want to be on TV and film. When did you get an agent, and how much time and even financial did you put into this before you got to where you are today? Because you didn't just.
I was at USC and studying theater. I'd already got into the program, which is a 4-year program. They put me in. I was already a junior, but they put me in as a sophomore. And my very first play, one of my debate coaches brought an agent to see me. And she gave me a card and said, hey, I want to have a meeting. And so a couple of days later, I called her, set up a meeting. Going to the meeting, she signed me. And she wanted to start sending me out, but I didn't have pictures. I didn't have money. I was in college. And so she bought my first set of pictures. In fact, I just told her the story the other day that she bought my first set of pictures, which is, we did a half session with this photographer, Charles Fretson. And I used those pictures for 11 years, which is unheard of today because, we changed so much. So everybody's experience is going to be different. For me, things just laid themselves out in that way. Other people, I've heard stories where they've submitted, many packets to many different agents and wasn't getting signed, and finally, they get signed. So there's a lot that goes into it, but your calling card is your picture, so you gotta invest in that. Make sure that your pictures are good. It's not good enough to just do it on your iPhone. Let your buddy do it. You want to have great pictures because that's the first thing they're going to see is your picture.
And like you said, the talent invests in that. Like you had a very special agent that did pay for those. Not anymore, guys. You have to be able to provide your own headshots. And headshots aren't cheap. I mean, especially if you're looking to get good ones. I had somebody recently send me over, I got them for $50. I'm like, yeah, that's why you're not booking work. So even getting real headshots, super important. And as far as training, do you cover all of your own training? Like, do you outlay those expenses, or does your agent do that?
Oh, no, that's on you. It's part of you training for your job, just like in any other profession. If you need to, learn something, you got to go and take a class. So there you go.
Or your own business. Yeah.
That's out of pocket. However, you can write it off.
Now, for anybody just starting in this industry now, I know that they could join any website and try to submit themselves out for castings and things like that. What are some of the best tips, or even one tip in today's world? Because here's the thing, even if they had a casting, can you act? Do you even know what you're doing? If you were to get a script or a side, how are you going to submit the self-tape unless you're doing it correctly? So any tips for somebody just getting started, or somebody maybe that's hit some roadblocks in their career?
Well, if you're just getting started, it goes back to training, and get the training that you need. I mean, one of the things is, when I first auditioned, although I booked my very first job in audition, had I not talked to one of my professors about how to do this audition, I would have known, because I'd done theater auditions, but had never done a TV audition before. And it's a little bit different in size. Theater is really big, where TV is a little less than that. So you got to get the training first. That's going to help you, to know how to slate, to know what to do once you're in the room. Some casting directors don't like you to look at them while you're doing your read, whereas in theater, sometimes they want you to put it right on them, when you're doing your monologue. And TV and film, they don't want to be looked at. You look to the person you're reading with.
Now, when you're recording, are you looking straight on, or are you looking at an angle? Like when you're doing your slides?
So when I'm recording, so let's say this is my camera right here. I'm usually looking a little slightly to one side of the camera, not really at an angle, just slightly to one side. So I'm not looking right down the barrel of the camera. I'm looking like there. So it's just a slight variation. That way they can still see your whole face. And so usually what I'll do is I'll put the person who's reading with me where I want them to be, next to the camera. Like if you're doing a close-up on a project, on a film or something, the camera's right in front of your face, they usually put the person right next to the camera so you can see them, and you play to them, not down the barrel of the camera, unless they ask for right down the barrel.
Now, what kind of setup do you have? You're doing your self-tapes from home. What kind of setup do you have? Do you have a ring light? Do you have a green screen? What are you using? And then as far as clothing, what type of clothing do you like to wear for these self-tapes?
So my setup is, I have a friend that has a studio. So I just go to the studio and do it. Everybody doesn't have that. When I'm traveling, I take a ring light with me, and I find a blank wall and use that. But I prefer to just go over to the studio because we're already set up and lit, and it's easier. But the ring light works great. If I don't have anybody there to read with me, I'll call a friend and have him read with me. So I'll use my iPad to have them on my iPad on like a Zoom, and then I'll use my camera for the actual recording. I mean, my phone for the actual recording, and it works great. Clothing wise, I usually don't dress spot on. Early in my career, I did. If it was going to be a cop, I'd try to find me a cop uniform. But I've played such varying characters that it just didn't make sense for me personally to go out and find costumes every time. So I would dress as close as possible without spending money on it. So if I can go in my closet and find something that looks copy, a navy blue shirt or something like that, just get in the neighborhood and I'm fine. Because if they're looking at my costume, they're not watching the performance anyway. So
yeah. Now, you said there was a big difference for TV versus theater. Is there a big difference when you're submitting out for movies? For
Yeah,
film?
movies are, the size of, so theater, let's say if theater is, this thing always goes wrong. If theater is that big, TV is that big, then theater, film is even smaller, because you have to think in terms of when you're making facial movements. If you're, whatever you're doing with your face, in a close-up on a film, your face is 8 feet tall. So if you're doing these really big, it looks ridiculous.
I'm sorry, can you do that again? That was a big mic right there. I had like a Chuck relapse for a second. Oh my gosh. If you guys haven't seen Chuck, binge it. Promise me. Do you have a preference? Like what do you prefer? If you could say, hey, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. And you've also done a lot of commercials. I love seeing you with the Minions in that insurance commercial. We always get a kick out of it. I was with Janine and Mike. We were in Mexico, and there you were. We were at some like little bar having I don't even know what we were drinking. We were drinking something, and she's like, "Oh my God, it's Marcus Lawrence." We never just say Mark. It's Marcus Lawrence, and there you are with the Minions. I mean,
was I speaking Spanish?
No, you weren't. Not that I
do.
But
I think I prefer live, because you affect people in real time. So like for example, I was doing the play Raisin in the Sun, and one matinee at the end of the play, this older white lady came up to me in tears, and she said, we just didn't get it right, did we? And it was like she had the play, dredged up some guilt and some stuff for her that she probably hadn't visited in years. And so with the live stuff, you affect people right now. Whereas with TV and film, you gotta rely on the editor and hope that they cut you in a way that it works. For example, when I was working with Will Smith on Pursuit of Happiness, there's a scene where he comes to get his $14, and I'm behind the gate, and I come out, and he reaches for my pocket, and I slap his hand. And my best take was second take. His best take was about the sixth take, and they used his take. And I get it. It's
Will Smith.
He's the star of the movie. I get it.
Oh, so you're the one that started Slapgate. I get it.
Hilarious. So I like it live, because like even with comedy, it's like you're making people laugh, and for that little bit of time that I'm on stage, they're not even thinking about any of the problems that they have. They're just laughing and enjoying themselves for a little bit of time. And I think being able to affect people in real time is more fulfilling to me as an actor.
If you can go back and tell your younger self any tips from the future, what do you wish somebody would have told you about getting started in this industry?
Publicist. When I got my first series, the studio only covered the first two people on the casting list. It was George Wendt and Pat Finn. They did the rounds. So I wish somebody would have said, "Hey, get a publicist." But I think my career would be in a different place today had I done that.
Publicist. We talked about taking that trajectory path. So even like 1 degree going to a different location. So publicist. Okay.
Yeah. And it's definitely, get a good one. It's worth spending that money for a short period of time for what they do. When I'm not on a series, I don't use a publicist. So, but when I'm on a series, every time.
Yeah. That, I don't even want to say it gets expensive. It's an investment. I want everybody to type the word investment. Headshots, investment, training, investment. Only get a publicist when you're on a series, not if you're brand new, you don't need one, not yet.
Right.
Okay.
And a good publicist will find you opportunities that help you pay their salary.
That's true. Now, as an actor, what do you feel, and this may be a very personal question, but what what pays the best these days? Being on like a regular on a TV show, being in a movie, or being on theater, or maybe doing voiceover work, commercials? Where's your jackpot now? As far as
Well, I mean, TV is always huge if you're on a series. You know, that's always great money. Film is a big chunk at one time. You know what I mean? Commercials, if you get one that runs and runs and runs, could be a gold mine. I had one back in before the 2000 strike. Yeah, I did a lot of commercials. I did. I had years where I do 8 or 9 nationals.
And every time they run, or you get what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless it was just a buyout, but very rare that happened. But one that we did, it was Who Are the Chefs? And it's a Snickers commercial. And so that thing ran and ran and ran and ran. And then they kept re-upping it for about 3 years. And then finally, when it went away, a couple years later, we get a call. They want to use it in Ireland, all usages, just flat buyout, and here's a big chunk of money. Okay.
So flat buyout means you get that check and that's it. You don't make the residual.
Yeah, and that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So commercials can be very lucrative. I used to call commercials my day job.
I love that. So cool. Deneen, are we out of time? I see you're here.
We are out of time.
Oh,
it's always
Mark.
so hard to say goodbye. But can I ask you one question before you go?
Yes.
You did a training for us a while back, and it stuck with me because I am a people watcher. Everywhere I go, and I don't do this maliciously, but I always make up stories about people. Oh yeah, look at that couple over there. I wonder what they're doing. So can you talk to me about the importance of people watching? Because earlier you said that someone told you every time they see you on a show, they don't see you, they see the character. So can you talk a little bit about how important it is to be an observer of people and how you bring that into your characters?
Yeah. For me, I'm always watching people, always. Early in my career, I never knew what to do with my hands. And so I would watch people to see, in real life, what do people do with their hands? And so I watched people the way they gestured and that stuff. And then I started watching people the way they walked. And so now it's like sometimes I'll write something down like in the notes in my phone. Like I saw this guy, he had a walk that it looks like he was turning a corner the whole time he was walking straight. It's like he had this lean that made him look like he's about to turn a corner. And I found it very funny. I was like, that'd be a funny character piece to add to a character. So that's why I do people. That's why I do the people watching. It's because I find things that I can add to my stand-up, that I can add to characters that I'm putting on stage or into a movie or whatever. It's invaluable. It's like especially when I tell people this, when I'm doing character development type stuff, our main character is us, so my number one character is me. My number two character is polar opposite of me. So, if Mark Christopher Lawrence is this nice, sweet teddy bear of a guy, then number two is very different from that. He's a very scary man. So that's the polar opposite. And then the other characters generally come with dialects and things like that. And then you add into that, these gestures that you've seen are these ways that people walk. One of the gestures that I do a lot is this. It's just kind of, and I saw a guy do that years ago, and I don't even remember where I was, but I remember seeing him do that. And I find myself doing that. And I'm like, oh, it works. It pops into a character every now and again.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Because I remember when I can, like, if I go back, I can go back to the moment where you did that class. And for me, that was invaluable because even like when no matter what you're doing, whether you're acting, modeling, If you're a musician, if you're a public speaker, like you are the sum total of the people that you're around and that you observe. So thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate it.
No worries.
Well,
No worries.
all right.
What
All
a
right.
great training.
Oh.
How many of you guys would love to get training done by Mark? Type Mark. If you were an aspiring actor, or maybe you've hit a roadblock with your career. Cool. Oh, look at that.
Well, thank you so much for getting up early on a Saturday morning to be here with us. We really appreciate it.
What can we
Thank-
see you
thank-
in next? Any
Well, Fragment Oblivion just started on PureFlix on the 16th.
cool.
So that's on PureFlix right now. And then I think what is it? Bringing Back Christmas will be out in November. And Lying Together, I think they were shooting for November as well.
Cool.
And then hopefully one of these auditions that I had this past week, and I'm actually doing one today, hopefully one of these will pop up. So
Perfect.
I'll let you know.
Awesome.
And if you want to see something really, really funny,
What?
on Freevee, Sprung, I'm in episode 7.
Sprung
It is
episode 7.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
All right, writing that down. What
From the
channel?
makers
I saw-
of My Name is Earl.
I saw previews of it and I was laughing hysterically.
Yeah,
Ryan actually
it's
sent
ridiculous.
that
Martha
over to us. He
Plimpton
was
is
like,
so funny.
oh my gosh, it's Mark Christopher Lawrence.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I love that. I love seeing you on TV because Denise and I are always like taking selfies with you on the screen or at the movie theater, whatever it is. Well, we love
It's
you.
our
Thank you
favorite
so much.
game.
It is. Find people that we're affiliated with. Well, we love you. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank you so
you.
much for today. That was
Thank
awesome.
you, and to all of the VIP folks in there today, good luck. Don't get discouraged. Keep pushing. When it feels like it's dragging you down, take some time to take care of yourself. Some self-care is important. Reset your brain and get back at it.
I love it.
Thank you so much.
Thank
That was
you.
amazing.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, Alicia, last night we were watching Power and I was like, Mike, is that our church from
I saw
Brooklyn
that.
was on the show Power. I was like freaking out. It was crazy.
I saw that.
All
When
right.
you said that to me, I recognized the first picture. I was like, I've been there. That is so cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. All right, guys. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was it hearing from someone been nominated for Emmys, been on so many different productions? Like, how many of you, that story he told about Will Smith too? Yeah, my best take was the second, but his was the sixth. So they had to go with his.
But
that
we
was
talk
awesome.
about like where it is that you want to go on this journey. And imagine like you doing your own thing or doing it like VIP Ignites way. Like we've already met 50 Cent's acting coach. He's speaking in Oxford this week. Obviously like getting to hang out with Mark Christopher Lawrence. So the weekend's not done, but having that navigation, that compass, somebody who's been where it is that you want to go, been on a hit TV series, and now it's not you reinventing the wheel. You're somebody with years of experience taking you step by step by step by step. How many of you guys would listen? Or do you want to do it your own way? Do you want to do it your way or do you want to listen? Type it. My way or listen.
The fastest way to get to success is to learn from other people's
Yeah.
mistakes. They've already made the mistakes for you. So now what you're doing is you're writing down the clues and now you have a faster path to success. How awesome is that?
I think about like my presentation. I put in like 158,000 hours and I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm so tired. But like, you have to make those mistakes in order to figure out what works and what doesn't work. So let's go with what works.
And the awesome thing about putting in that time too is that you build up your stamina. Like the thing is like when you're putting in the work, then when you are on set for 16, 18 hours, it's like, oh yeah, I've already got this under my belt. I have 100% survival rate of this. So let's do this again and make it even better. Awesome. All right, guys. So we've talked a lot about acting. We talked, Ryan was on here a little while ago. He talked about transitioning from how all models have to be actors. We talked about, Alicia gave an amazing presentation on mindset about like the principles that you need to be successful. How many of you want to be successful? If you want to be successful, you know, hold on, that's the wrong question. You're already successful because you're here. So type I am successful in the comments right now. I'm going to set the stage for where you are. I am successful. Type that in the comments. Now that we've established that you are successful, how many of you want to be even more successful? Type more success in the comments. More success in the comments. I want you guys to know that, like Galinsky talked about the pencil story. That was so powerful too. But I want you guys to understand you're here right now because you are successful. Our job is to help you create even more success. And that's what we're going to do now. Right now, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the different types of models. Okay. Because you know what? Even if you're here and you're like, I am only an actor, I have no desire to even consider being a model. Well, you know what? Have you ever seen a photograph of an actor? Yes or yes in the comments. Of course you have, but you know what? Learning how to model is just as important as learning how to act if you're an actor. Okay. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to talk about the different types of models that there are, and then we're going to have Mr. Colby come on in a little while. And he is going to take us to the next level with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and we are going to get this party started. All right. Let's see. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up, someone. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to highlight myself here. Oh, wait, I already am highlighted. Okay, let's do this. All right. So this here, let's go to start slide. There we go. Perfect. All right. So the title of this presentation is Diversity in Being You, the Science and Structure and the Framework. What type of model are you? So the first thing I want you guys to understand is that the world has changed. So in the comments, what I want you to do is let me know, what is it that you think of when you think of the word model? Like what type of body type, what do you think of when you think of the word model? Type that in the comments. Let's start with a baseline. Any, okay. Tall, yeah, tall. Anyone? Thin, tall, thin, gorgeous, pretty. All right. These are all great. Growing up, when I thought of models, I thought of those tall, pencil thin girls with like, you could see like all their bones and they were like, but they were so much taller than me. Yeah, posture, right? That's what I thought of models. I was like, I stopped growing in 5th grade. I'm 5'5". I haven't grown an inch. I haven't grown an inch since I was 10. So like I was always really discouraged by models. But the thing is that the world has changed. Okay, the world has changed. So the first thing I want you to start thinking about is you have to have a new mindset. As you are entering in the industry, you have to have a new mindset. Alicia talked about this morning. I feel like everyone has talked about you have to have a new mindset, because if you walk in with the same mindset you've always had, you'll get the same thing. But in order to be successful, you have to have a new mindset, and that will yield you new results. The awesome thing about the entertainment industry now and modeling is there is so much diversity. There are plus size models walking the runways now. Again, growing up for us, they all looked exactly the same, but right now the industry is more diverse than it has ever been. And I want that to be an encouragement to you. That means that each and every one of us has an opportunity to be a model, even 5'5", 47-year-old Deneen. Okay. If you look at this, all of these people are models. We have people of all ages, people of all sizes. We have tall, we have skinny, we have short, we have a little bit heavier, right? We have every ethnicity represented as well. That is one of the biggest changes that's come into the modeling industry. And we should all say thank you for that, because you know what? The industry is more diverse than it has ever been. So one of the things that I want you to start thinking about right now is what makes you unique. When you are working with an agent or a manager, they want to know what is something that makes you unique. Because a lot of us have things that make us unique that we're like, oh my gosh, it makes me strange. No, it makes you unique. Okay. So in the comments, what is something that makes you unique? What is a feature that you have that makes you unique? Here at VIP Ignite and the Truth Management, we founded our mother agency in 2020, and it was founded by a group of creative, free-thinking individuals, literally during the quarantine, sitting on Zoom calls, hashing out a better way for talent to be placed in the industry. Okay. It was then we realized that we were living in a new world. 2020 changed the world, and we're living in a new world, and we wanted to be independent of the old systems. We wanted to make sure that we could work strategically with like-minded brands and only quality clients, not those smarmy clients you think about, but we wanted to make sure that we work with high quality clients. And our goal is to nurture the careers of our fearless rebels, that's the name of our community, who we feel are important to fashion and culture. This is just a small sampling of the people that we represent or have represented in the past. As you can tell, again, we represent people of all ages, of all ethnicities. We're very inclusive here at VIP Ignite. We want to make sure that we represent people, because in the past, if you went to an agency, they only had a certain type of person that they wanted to work with. We want to be inclusive of people. And we have diverse areas of expertise. We work with fashion, men and women, lifestyle from men and women, commercial catalogs, social media influencers. We work with people who do voiceover, TV and film. We work with children. You have to be 12 and older. We're not working with younger kids at this moment. People who are spokesmodels, music and licensing, presenters. We work with people who are developing scripts. We work in reality TV, events and productions, cinematography, book writers, and speakers bureau. We just recently launched a speakers bureau. So if you want to be a public speaker, we can help you as well. I know I have a lot of people that are writing books also. Oh yeah, I love dogs too, Kathy. All right, so most of the world, when asked to describe a model, will answer with the wrong answer. So for all of you that thought, oh my gosh, in order to be a model, you have to be a tall and thin. That is the wrong answer now. That's a great thing. And someone's asking, do we work with older people? Yes, actually, one of our most successful talent is over 60 years old. So if you are, hold on, I want everyone to go like this. You guys all feel your heartbeat? That's awesome. We want to work with people of all ages. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how young you are. We want to work with people of all ages who have a desire to do this. Okay, so do not let age hold you back. Okay. So again, this is when most people think of models, this is what they think of. They think of people who are super tall, super skinny. What we like to call them is striking looking. So I have a question for you. If you walk by one of these people here that are on this screen right now, and you saw them without their makeup and without the fancy clothes, would you be like, oh my God, what a hottie? Or would you be like, oh, okay. That person has an interesting look. You would probably think that that person was interesting. So what we'd like to say is striking. These models are striking looking. And when you think about that, the reason that designers want to work with a model who is striking looking is because they don't want someone who's going to take away from their clothes. Does that make sense? When you're a model, basically you're a walking hanger. It's not about you, it's about the clothing that you're wearing. And as you can see, you'll remember these clothes, but will you remember any of their faces? No, you won't. Exactly. Again, here are some more models. Again, they all have like the same body type, and they're all built pretty much the same, but they're not really that memorable. It's the clothes that are memorable. So typically, tall, slender, and unique looking models are hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents explains that a female's model height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a dress size that's 6 to 8 and a 32, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement. Okay. For men, male models who wear the latest designs must be at least 6 foot tall. Male models are photographed for editorial and advertising purpose, and they're required to be between 5'11" and 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. So the reason that models have to fit a certain form, especially for high fashion for runway, is this. When it comes to Fashion Week, when the designers are creating new designs for Fashion Week, they're creating one piece. They're not creating pieces to fit tall people, short people, fat people, heavier people, skinny people, curvy people. They are creating one piece to fit one size model. So what they'll do is they'll create one piece here. We can go back. If we go back. Okay, anyway, so they're creating one design to fit. So that design has to fit a person in New York Fashion Week. Then what they do is they pack it up and then they send it to Paris. It has to fit the same size person in Paris. And then they're going to pack it up. They're going to send it to Milan. They're going to send it all over the world, but they're only making one piece. The reason that they're only making one piece is because this is super labor intensive. Can you imagine having to create for just for one look? When you're at a fashion show, there are 10, 15, 20 looks that are going in. Can you imagine having to make for each look something that fits each and every one of us? That would be super labor intensive and it would be extremely expensive. So the reason that high fashion models and runway models have to fit into a certain measurement is because designers are making one piece for these fashion shows. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type that makes sense in the comments. So I'm going to give you the good news now. Okay. Maybe it was a little disappointing to find out that you have to be a certain height, certain measurements. Crap, Deneen. I was so excited about being a model. You told me I could be a model, and now I'm just going to cry myself to sleep. Don't cry yourself to sleep. The good news is this. That's only 10% of the world's population. Okay. It's only 10% of the world's population. And it's purely genetics. So if you're a woman and you're not 5'10" with the perfect figure, with the perfect measurements, call your mom, call your dad, say, listen, guys, you really messed up, okay? Because my genetics don't fit with this. Okay, my genetics don't fit mom and dad. It's literally the people that fit into that, they're genetic anomalies. Okay, so don't feel bad if you don't fit into the mold, because that's only 10% of the industry and it's not your fault. It's really your parents' fault. I'm not going into blaming parents for things though. Don't call and yell at them. All right, so here's the good news. The good news is this, that 80% of the industry is actually commercial print. So I want you
Oh no, Deneen froze. Oh no. All right. So Deneen is now frozen. Let me see very quickly. Yeah, probably her Wi-Fi. Hi, Julio. No, I thought it was me too. Hi, guys. All right, let me ask you very quickly, how many of you guys are excited that this industry has changed? And type what industry would you qualify for? What category? Type it very quickly. Commercial, 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 commercial.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. Technology is awesome until it's not awesome, isn't it?
I was going to say, what month is this? You guys aren't getting snowstorms up there, are you?
No, we're not getting any snowstorms at all. It's like the internet loves me and then it doesn't. Okay, let me just give me 2 seconds here. I apologize for the.
Yeah, but you know what? Can I say something? One thing that I've noticed with a lot of talent, that when they come on my calls, I mean, especially since I've been doing this for 2 decades, they're always like, oh, I don't qualify for anything. I'm not thin enough, or I'm not tall enough, or I'm not young enough. That's a story that you tell yourself. I call it the Eeyore syndrome. Oh, woe is me. How many of you guys have looked in any magazines? How many of you guys go to Target, or as I call it, Target, and see like other people making lots of money, booking opportunities that you're like, I could look like that. Like Yoplait ads. I bought Tylenol the other day, Palmolive, right? How many of you guys see ads and you're like, man, why not me? Even on Amazon, you know, like Old Navy, J. Crew. How many of you got old Ann Taylor Loft, even Guess? I mean, Victoria's Secrets now. I saw recently Victoria's Secrets, they have a woman in a wheelchair. You know, I mean, this is such an amazing opportunity now, because back in the day, it was like a 99.9% rejection rate. Only 0.1 actually qualified for one of those top modeling agencies. They wanted girls that were 15 to 19 years of age, 5'10" to 6 feet tall, dress size 0 to 2. you know, and most people, I mean, that's, again, don't blame your parents, but that's genetics. So the best part is now somebody fits into something somewhere. And yeah, we have Fuji Rua as one of our top agents who used to run Ford Model Management. He, you know, non-binary, right? I mean, think about it. There's so much ambiguity. I mean, there's just so much opportunity now, more so than ever. So this business, I always, yeah, they're using plus size models. Yeah, for sure, at Victoria's Secrets as well. I know Khloe Kardashian does a lot of stuff with Good American. So yeah, pardon the expression, big thing now, but it's true. Like, you know, you don't have to, I think, especially now, Victoria's Secrets, they've been in timeout now for 4 years. I heard their new show is coming back, their runway show, but a lot of people are super anxious because it's like, well, now in today's community, they have to give people what they want, you know? A lot of people weren't buying those diamond studded bras, not just because they were $1 billion, but because they were unrelatable. And we've seen the stories now about eating disorders and, you know, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see I'm excited to be in the now. I don't even want to say I'm excited for the future because I'm excited for today.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Is your
Thank you
computer
guys for dealing with my technical
I'm glad I didn't go on a
difficulties.
potty break during that time.
I
Yeah,
know.
disabled and plus size for sure.
Awesome. All right, let's see here. Can you guys see my screen?
And you're back. Yes.
And I'm back. Yes, there we are. Perfect. Okay.
Glad I took some
Thank you,
improv
guys.
lessons. Okay.
Thanks. It's a good thing. All right. So now we were just talking about the fact that it's actually amazing to not fit into the 10% because there's a lot more opportunities for people that are in the 80%. So, and I know we talked about this, so we'll kind of go through this. So commercial print jobs, let's talk about commercial print. So commercial models can work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, TV shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. Ryan was talking about that today, right? One of his models started a couple months ago as a model, and now he is going on to be an actor. So there are a lot of opportunities. And the awesome thing is too, is that there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial print model. You just must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile. So everyone practice for me. Let me see all of you smile. Congratulations, you can all be commercial print models. And like, if you look at this, like this is a Macy's ad, right? You have people that are tall, a little bit thin, a little bit older. They're all ages and sizes are represented now in print and commercial modeling. Again, and the awesome thing is too, we're talking about diversity. Like here's a dad with 2 dads with their kids. Here's a traditional family. They're representing everyone now, even little kids, right? And let's talk a little bit about one of our models. This is Christine Harding. When she first started working with us, she has a mission. She has a really huge why. And maybe tomorrow we'll have the opportunity for her to talk about her why. But she has a huge why. And when she first started working with us, the one thing that she wanted to do was she wanted to kind of get into acting and modeling because she has a big why. Like her purpose is to draw attention to a lot of the traumatic head injuries that sports figures have. Her husband actually had one, and it was a very traumatic experience for her, and he passed away. So part of the reason she came to start working with us is because she wanted to have a platform to make a change in the world. And she's one of our inner circle members. So we get to work with her all the time. And it's been amazing because, again, she came in starting with modeling, but now she's spoken on huge stages throughout the country because her why is so big. Now here's I love this lady. Every time I see this one, it cracks me up. Now, how many of you, if you're walking down the street or you're at Starbucks getting a coffee, you saw her coming to get a coffee, be like, oh my gosh, obviously she's a model. No, you'd be like, oh yeah, this lady looks a little bit crazy, right? But this is a model, right? So someone asked, do we work with older people? Yes, we work with people of all ages because that's what the industry is asking for now. People want to buy from people that they look like. The population is aging, so there are going to be more opportunities for people that are a little bit older now. The older I get, the prettier my portfolio is. Everyone over 50 can say amen to that one. But again, she's a model. If you saw her, you wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, obviously you're a model. But she got paid by a client to do this campaign. It's pretty amazing. Again, here, a diverse family. 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, you would have never seen this, but now the industry has changed. There's so much more diversity in the industry. Let's talk about this amazing model. Her name is Sid. She's another one of our inner circle members. The reason we love Sid is she spent over 30 years in the transportation industry in Philadelphia. And she was like, you know what? From the time she was a small child, she had a desire to make a change in the world. She wants to bring morality back. She wants people to understand that they don't have to morph into societal norms. They can be true to who they are and still be absolutely stunning. One of the most stunning people we know. She's literally booking work all the time. She was recently on a huge production in New York City with Mark Consuelos. It's called Girls on the Bus. She is living her dream. She spent 30 years working to make sure that she had herself taken care of. And now she just recently retired. And now she's literally traveling all over the country, doing photo shoots, but she's on set consistently every day. And she's on track to get her SAG card. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But she literally, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, she had no experience. She had a dream. And now she's on track to get her SAG card. And again, if you go to any store and you look on the cover of magazines, again, look, I mean, Oprah, you literally have a huge diversity of different opportunities. You have fitness modeling, which we'll talk about in a moment. There are so many opportunities for you in modeling. I just want you to think about that. Like if you walk through Times Square, seeing this picture just makes my heart so happy. I love being in New York City, but look at all of the different people on the billboard. You've got a diversity of people on the billboard. The opportunities are endless. The question is, are you willing to take action to get those opportunities? Are you willing to be the person who can achieve those goals that you've set? A little bit about Alicia. I know she spoke earlier. These are some of the amazing things she's done. She's been on set with Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. He's one of the people that we work with. She opened NASDAQ with Dan Lauria and the cast of Dinner with the Boys, which is a Broadway show that they've invested in. You can see all the tremendous opportunities that she's had working with amazing people. We've got Vivica Fox, just such tremendous opportunities. And again, your network is your net worth. So, and we talked earlier about a guide. Like, do you want a guide who talks about all of these things, or do you want a guide who's doing these things? I want you to write in the comments, do you want someone who talks or someone who's doing? Because that's the opportunity that we're offering you here at VIP Ignite, to work with such amazing people. Again, here's another Kylie Jenner, Kylie Cosmetics, right? Another great opportunity of commercial print modeling, right? Here are some models. This is for a Korean company. These photos were actually taken in New York City for a Korean company. This is another form of modeling. So this is for digital content. So you have the opportunity to go in and like these shoots are really fast. Like they have like a whole rack of clothes. You go in, you change real fast. But this is another great way to earn an income being a model, right? Just go in, try on the clothes. And again, you don't have to travel to Korea to work for a Korean company. They come here to give you the opportunity to do that. Some more shots of the brand here. And I'll tell you about another talent that we work with. This is James Johnson. When we met him, he came to an event in 2018 in New York City. He met us on a Zoom call, much like you're on now. He had a desire to be a model, but he lived in a town that was so small. They have one traffic light, okay, in South Dakota. And he thought that he was on it because he was studying with an acting coach from LA. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to come here and I'm going to be successful. And when Ryan Colby met him, it was not pretty, but the awesome thing is that he's someone who's coachable. He knew that he needed help. Okay. And now it's a couple years later, he's living full-time in LA. He was actually just in New York City a couple weeks ago doing a shoot in New York City, shooting a short film. But when we first started working with him, there's a before picture later. He was a hot mess. Like he came into his shoot and Ryan was like, I don't know what you're doing, but you really need to pull yourself together. And so that was in November. In February of 2019, he closed a show for a brand called Landlord. So let me tell you what that means. What that means is he was the last model to walk. That's one of the highest honors. The first model and the last model are that's the spot that you want to be in. And he was a hot mess in November of 2018. He worked with us, he got groomed. 2019, February of 2019, he's walking New York Fashion Week, closing a show. That's a huge honor. Here's classy Mike Trash. He's here on the call with us today. Again, I talked about him a little while ago as well. But when he started working with us, he's another one of our inner circle members. When he started working with us, he wanted to do music, but he also knew he wanted to do some acting. He had written some different, he wrote a short film. He's been doing a lot of really amazing things. He's another one. He's been on set so much I can't even keep up with him. I'm like, okay, where are you today? But he recently did you said you did an animated film, correct, Mike? Not only that, he was on set, he was like a bad cop. He's been doing a whole lot of amazing things. But when he first started working with us, this was a dream. And now he's like literally on set almost every day. Like I'm finding every day I get another text message from, hey, I'm doing this. Hey, I'm doing that. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that if this is something you want to do, you want to work with people that are going to help encourage you to get where you want to go. And that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. Another one, Tony Aguilera, when we first started working with him, he's also another inner circle member. When we first started working with Tony, he was purely doing music. He kind of had an idea. He wanted to do some acting, had no desire to do any modeling. Now, been working with him for a year. Now he is represented by an agent in Los Angeles. He's doing amazing. He's submitting himself out for auditions nearly every day, another one. And it's just, he lives in San Antonio, Texas. Okay. So and Mike Trash, who I just talked, he lives in a small town in Pennsylvania, right? Pretty close to Philadelphia, New York. But I want you to understand location doesn't matter either. We talked about how the industry has changed. Location doesn't matter. But Tony is one of our success stories. He's putting in the work to get where he is. Okay. How many of you know who this guy is? You know him as the voice of one of the insurance companies, right? I just want you to think about like all the different opportunities that there are. Like so many times when you think about being an actor, you want to be the headliner, you want to be the Will Smith. But how many of you would love just to be the character actor that's booking consistent work? If you want to be booking consistent work, type consistency in the comments. Geico ad, right? I think the dog is the star of this ad personally because it's a really cute dog. But again, like Geico ad, these are all paid actors. Like, would you look at that little kid and say, oh my God, obviously he's a paid actor? I would think, oh, he probably plays the clarinet or something like that, right? Kind of a nerdy kid, but he fits perfectly into this ad for Geico, right? He's a paid model. How many of you know who this is? How many of you? Yeah. Who is this? This is Flo from Progressive. How many of you love Flo? I love Progressive ads because I laugh every time I see them. All right. But do you think Flo woke up one day and she's like, hey, here I am. I'm Flo. Do you think she just woke up like that? No, she didn't. First of all, let's take a look. The person on the right is the same as the person on the left. If you saw the person on the right, would you be like, oh my gosh, obviously she's a trained actor? No, you'd probably walk right by her, right? But when her hair is done the way it is, she's wearing her Flo, her bright red lipstick, you can tell who she is. Her name is actually Stephanie Courtney. Okay, we'll come back to her in just a couple minutes. Here's another person that we work with. Consistently booking work. They actually did a whole documentary on him. His name is Jesse Heineman. He's the world's greatest extra. Look, like he gets to hang out on set every day. We recently had one of our talent on set with him. He sent us a picture of, hey, look who I'm going to set with. It was pretty crazy. But Jesse Heineman consistently books work. He's earning a living as being a background extra. How many of you just would be content to earn a consistent living doing something you love? That's what he's doing. And he's been in huge productions. Oh my gosh, if you Google him, he's done so many things. So I want you to just remember, mindset is everything. If you believe it, you can do it. Whether you believe you can or you can't, you're right. So why not walk into this saying, you know what, I know that I can be successful. I can be even more successful. I want you to really think about your mindset because we're going to talk about that even more today. We talked about it earlier, but you have to remember, and Mark Christopher Lawrence talked about this. He said, you could be the most talented person in the world, but if you're not putting in the work, then no one's ever going to notice you. It's the same thing with your mindset. Okay. Let's go back to Flo from Progressive. All right. So this is her resume. So her real name is Stephanie Courtney. And if you look, this isn't even her whole entire resume. We could only fit so much on the screen. But if you look through this, she has done so many things. She's been in, let's see here. She was on ER. She was on Without a Trace. Faking the Video. She was on Mad Men for 5 episodes. One of my favorite shows. She's been on the Jay Leno show. She was on House. She was on Two Broke Girls. She was on the Goldbergs. One of the people that was one of our mentors was on the Goldbergs as well. She's done so many things. She actually studied comedy at Second City. She actually wanted to be a comedian. She had no desire to become a commercial actress. But let me tell you something. When her agent presented her with the opportunity, she could have said yes or she could have said no. But she said yes. And now look at her. Now she's everybody knows who she is. So here's the question I have for you. Given the opportunity, are you going to say yes to your future self? Robert Galinsky talked a little bit about this. Sometimes like you're saying yes, but you're like, it doesn't make any sense. Like this doesn't fit. This isn't where I want to go. But you know what? There are so many opportunities that are opened up now to Stephanie because she said yes to her opportunity. I want you to continue thinking about that. All right. Another type of modeling is promotional modeling. How many of you, like me, have the gift of gab? If you have the gift of gab, type I like to talk in the comments. Promotional modeling is another way for you to earn money in the entertainment industry. So what commercial models do is they learn about products and then they go to conventions, they go to different events and they talk about the products. We actually work with one of the biggest promotional modeling agencies in the country. The man who started, his name is Alex. The reason he came up with this idea is his wife was a promotional model for Porsche. So she actually traveled and she learned everything there was to know about Porsche. Okay. And she became like their person. Whenever there was an event, whenever there was a car show, they sent her. So he was like, okay, well, if Porsche is doing that, there are so many other opportunities out there as well. So how many of you ever been to a car show or a boat show or anything like, okay, it's baseball season now. How many of you have ever gone to a baseball game and they're giving away t-shirts or bobbleheads or something like that? They're all promotional models. How many of you would like to get paid a couple extra $100 on a weekend to hand things out and talk to people? Do you think that might be a really cool gig, right? We have one talent who lives in Dallas, Texas, who does this literally every weekend. She can't be on any of our boot camps because she's always out doing promotional modeling. And you know what? She's earning a couple of $100 a weekend. Her day job is she works in a medical office. So by day, she is a medical person. By weekend, she's a promotional model. It's pretty amazing gig. Another type of modeling is fit modeling. How many of you would love to be able to, how many of you are athletic and you're like, okay, you know what? I could show off my physique, right? How many of you make that a goal? You know what? I want to work out so I can be a fit model. That's another form of modeling. One of the biggest industry out there right now is health and wellness, right? So they need models that are able to show off what they're doing. Again, we talked about this a couple minutes ago. Curve models, plus size models are in right now. Again, we want, as human beings, we want to buy from people that look like us. Okay, so if you are someone who doesn't fit that small runway model look, that's fine. But what I can tell you is that these may be plus size models, but you still have to be in some kind of shape. So Mark Christopher Lawrence talked about how he got into shape before that one movie he did. But there are opportunities here for you to be a plus size model, right? 15, 20 years ago, this wasn't an option. That's why where we are in the industry is so amazing. Again, little kids. Alicia's son, Caden, so cute. He was a model. He got paid by a Japanese brand, right? To wear cute little hats, right? So kids have the opportunity to be models as well, right? And it pays pretty well. again, here we are. We have a family here on the left. Again, a diverse family. It's amazing to see. We can all see ourselves on screen now. It's absolutely amazing. That's what I love about being a part of the entertainment industry at this point. So it's 2023, guys. The world has changed. Mindset is everything. What makes you unique? I want you to really start thinking about that as we keep going through and we have more speakers come on. I want you to continue thinking, okay, what makes me unique? Okay. Tony Robbins is one of my mentors. He said, people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. If you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. What are you scheduling for your success? What are you doing differently than everybody else? First of all, you're here right now. But what are you scheduling? What are you scheduling to make your dream become a reality? This is on us on set in Miami a couple of years ago. These are some of the models that we work with. You can see Ryan Colby here in action. In the center, her name is Francia. She is a mom of 2 very active boys. She owns 2 elder care facilities in the state of Florida, and she's working as a model. On the left here, you have Heather Prescott. She is a musician. As you could tell, she loved the whole modeling thing. But the person that she's working with, his name is Juan. He is one of the biggest photographers in the world right now. Before he was on set with us here in Miami, he was working with, who was he working with, Alicia? Beyonce? Alicia's really good at remembering the names. He was working on set with a lot of tremendous people, and I think he shot over 32 covers of Vogue at the time of the time that this photo was taken. Okay, so when we do photo shoots, we work with people on the highest level. And in the bottom right here, you see Fuji Ruiz. He's the one who he specializes in working with trans models right now. He's at a huge agency in New York City. So the people that we work with, they're into diversity and they're the best at what they do. We talked to you about you needing a guide. These are people that we work with that are also guides for us, showing us what's coming in the industry and what we need to be doing to make sure that we're on the cutting edge of the entertainment industry. So this presentation was called Diversity and Being You, the Science, the Structure, and the Framework. What type of model are you? So again, we went over the different types of models. There are high fashion, runway, editorial models, promotional models, fitness models, plus curve models, teen models, commercial print, and lifestyle models. So what I want you to do is in the comments, what type of model are you? Type it in the comments. What type of modeling do you qualify for? I want to make sure you guys are getting takeaways. I know I'm talking fast and we had a little tech difficulty, but I want to make sure you guys are like staying on top of this. All right. While you guys are doing that, let's talk about mindset. Again, mindset is everything. If you believe it, if you believe you can do it, you're right. If you believe you can't do it, you're right. All right. So let's talk about the 2 different mindsets, because my goal is for you to have a rich mindset. So let's talk about the 2 different mindsets. So a poor mindset says success is unimportant. A rich mindset says success is my obligation. A poor mindset blames others. A rich mindset takes responsibility. How many of you take responsibility? A poor mindset spends money. A rich mindset invests money. I'm gonna go one step further on that one. A poor mindset spends time. A rich mindset invests time. You guys are investing time this weekend. A poor mindset refuses to study. A rich mindset reads and studies. A poor mindset focuses on the past. A rich mindset pays attention to the future. A poor mindset is income driven. A rich mindset is net worth driven. A poor mindset thinks small. A rich mindset thinks big. How many of you are big thinkers? How many of your dreams are so big they scare the snot out of you? That means that you have a rich mentality. A poor mindset fears change. A rich mindset embraces change. A poor mindset criticizes. A rich mindset compliments. A poor mindset wastes time. A rich mindset buys time. Let's talk about that for a moment. How many of you spend time doing things that you could easily pay someone else to do for you? That's what we talk about when we're talking about buying time. Okay. You want to cut a check for speed, right? A poor mindset causes problems. A rich mindset solves problems. A poor mindset has a single flow of income. A rich mindset has multiple flows of income. A poor mindset is work driven. A rich mindset is goal driven. How many of you are goal driven? At the beginning of the day, I asked you to write down your goals. How many of you those goals drive you? If your goal doesn't drive you, then I don't know why you're here. Your goals have to drive you. All right. And let's talk about this real quick too. So a rich mindset has a belief. A poor mindset has a lack of belief. A rich mindset has a plan. How many of you have a plan? A poor mindset they don't have a plan. They just hope, wish and hope. They're on a hope and a prayer. Rich mindset has solutions. Poor mindset has excuses. A rich mindset is willing to take risks. And well, poor mindset's afraid of risk. A rich mindset wants more, and a poor mindset blames others. So I love Arthur Ashe. Tennis great in the world. Revolutionize the world of tennis for us. Start where you are. Use what you can. Use what you have. Do what you can. All right. So that's where we'll stop here. All right, guys. So that was what type of models you qualify for. That was a lot, right? Albert's like taking deep breaths.
I couldn't get my mute button to unmute. Sorry about that.
Oh, it was my term of improv.
It was April Fools. I guess my computer.
April Fool. I know, it's like today is the Tech April Fool's Day, guys.
I was like, come on. I was like, guys, and I really want to express this to you. I mean, the reason why we do these boot camps, and we have a tremendous speaker coming on, for those of you guys that are really serious, we're going to go over later, if you are interested in joining us, what it actually takes to work with VIP Ignite. But everything we're doing, because I'm sure, you know, I've had some people message me like, when do we get to the good stuff? I want to talk about castings. Okay, slow down. First of all, do you even know what you qualify for? Second of all, what is your why? So like we're uncovering all these like Easter eggs, these like golden nuggets per se. So I really want to make sure that we're looking for talent that are really serious about getting into this industry. So we want you to stay on to the very end today. And then obviously tomorrow is a new day, but we're going to be uncovering some really cool stuff over the next 2 days. So I really want to make sure you guys are all in. And that also includes keeping your camera on and participating when Deneen asks questions.
Yes. And I know I ask a lot of questions, but let me explain to you why I ask a lot of questions. The reason I ask questions is twofold. First of all, I want to make sure you're paying attention because you're showing up for your own success this weekend. Okay, you're showing up for your own success. But the second reason I'm asking questions is I want you to answer them because I want you to start thinking in a different way. So when I ask you a question, are you all in? Yes. What type of modeling do you qualify for? I already know the answers. I'm not asking for my own benefit. I'm asking for you because I want you guys to start thinking differently. When you're watching movies, I want you to start seeing them differently. When you are going through your Macy's ads, Easter's next weekend, right? Whether you celebrate Easter or not, doesn't matter. But when you're going through the ads and you're looking at all of the different ads that are going on, I want you to start thinking, okay, look, this person's a model. This person's a model. And when you how many of you get a lot of junk mail in your mailbox? Yeah, I do too. And I used to just throw it away. But Mike, who's the co-founder of VIP Ignite, once said, he says this all the time when he is doing different presentations. He's like, that junk mail that you just toss away, that was someone's big break because someone got paid to be in that ad. You just flippantly threw in the trash. I want you to start seeing the world differently because as you see the world differently, you're going to become different. What you focus on, you become. Where focus goes, energy flows. So now when you're watching TV, when you're watching Netflix, when you are doing anything, it's spring, right? How many of you need to update your wardrobe a little bit for spring? I know I do. I think black is out for spring this year, at least I hope it is. But you need to make sure that you're seeing things through different eyes. And when I ask you questions, It's because it's going to start triggering something in you that when you see an ad, you're not going to be like, oh, that's cute, toss away. No, you're going to start triggering in your head. Oh, you know what? I can do this. This here is an opportunity for me. How can I become the person that gets on this ad? I want you guys to start thinking like that. Can you guys do that? Yes or yes in the comments. Are you willing to start changing your thinking so that you can get different results? Good. I love that you're working on your vision board. Vision boards are like the first thing I ask everyone who works with VIP Ignite to do. I'm like, okay, the first thing I need you to do is do a vision board. So I love that. Awesome. Oh, happy birthday, Lakeisha. All right. Awesome. All right, guys. So I took you very quickly through modeling, but now we have someone who is going to come on and he's going to dive even deeper into modeling because he's an expert on this. He's been doing this for a long time. And again, he's the former art director of Vogue. So can you say that he's someone that you want to listen to? All right, let's see here. I know that you were on. Ryan Colby, are you ready? Everyone, this is what I want you to do. I want you to give a rousing round of applause for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Yes, I'm ready. Hey.
Welcome back, Mr. Colby.
Thank you. So was there oh wait, sorry. Hold on. Let me open.
Jacket.
Hold on.
I don't want to see the whole jacket. I mean, I just personally feel like if you're going to talk about modeling, that you need to actually, as they say, walk the walk, not just talk the talk.
We've seen you walk the walk. We know you're really good at it.
Who wants to see the jacket? Ryan, can you see
we're not showing the jacket. I'm not.
Not a fancy party.
It's fine. It's a cute jacket. You'll see it if it's not too warm out in Orlando. We'll see. I may bring it.
Angel Hernandez says you're not a model unless you've been on Vogue. You mean the cover? Is that what you're
a model? What?
You're not a model unless you've been on Vogue.
That's
obviously we have an expert on here. So just so you know, this is the former art director of Vogue magazine.
It's not really true. I mean, models, there are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of models who have never seen the pages of Vogue and make a very good living. They do, lifestyle advertising, TV commercials. They're just not Vogue material, but that doesn't, mean anything. They're still models. So
yeah, and you actually had a recent opportunity for, was it Kohl's or Belk's that paid $3,800 for the day?
Belk's always pays nicely. Kohl's always pays nicely.
Yeah, no, Angel, you're fine. I just, when people comment, I try to read as much as I can, and then sometimes I say it out loud. But I really want to express this to you. Like back in the day, I remember when I used to live in New York and I would walk by the bodegas and I'm like, oh my God, look at all the covers of magazines. Now it's basically celebrities on the covers. Am I right? Like if you're going to pay for advertisement in any magazine, a lot of times you want to Kerry Washington or you want somebody of that type of magnitude on the cover. Why aren't there no-namers on the covers of magazines anymore?
I don't. The reason why it's shifted to celebrity is just to jumpstart their. Magazines were losing money in the late '90s, and it's not the model's fault. It was just the internet was coming in. It was changing the way people read things. So they started putting actresses and actors on covers as an experiment, and it kind of worked, and it just started catching fire. So as the internet grew and people read less with something in their hand, it just created a monster, and that's why we're here today with all of the celebrities on covers. But there are magazines overseas that don't, that exclusively use models on covers. Some of the Vogues overseas don't rarely use celebrities. They use a lot of models. It's America that we've kind of embraced this celebrity thing where Europe kind of half embraced it, French Vogue, British Vogue, German Vogue, Italian Vogue, they all still use models on the covers. So, it's a different sensibility over there. They don't care so much about celebrity. They don't care if the magazine sells as much. They care about the beauty of the magazine and telling the story of that issue. If it requires a celebrity, great, but mostly they prefer models because they just look better in clothing. They just know how to work clothing better, and it's just a different sensibility in Europe than it is in America.
Yeah, and one thing I really want to add to that is when you were attempting to get into this industry, guys, being a model does not mean becoming famous. How many of you guys would be okay with people not knowing your name, not even recognizing you on the street? But again, like when you have a Kohl's job or a Belk's job that pays $3,800 per day, anybody making that kind of money legally right now, just out of curiosity, 3,800 is a lot of money. Why would a company like Belk's or Kohl's pay that much for one day work? And
Well, because you're shooting 50, 60, 70 looks in one day,
oh,
and they have to make sure that the person that they hire can actually do that. You have to change quickly, you have to change within a minute, you have to interpret the garment really nicely. Some of the garments you would never ever wear in your life. There's, not cute sweaters, ill-fitted jeans, stuff that you would never wear in your real life, but you have to act like you would, and you have to show that to the camera, and you have to do it quickly. You have to do it within 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You shoot an outfit every 3 minutes, you change. 3 minutes, you change. 3 minutes, you change, and you have to get the shot. So it's they pay you a lot because it's daunting, it's difficult, it's a lot of bending up and down, it's a lot of changing, it's a lot of people touching you, fussing with your hair and your face. They're always touching up your lips, touching up your skin, brushing your hair. It can be a lot when you're doing Belks or Kohl's or Neiman Marcus or Saks. You're doing 50 to 80 looks a day. Brooks Brothers, you're doing 60, 70 looks a day. And all of this has to be done in 1 or 2 days. Sometimes they'll do it in 2 days, but it's still exhausting. Changes. Oh, I don't like that tie. Put this tie on. Reshoot everything. I don't like those shoes. Put these shoes on. Like it's a lot. So they have to pay you for that.
now, can you ever get these opportunities, Ryan, without an agent? Like to work with
No,
like Brooks
Belks
Brothers
has
or
never, Kohl's, Brooks Brothers, Neiman's. They've never booked a freelance model. They've never booked a model who doesn't have representation. It's never happened, and they never would. There's just no reason to, because the agent has to vouch for you visually and verbally. So they show the book to the client, but they also have to talk you up and say, this girl's great, this guy's great, he can move fast, he has great teeth, he can smile, he can do this. They're not going to trust an individual answering an ad from a newspaper or from Craigslist. That they have to get some sort of stamp of approval from the agent, because when things do go bad, and sometimes they do, they have to have someone to blame. So they can't trust that you're telling the truth, that, oh, I'm really 5'11". Oh, I'm really a size 6. Oh, my hair is really blonde. Like, they have to get it from a third party, which is an agent.
and all the clothes are ready for you when you arrive. So for me, I gained 60 pounds with that little nugget. So like I can't use my pre-baby weight. I have to use the exact weight and measurements that I am now. So an agent would vouch for that, because the worst thing in the world is for them to have like racks of clothes and you're like, oh, well, I know I said size 8, but now I'm like a 14. Like, oh my God. And then
Yeah, no, and that people lie, and they want to get in the door, and so they'll say anything, and they don't really understand that. I think people think sometimes that there's like extra clothes there. It's like, that's not true. There's 50 outfits out of 50 outfits. There isn't a 51st. Like that's not how it works. They have exactly what they're there to shoot, and so if you don't fit it, now you've ruined a day of
made an ass
production.
out of yourself and your agent. I mean,
Yeah, there's hair, makeup, there's other people there, there's assistants to the photographer, there's assistants to the stylist, there's people from the office, whatever department store you're working for. Now you've ruined that day. It's never really happened to me because I'm an agent, and I don't I don't tell clients, oh, someone's a size 4 when they're really a 6. Like, I don't do that. But in those rare occasions where these people, use the local clients who will bridal clients sometimes, like say a bridal client in Philly or a smaller city like a Ohio or whatever, they may put an ad out and then the girls will show up looking nothing like they said, and now they've got a mess on their hands. But that's their problem. They should have called an agency. And I always call people out. Like I every time I see on Instagram or Facebook a photographer crying or a client crying about like, oh, we booked a model and they didn't show up. What agency they were with? Oh, they weren't with an agency. Well, that's what you got. That's what you got. That's the
Which
price
is
you
why
pay.
when you go on websites like Backstage and 99 and Export Talent, why real casting directors don't go to those websites to hire you, because there's a really good chance that either A, you're going to flake out, or 2, you're just going to be crazy because you don't have legitimate representation submitting you out for these big opportunities. Now, Rye, I kind of want to go over, I mean, Denise just did a great segment. What type of modeling do you qualify for? There are so many people that want to do runway or they want to do editorial. But we've already gone through how commercial print or catalog work can make you a crap ton of money. So can we go over what it takes to be an editorial model now, and what some of the perks are, and also versus
yeah, I mean, it's great to be an editorial model. Editorial modeling is really fun. It's exciting. You get to travel a lot. You get to travel more than commercial print models, but it's less money. And it's lonelier because you're mostly doing everything by yourself, when meaning like you're doing shoots by yourself, like you're the only model, you're doing a 10-page story for whatever magazine. It can get, you're by yourself a lot. The upsides of being an editorial and runway model is that you do become well known really fast. Your name is on everyone's lips. Your name is printed on every magazine. Your name is printed on every social media post. So that's great. I mean, when you're shooting Kohl's, they don't put the model's name when you see the ad or when you see the pair of khakis or the sweater or the dress. They don't put the model's name because it's about the department store. But when you do a magazine, they do put the model's name, and so the model becomes well known, and you get fans, and you get fan pages, and
but you make less money.
But
so
you make less money.
Why? Like I would. How many of you guys want to make more money and be less known, or be well known and make less money? Like,
well, it's a catch-22 because there are when you're the average normal editorial girl or guy. You're
give me the steps
money.
on what it takes to be an editorial model. Give me like the stats.
You have to be, for females, you have to be 5'8" and over. For males, you got to be 5'11" and over. For females, you have to be size 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 in that range. Of course, there are exceptions, and now there's plus size editorial models. There's a handful of them. There's a good half dozen to 10 girls who are plus size, but they live the editorial lifestyle, if you can understand what I'm saying. So
what does that mean? I think editorial lifestyle.
Meaning they're doing
vodka and a cigarette. Is that what editorial? What is that?
Yeah. They're doing the runway circuit. They're doing the Milan, Paris, London, New York, Tokyo. They're doing Vogue covers. They're doing advertising. They're doing the TV interviews. Their name is everywhere. They have the following on Instagram, and they're doing that, but they're a size 16, 18, 20. There's Precious Lee. There's Paloma. I mean, these girls are just as big as Kendall Jenner and Bella Hadid, but they're size 18. And that's something that is a brand new entity in the world that didn't exist even 5 years ago. So, but they're still editorial models, and they are still treated as such. So, for guys, though, that hasn't quite happened. I doubt it will, meaning guys still have to be fit and tall and skinny. There are no plus size editorial stars. There are plus size guys doing work. They're doing catalogs, and they're doing advertising and stuff, but they're not really stars yet. That hasn't really happened yet. Maybe in the future it will. Right now it's more about the females, but for guys you have to be 5'11" to 6'3". On the younger tip, 16 to 25. Um, thin, 30 waist, 31, 32, chest size 36 to 40, 41. Stuff like that. Just be skinny and fit for the men. And you have to be able to walk. You have to be able to walk gracefully. You have to have good skin. All of these things are factors into whether you're editorial or not. Also, eye placement, lip placement, nose placement, all of these things. Because some guys are 6'3", but they're commercial, and it's mostly about the face, to be honest. Because if you have the facial features and you don't have the height, or you may be a little thicker, or this or that, you can get an agent to tweak you into that lifestyle if they're a good agent. I've done it many times. I've taken people who are too short or probably don't have the right photos, and I tweak them into editorial models. It's not very hard for me. It's really easy for me, actually. If you're giving me the energy, I can give it back. It's really not that hard. But if you don't have an agent, then it's impossible, because you can't turn yourself into something the industry wants when you don't even know the industry yourself. So I can turn somebody into an editorial model who probably,
like Brandon Derman,
who
right?
physically doesn't look like one. Yeah, he's a good example. If you looked at him walking on the street, if he passed you, you would think he's a commercial guy, commercial model. But I can polish that up and package it and repackage it and turn him into an editorial model, which is what I've done. Because I know how to do it. It takes finesse, and it could take time, and plus the person has to be willing to do it. So I was able to do it with him because he was here for months and months and months. And actually, at first, I wasn't going to do that. My plan changed.
This is Brandon. For those of you guys,
I wasn't going to turn him into an editorial model. I was going to keep him on a commercial tip.
This is Brandon before.
I was going to keep him on a commercial tip, and then he started meeting some of the other editorial models I had, and they were hanging out, and then he asked me one day. He said that, can I do what they're doing? And I was kind of like, no.
From his first photo shoot, guys.
I was like,
that's what we did.
I was like, no, you can't. But then I thought about it. I was like, let me try. And I did.
He's walking runway now. He's been on covers of magazines now. And again, what about his body? Did he have to work on his body a lot, or what?
Yeah, he did. He had to work because he was a little soft.
Not in a dirty way, guys.
But it wasn't horrible. His body was actually 80% there. He just had to tighten it up a bit. So that wasn't really the issue. It was more getting people to see him as a commercial, as an editorial model, as well as commercial. And that's hard to do when your DNA is fighting against you. But I'm excellent at fixing that.
I didn't see it when you first said I signed him, because you met him through us. I was like, really, Brandon Dermott? Not to sound mean, but sometimes you find these people, it's like clay. I have this beautiful idea, and I'm like, I just don't see it. You're like, trust me, and I always do.
I mean, I must say I am one of the best at doing that. I'm not trying to sound like anything, but I can take someone who everyone says I don't see it, and I can be like, well, I do, and I don't really care what you think, and I can turn them into an editorial model with very little effort,
Well, not everybody can be you or pull off that amazing jacket, obviously. So for somebody just starting out, how important is photos? Because I can tell you, and you've seen this quite often, when somebody doesn't know what they qualify for, right? Which is why they go to these like Barbizons and these 99s and all these companies that like you pay them to hear what it is that you want. A lot of times they give them photos that can't market them because everybody wants to be a high fashion or editorial model. Do you see when, especially like working with our company, sometimes you got to kind of focus on what you qualify for. So your photos have to depict what kind of
Yeah.
model you are, right?
Yeah,
Is
in the
that
very
what you're
beginning, you
saying?
have to do the simplest of the simplest because you want basic, strong, good, in focus photographs in the very beginning.
Not sexy, not over
Yeah.
sexy.
In
That's
the
what
very beginning, you just want generic, simple images. They can have some flair to them if you're younger and if you can pull it off and if you've got the personality. I don't like pushing people's personalities. Like if you've got the personality and I see it when I'm standing there at the shoot, then I'll tell the photographer to push and to get something a little special out of you. But if you're just literally standing there, then that's what you're going to get is you're just going to get a just standing there photo because in the very beginning when you push someone to do something they're not naturally meant for or they're not naturally giving you could see it in the photograph and it looks forced and you kind of shoot yourself in the foot before you even start. So I try and just keep everything as simple as possible, and as you go along with the shoots, then you can play more. And by playing, I mean you can do more fantastical makeup, more fantastical clothing, give it more editorial feel if you can pull that off. But in the very, very beginning, just keep it as simple and catalog and e-commerce as possible, just so you can get those images that can interest an agent in your market, in a bigger market, where you're not alienating anyone and making images that are only good for the South or only good for the East or the West, because there is sensibilities in this country and there are areas that like more, editorial images. So I try and give images that can work anywhere. And then once you have an agent, it's their job to blossom you and have you shoot with multiple people, like Brandon. Like once Brandon was with me, he's done 30, 40 shoots now. He has different styles. He has black and white, he has moody, he has happy, he has fun, he has sweaters, he has smiles, he has underwear, he has sexy stuff. Like, I mean, he has everything because he's shot with so many people. But that's what you get when you have an agent. When you're doing test shoots, yeah, you can't do 30 test shoots in a couple of weeks, or be completely bankrupt. But when you start your shoots, you make it really good quality so it can last you a while. So hopefully you can get an agent from it, and then they can take over, use those images, and then give you other opportunities to blossom.
Because I see quite often, Ryan, people get photos done based on their preferences. Well, I want to look sexier. My friends and family see me as a model now because I told them, so therefore these photos have to portray as though I'm on the cover of Vogue or, Victoria's Secret.
Well, that's how you're making a big mistake, because that's not how the industry works. I mean, if you just want to pay to get photos
I call them impersonators versus actual doers.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, if you really want to do this, unfortunately, your opinion of yourself is incidental. You really have to have a professional come in and kind of tell you, because you're probably wrong in what you're thinking, and therefore you're going to shoot it wrong. It's going to look wrong, and now you've wasted time, energy, and money on something that can't be used.
yeah, and I see that quite a bit, especially with the ladies that go up on websites and they do the TFPs, which means straight from
It's the same with men. It's no different.
But I mean,
in fact,
for all
to be
genders,
honest, I think it's worse. I think it's
for
worse.
men.
Yes, it's worse. Yeah, because with females, at least, there's more opportunities for girls in this industry. So just period. It doesn't matter whether you're 60 or 16, there's just more opportunities for females. So I feel the guys shoot themselves in the foot faster and ruin their careers quicker. Not that they both don't, but I just think it's the guys really, really, once you screw up as a guy, it's hard to come back. Girls have a little bit more rope to play with.
Now, when you say screw up, because here's the thing, and I really want to stress this to you guys, photographers don't book you work, agents do. Photographers have one purpose, to give you photos so that an agent can submit you, and of course it's all about marketing. So sometimes when you do the TFPs, you're doing what the photographer wants to see, because again, you're getting trade for print, which means you're not paying for it. And we can do a whole training about this. But the problem is a lot of times you're getting what the photographer's artsy vision is, or maybe they want to see some nudity, whatever their preference is, because they're giving you free photos, but that's not necessarily what an agent wants to see, nor a casting director. So those photos a lot of times don't translate to you booking work. They're just, now Ryan, can a model, we kind of talked about like going on a trajectory path. Have you ever had talent that you really loved, but then they went and got some like really like stranger danger type photos, or did something like a little bit creepy with photographers, or maybe just like really shitty, scary, like just like, oh my God, what the hell were you thinking photos? Did that ever derail your talent from success? And then how can you get them?
Yeah, I mean, it can take a year, it can take months to a year to fix that, because I have a guy that I'm talking to right now. He's out of Vancouver, and he's spent 2-3 years shooting on his own, trekking to Miami, trekking to LA, trekking to New York on his own dime, running around like a chicken, shooting with C and D level photographers. He's great looking. And I'm like,
wait, is that the guy I scouted? Did I scout him?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
How did you waste all of this time doing this?
Yeah.
And money, because none of the photographers paid for his travel, and the photos are hideous, and you've got nothing to show for it. And I have to redo him. So we're slowly doing that, because I want him to take his social media down. I don't want it even to exist for at least a month, so people can start forgetting about him. And then
but do they argue with you or think that you're being mean when you say, hey, like everything you've done is wrong up until this point? Oh, but they're professional. That's what I always get. Well, my dog went to PetSmart and got professional photos done with Santa. It does not mean that there's something that like a real casting director wants to see. Just so you guys know, please don't take offense by this if you went and got photos done with anybody. And it's Ryan's job, for those of you guys that are part of VIP or want to work with VIP, to have somebody of this type of magnitude. Again, you've worked on some of the biggest campaigns, and again, former art director of Vogue, you're a celebrity stylist for like Liam Neeson and some tremendous A-listers. But like, it's your job to say, listen, I've been in this business for like 40 years. I know what works. I know what casting directors want to see. What you've been doing is incorrect based on your knowledge and probably based on your circle of people that you asked advice from. Again, the hardest part about this industry is when you're aspiring model taking advice from other aspiring models that don't know their foot from their elbow. And that's the issue, because now it's, God forbid, you tell them you're doing it wrong. Oh, you're so mean. And then they like want to out you for being mean, Well,
no, he's not happy about it, but he understands
he flew to Miami, flew to LA on his own dollar.
He's spent all this money, and he's not quite understanding why his efforts aren't coming to anything. And I said, you just did it wrong. You did it all wrong. You were flattered by people writing you in your DM saying, oh, I want to shoot you. And you just hopped on a plane, but yet you didn't investigate, are there images going to get you anywhere? And the answer is always pretty much no. So there shouldn't be any hopping on a plane unless someone tells you of consequence, i.e. an agent, to get on a plane, then get on the plane. But doing it yourself, I've only seen, to be honest, in the past, since Instagram has become a thing, I don't know, 5 years, 7 years, I've only seen one model, ever do it on their own, come with a flawless book that is actually impressive that they did on their own. I've only seen it happen one time. 99.9% of the time, you are doing it wrong. And I took the boy that I saw do it on his own. He never had an agent. He just was discriminatory in who he shot with. He looked at other models' Instagrams, and he looked at websites, he looked at agency websites and patterned who he shot with based upon what he saw was popular.
So
And
he did a self-diagnosis.
he did it, and he did it right.
Yeah.
There are rare occasions where someone gets it in the head, get it, and they execute. And that's great. It's just like an artist who never went to art school. How did you paint that? I just did. Or someone that can sew a dress. How did you sew that? I just did. Like, there are people that can do these things.
Or wear that jacket. You just did.
So he's one of the rare ones that actually did it right. But in the most case, I never see people do it right. They always do it wrong. They're shooting with idiots. They're spending money on gas, plane tickets, clothes for no reason.
Now, a lot of times, Ryan, when talent that are not signed to agencies go out and get photos done, can you use those photos with your agency to submit them out for castings?
No, because 99.9% of the time they are wrong. So they're not useful for me, and you have to start from scratch, which can be disheartening for people and they get upset. But if you really want to do this, you'll listen and just suck it up and do it, you know.
Which one would you guys rather? Oh, I'm upset, or hey, I want success, put me on the right path. Because that's what I mean, the whole entire weekend's about, like, hey, I want success. What I'm doing isn't working. I want to hear what it's going to take. Oh, but don't hurt my feelings. Like, pick one. Oh my God.
I mean, most people are in shock, but they are receptive. I do feel most people want the truth. They just thought they were getting it, and now that they are, they're upset about it. I mean, anyone would be upset if you spent 2 years, 3 years flying all over the country shooting, thinking that you're getting to your goal, and then all of a sudden someone steps in front of your path and says, you've been going on the wrong road this entire time. And it can be upsetting. So I give them their minute to moan and cry and mourn their.
I can see you have 60 seconds. Go. But let me ask you a question, Ryan. When they get the photos, what would they do with them? Like, how do they think that they're going to book work with the photos that they have?
I have no idea. They over Instagram. They're posting like crazy people. They're posting groupies or whatever you want to call those things of hideous photographs over and over and over again in the same outfit, looking a mess. And I guess they think someone's going to Lana Turner them and find them in, like, you know, an ice cream parlor, you know, and turn them into a star. It's never going to happen. You know,
you made that boy take down his social media to kind of give it a rest and reset. We'll just say
his not the social media, because he's not even popular on social media. It's for him to reset, because he was posting twice a day. I'm like, why are you doing that? Why are you posting?
Casting directors look at it?
No. Oprah's not even posting twice a day. Why are you posting twice a day? Like, there's no need for that. Nobody does that. You need to chill, because and if you're posting amazing stuff twice a day, maybe I wouldn't say anything. But what you're posting is crap. So you're actually doing more damage than good. So I want the social media shut down. And when you restart it, it'll be with the images I've gotten for you, and you will be posting once or twice a week like a normal person.
Now, when they get signed to an agency, can they still go and work with other photographers or brands if they find stuff on their own?
No, you cannot. Once you're with an agency, everything goes to the agent. It is discussed. Is this a good project? Yes or no? And if it's a no, then it's just a no. There's no shooting with your friends. There's no, none of that. All of that ceases, and it is done the proper way, which is through the agency, and that's it.
So, like, if I were signed to your agency and Ryan Clapham said, "Hey, I'm working on my new clothing line, and I want you to be the model," even though she's a friend of mine, I can't just go if I'm represented by an agency and be the model for a friend's clothing line.
No, you cannot. In fact, I don't like it when models work with their friends. It is very rare that you have talented friends. In the first place, no offense. Mostly when friends say I have a clothing line or I'm a photographer, they suck. So I don't want you shooting with your friends. They have no idea what they're doing, and I don't allow it. No.
So guys, the premise of this whole thing, no, the answer is no when you're signing. But how many of you
No.
guys want this type of path? Somebody who could take you step by step by step, because here at VIP Ignite, we'll be going over it this weekend. For those of you guys that qualify to work with us, Ryan himself will be one of your mentors. And Ryan, you get to know each and every one of our talent. You get to know their personality. You know about marketability. So when people want to get photos done, you're like, this is what it's going to take in order for you to get to that end destination. Walk with me. Let me work with you. Let me tell you what you should be wearing. And we're going to actually do this weekend. We're going to be calling on some of you from Model Garage. So many people want to know like where they fit into this industry. Am I meant to be on the West Coast or the East Coast? And what do you envision me as? So guys, this isn't about you kind of self-diagnosing and WebMDing yourself, but having an expert tell you exactly where you fit into this industry and what it's going to take to get those results that you want. Hi, Deneen.
Hi.
Yep.
Ryan always looks so
Model
surprised.
Garage
when
is
I'm-
tomorrow. It's become very popular.
What's very
How many
popular?
of you want? How many of you
Model
want
Garage.
Ryan?
Oh.
How many of you want Ryan to break down what you need to work on and where you should be in the industry? If you do, type me in the comments because we're going to be doing that tomorrow. We're
Now,
so
just so
excited.
you know, just because you live in LA does not mean LA is the right market for you. And we'll go over tomorrow why. Because I personally like California because there's no humidity, so my hair never looks better. But it doesn't, I mean, you guys know I have a big mouth, so I'm more of a New Yorker now. But so there's different coasts for different folks, and we'll go over, and some of you guys will qualify
And
for
you
both.
can, there are people that can do both, and they can alter their personalities to accommodate New York and alter it to accommodate LA. I have to do it. I have to be more lackadaisical when I'm in LA as opposed to when I'm in New York because that's what it calls for. I get frustrated in LA sometimes because people just
So
take
slow.
forever to
Yeah.
do things, but it's part of the lifestyle.
It is. So would you wear that jacket in LA? That's what everybody wants to know.
Yeah, I wear whatever I want. Nobody tells me what I can't wear.
But you like to tell people what they can't wear. So guys, thank you
Do
so
as I
much.
say,
Ryan.
not as I do. But yes, I wear whatever I want, wherever I want. There is an LA look, but I don't really adhere to it. I'm more of a New Yorker, period. So yeah,
Cool.
I'm more of a New Yorker at heart. So sometimes when I'm in LA and I'm wearing stuff, people are like, they do stare and they're like, where'd that come from? Because it's just not LA, but do I care now?
All right, great. So guys, we will be going over so much more. If you enjoyed today, type yes, or, I want to hear what was your biggest takeaway very quickly for those of you guys that were on this entire time. What was your biggest takeaway from that conversation? I hope that, our next guest, I can tell you right now, doesn't give a crap about what anybody says because he works in comedy. So we're going to turn that frown upside down. But Ryan, I thank you so much for being on. And
I'll be back later.
okay, cool. Are you going to be wearing that jacket later? Or are you going to do a change?
I'm not doing a change.
Okay.
I'll wear the jacket later.
Cool. Awesome. I could just imagine him
Hey.
sitting in his apartment in New York City, just like wearing that cool jacket. And
Maybe he'll stand
was-
and model the jacket for us later.
yeah, that's
I'm
great.
the jacket.
That is a
I'm
big
wearing
reveal.
hideous shorts because it's warm. It's like the first warm day. It's like 72 degrees.
So wait, you're wearing your jacket when you're not on camera? You're just wearing it, just sitting in your apartment?
And hideous shorts.
No, I'm taking the jacket off because it's thick. It's leather and it's hot.
Okay. All right.
I'm
Well,
just wearing it for the effect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. All right. Mr. Colby, thank you so much. We will see you in just about 2 hours. We'll be waiting with
Okay.
bated breath between now and then. Thank you so much.
Okay, see you. Bye.
You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. I'm just putting it out there. And I really want to say this. I mean, for those of you that are like, man, I've spent so much time and money getting photos done. Just breathe. Did you have fun? You know what I mean? Did you feel like a model? Well, now we're here because we want to help you actually get to that finish line. So please don't ever fret or say, oh, because it's all about experiences, and we want you to have a good time. And especially for those of you guys that have been posting, pictures of yourself on your social media, your friends and family, I'm sure are very proud of you. but now it's time to get serious about your career and stop doing it that way. And I'm talking about getting serious about your career. I know we have our next guest.
Yes. Okay, everyone. Again, when I introduce our next guest, I need you to celebrate as if the Eagles won the Super Bowl. All right. If you're not an Eagles fan, just go with it. Be your actors here, okay? All right. So let me introduce our next guest to you. Our next guest is Craig Shoemaker. He has had a career in show business spanning over 3 decades as a stand-up comedian, actor, author, writer, and producer. He's known for his engaging, relatable stand-up and iconic baritone-voiced character, the Love Master, all-time top 10 list on XM Radio as the most popular. He has made multiple network TV and movie appearances, including Middleman, MTV's Awkward, Parks and Recreation, The Late Show, The View, Comic Relief, The Bold and the Beautiful, Matlock, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and Scream 2. He also has written for the season 2 of the sitcom Fuller House. As a voiceover artist, Craig's dead-on impression of Don Knotts and narration was featured in the film Pleasantville. Craig's passion reaches beyond stand-up comedy. After 30 years in entertainment, speaking engagements, and public broadcasts, Craig designed a coaching program where he shares the shortcuts he's learned to get over performance anxiety and command the room. Craig also founded Laughter Heals, a nonprofit group dedicated to using laughter as a healing modality, and holds an honorary doctorate degree from Cal U of Pennsylvania. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Craig Shoemaker.
Wow, I see a lot of hands going. I'm feeling that applause. I've got two shows today, so I hope that they're a little louder than that.
Oh,
The applause.
I can unmute them if you want, Craig, but then trust me, it goes crazy.
No. I know, I've been there. I've been on Zoom shows where people are eating, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy, do you know I can actually see the food in your mouth right now?" So, oh yeah, I've had all sorts of Zoom shows. I'm glad to be back on the road though, doing comedy and wearing pants again. And this is a big thing for me. I'm happy other people are wearing pants as well. So yeah, it's great to be back with you. You know, I have the ultimate respect for what you do, and I'm inspired by what you do, and I'm happy to be here to serve others, because that's what it's all about right now for my career.
it is. Now let's talk about your career. So you've done a lot of amazing stuff. So take us through as a child. Did you know you wanted to get into comedy? Did you know you wanted to do this? And what was your why? I
think comedy wanted to get into me. That's pretty much what happened. I remember I had a interesting story for me is I was when I was a kid, my dad left when I was born. I'm like, something I said, wah, he's gone. And then we were very poor. And I thought the word evict meant move. I thought they were the same word. Like, Mom, here's the eviction truck. And we would go on to another place, and we went to this new school. And I remember the feeling like it was yesterday. I told a story. It was actually a story of my mom beating me up to the class. And I'll never forget the class laughing and the feeling I got. And it was ethereal. It was just this moment in time. It just froze for me. And this was a harbinger of things to come. The teacher the next day locked me in the closet with my hands tied behind my back for a whole day. Because
it was a different time, guys. Just go with it.
It was a different time.
Different time.
But don't excuse it, though. I'm telling you my story for a reason. There's a reason that all of these things happen. You know, abuses, whatever it is, you know, we're quick to label it that. Nothing happens to me. Everything happens for me. And that happened for me as an inspiration to keep going. There's nobody that said keep going with and all of you. There's very few people in your lives that are going to say keep going with what you do, with whatever your art that you want to share. And it can manifest itself in lots of ways. I mean, yeah, that bio is real. I'm a producer, writer, actor. There's no limits. Once we tap into that feeling inside, that ethereal feeling, and that's what happened to me in that closet. Nobody's going to stop me. And, you know, she would say, you stay on that box, and hands, blue yarn tied behind my back. And there's no guidance counselor saying, go be a comic or whatever you all are doing. There's very few people that are going to pull you into the guidance counselor office and say, go pursue
a test. I see you being a comic. Okay.
Yeah. Nobody's saying that. And so it had to be me and my source. And I encourage everyone to get with whatever your higher power, your God, your source is. It will inform you. If you clear the mechanism, clear out all those doubts and worries and fears that other people instill in us. I'm writing a book called Get Out of Line and Into Alignment. Get into alignment with yourself, your true self, your authentic self. I coach now. Genuine energy flow is what I teach. Get in your genuine energy flow, not someone else's. Don't do it for anyone else. I was here a little earlier about the West Coast, East Coast. Wherever you are, you are. And there's no adapting. I don't do any. I live both. I've done New York, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles. I'm this guy. I'm not dressing for anyone. I'm not being anything except for myself. And that's the biggest reason for the success in the career is because I just didn't care. I mean, I care. Of course, I care what people think. I'm a little codependent, as a matter of fact, but I can't allow them to dictate how I feel about myself and my craft. I'm going to keep on going. I have a show on Amazon right now, and I sent it to my agent, and she literally, I don't even think she watched it. It was like 2 seconds later. They're not buying these shows. You think I'm going to listen to that? It's on Amazon Prime right now, getting great reviews.
I see some trophies behind you. I wouldn't listen either. I'd say, I'm sorry, these Emmys are too loud for me. Like,
yeah, I mean,
I'm giving you shtick now.
And I have a lot of awards and rewards for what I do, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's really nice and it's great because for credibility, but it's irrelevant because it's like you have to stay in the now anyway. That's the past and there's no future. We just have now. So I just keep creating whatever comes up. I have 40 pieces of intellectual property on my slate right now. I'm hiring a team, constantly hiring more and more people on my team because we are built for this. If you're an artist, you're built for it. You're built to express yourself, your true potential, the potency that's inside of us, and it wants to reveal itself. So that's where I'm coming from is like, there's no key way to do things. There's no standard way to do things. I took my own routes and some of them were big failures, but none of them were failures if you learn. And
yeah, take us through some like aha moments.
My audition rate is probably 1 out of 100 scores, but I've also, scored Parks and Recreation a few episodes and a few episodes of, I was in Scream 2 and all these things, so I got some of them. It wasn't meant to be that I didn't have the others. So I create my own stuff that I can put myself in. The 2 new series I'm in, I put myself in them. If I fit. I didn't fit in the first 4 episodes, so I didn't put myself in. So that's what we get to be as artists. You get to create. You're tapped into your creator and you create however it manifests itself. So my biggest suggestion when I'm coaching and mentoring is, first of all, have a sense of humor about yourself. Have fun. And I'm telling you, as a guy that casts people, I can look around this room right now and I can see who has the energy that I would want on my team. I'll tell you that right now. I'll go for one right now. I'm going to name names. Okay.
Yep.
This is how I work. I work through energy.
Good. Their camera should be on. So I'll just say #I told you so.
If
everybody wants to get discovered, here you go. One of the top writers in the world. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you right now, and I produce and I cast. I'm going to tell you right now, the first person I go to is Albert. That's who I go to.
I know his agent.
So I go to him immediately because he has an energy. He has an energy. He's listening. He's curious. He's not sitting back lazy, about, what he's taking in or doesn't care. This is the next speaker. He's saying to me, I'm interested in this business. I'm interested in me. I'm interested in creating. I'm interested in getting better. And that's just from energy.
Yeah.
And I do this all the time. I just spoke in front of a bunch of real estate agents, and a couple of them were funny. I said, if I come to Florida and I buy property, I'm buying from her because she's funny. And that's the things that how we can stand out. You be yourself with confidence, with ease, with goodness, kindness, being of service to the whole, not being in yourself, which makes us nervous, which we're trying to get something. And it's always when you're trying to get something, people smell it and everything. I just looked at one person and I go, curious, probably talented.
He is.
Great look.
Super nice.
Energy.
But without you saying a word, you've already said 1,000 words just by showing up. Like
The-
you're
the
on
light-
stage
the li-
now.
And
Yeah.
by the way, folks, I'm not picking on, Albert and saying, I'm saying this for your sake to say, I'm a guy that casts. I'm a guy that looks for talent. And that's the first thing. He could be horrible talent. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Oh, he's
But,
good.
but what I'm saying is there's a light. And when
Yeah.
you walk into a room, you bring your light. You bring your authentic self. I call it the genuine energy flow. Who you are genuinely, without all the stuff, who you are, that's your package. That's who you present. That's your brand, whatever it is. And you bring that all the time in everything that you do. And I can guarantee you much more success than laying back. The fact that you're doing this already is saying something good, that you're part of this group. That's already saying that you are investing in yourself. That's great.
It is great.
Second step
Yeah.
is, how are you participating in it? How are you in the game? That's the second aspect that some people miss. How
Some
you
people come on half-assed. They don't turn the cameras on. They don't participate.
Yeah.
Me and everybody's like hemming and hawing that they want to get signed and I want to get discovered. Why is it so hard? It's hard because of you. You're not even participating. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the truth.
you'll get half-ass results.
For sure. So you go from a kid getting evicted and getting, put in the closet. How the hell do you become, like, you're friends with Dave Chappelle? You write for hit TV shows. How the hell did you take me through the journey? Like, and I know we're short on time today, but
Well,
how the hell did you do this?
Chappelle in particular, and Chris Rock. I was hanging out with them last summer at Dave's house. Who I was from the very beginning was a person who was of service. I mean, I let Chappelle open for me when he was 15. And he brings that to the stage. He goes, "This guy's a legend." And he introduces me, and then Chris Rock walks in. I helped him with the Oscars a few years ago. Jimmy Fallon was there. I helped him get the Saturday Night Live. And this is all from being present, being me. I mean, I'm into helping people as much as I am helping my family. But they remembered it. People remember these things. Judd Apatow used to open for me and begged to open for me. I still have a tape that he sent me, a mixtape of Steps Ahead, they were called. And can I open for you in San Bernardino? Whitney Cummings is a big comic now. She opened for me, selling my merchandise on the road. But everyone, and I'm performing this afternoon with Bobby Lee. And this is what I show up as me all the time. And they know it. They know that they're going to get me. The audiences know they're going to get me. A room knows, a casting director knows, a producer knows. That's who they're going to get. And I have to understand also that I am not right for all the roles. They might be looking for something completely different, but they're always going to remember you for the next time. They're always going to remember you for the next time or 10 times after that. They remember you and your energy. And that's what I can really emphasize for everyone is bring that. It's an energy of infinity, limitless, fearless. You bring those things in, and somebody who's casting, I know this from casting, we have a hard time with somebody who's caught in their nerves and their self-obsession, because now you're not going to be of service to the whole. You're just going to be of service to your own fears and your own doubts and your own worries. And that's what you'll bring. And then you can mess up and you mess up the whole, it's millions of dollars they're investing in every project. And if they have one fly in the ointment of somebody that's not taking care of themselves, that isn't in their own flow, they're in their own, oh my God, they have an agenda. I got to be famous because I want that girl to regret not going to the prom with me. Then by the way, that used to be my motivation. 13 girls shot me down for the prom. I remember every one of them. They're on my list. And
Madison, yeah.
I couldn't be doing it for that reason. I had to start shifting the reasons I was doing things. It's, if you can think to yourself, I'm going to be absurd, it gets rid of my nerves every time I'm performing. I go, be of service to the crowd. A lot of people out there need to laugh right now. You might be of service to the project. A lot of these producers need someone to fulfill this role that they are casting.
They want to fill it just as much as you want to book it.
Exactly.
I mean, help us help you.
I auditioned for a friend of mine, and I very rarely get casts from friends, and I have a lot of friends in the business. It's rare. The biggest helper I've ever had is Whoopi Goldberg. She's helped me like 5 different times. She's amazing. She's a giver, by the way, total giver for the arts. and for people and friendships. But my friend, he's on NCIS, but he also directs it. He's been on it since the beginning, Rocky Carroll. And I never said, "Hey, give me a part," but he made it available to me, just the casting. And I nailed it. I nailed this, and I knew that I nailed it. And sure enough, he texted me back. He goes, "Wow, that was it." And you know what, folks? I was excited. I knew I nailed it. I thought I was right. And you know what? Another producer thought otherwise. And I didn't get the part. And you know what, though? Rocky, for the first time ever, saw me audition for that show, and they'll use me next year if it's on.
But that's a good point, because so many people like come to us, "Oh, can you guarantee work?" Well, I can guarantee you I can put you in front of the right people, but you have to get that audition. You have to not, because it's up to them. And that's what a lot of actors and models don't understand. Like, as an agent, we can submit you to things, but it's up to the casting directors to pick you. Like, I can only open the door. That's what you have to walk through.
It's actually not the casting directors. They get you in, and they can do certain things. But the most important person is the producer and the writer. They make the decision. And some producer on that team at NCIS had his buddy or somebody else that they had in mind, and I just didn't fit for that role, even though I absolutely nailed it. I nailed it, and I know that I did. And so did Rocky. He said, I thought I had the role, but move on. I move on. I can now just tell the story, and
good story.
Maybe it'll manifest in some other part. Maybe he and I work together on another project. You just don't know. Or maybe someone in that room, another producer, saw me and go, "Wow, I didn't know he was that good of an actor,"
So you grew up in New York City, right?
No, I grew up in
Philly?
I grew up in Philly and then moved to New York.
Tri-state area.
Yeah,
So-
Deneen will be very mad if you say that I'm from
I know. Sorry, Deneen. I know. Go Eagles. Okay, so if you grew up on the East Coast, did you start doing stand-up? Did you just do how did you get into? Can you take us through the transition of you doing stand-up, and then how the hell did you get to LA? Like, why did you go to LA if you were here?
Actually, so I developed the craft in a place where I'm in a little pond. Even though Philly's not that small, it's small compared to Chicago, New York, and LA. I mean, even Chicago is mostly for theater and some ad, it's a big ad area for commercials and things like that. But you want to go for it. And I wasn't ready to quite go for it. I get a little toe in the water in New York, and in Philly, I started really I got a couple television shows in Philly, like local shows, developing that craft, the writing, the creating. There's so much to it these days, especially you have to make your own videos. So I started doing that, and then had a little bit of a name. And then I auditioned for a movie, and I walked in the room, and this producer had heard of me. He goes, "I heard there's a buzz around you." And they were casting just like, not day players, maybe some day players. They were just casting local roles. They had all the stars were in it, coming from LA, doing the movie in Philly, but they have to cast these things with locals. They can't fly every actor in. So it's really good if you're in a town that does movies. You got a really good chance of doing 2, 3, 4 lines and maybe a couple scenes. So I auditioned, and this guy, he took a liking to me, and he said, "I think I would move to LA if I were you." So that was my inspiration. I moved to LA, and coincidentally, or maybe not, there was a buzz about, and I got a deal with NBC. He was with NBC at the time. He was an executive, and it went on from there. I mean, nothing happened from that NBC deal. I had a holding deal. Nothing happened, but it always happens. Something's happening at all times. There's something, as long as there's forward movement. If you don't take no for an answer, if you learn how to adjust, you learn how to learn, you learn how to be curious, you let your flow go and watch what happens. I'm interested in people that are passionate with life, period, let alone the arts. It's life, period, though. Life is it. I mean, if you're passionate about yourself and your growth, your emotional, spiritual, mental growth, physical, if you're interested in that, I'm interested in you. If you're not interested in that, why would I be interested in you? Why would I hire you? Now, that's the set that I want. I want a set that's filled with beautiful energy, with people that are there to show up and be present, be flexible, listen to direction. That's what I want when I'm in that room and I'm creating something. This show I have on Amazon right now, there's 100 people working on that show. I want everyone from craft services that goes out and says, I bought this food because I heard you love soft pretzels and mustard. That they were curious enough to listen that I like soft pretzels and mustard. And they brought it. Now, you don't think I'm going to remember that person? I'm going to hire them for a bigger job the next time or any job? Absolutely. Because they paid attention. They overheard me say it or whatever it was. Those are the things that we can do to pay attention, to be curious, to be present. And it's not something that most people coach. This is what I coach. I have a whole coaching program, one-on-one clients. And when I'm coaching, I say, you're going to bring out your sense of self, your best sense of self, and your sense of humor, also important. Keep your sense of humor, which is self-deprecating. You poke fun at yourself, whatever it is. People love that. It's engaging. It's magnetic. When you walk in cocky, which I used to do, I have some stories that if I had time, like my NBC deal did not go well because of my cockiness. And I blew my career for like 2 years after this one audition that I had at the end, a test deal, and I was going to have a sitcom, and I was so cocky. I didn't study, and I made an absolute jackass of myself. I went a full panic mode, full panic to the point where sweat was dropping onto my paper, my script, and everything was smearing. That's how much sweat was on this paper, shaking like a leaf. And they were like staring at me going, this is our contract player, get him out of here. That was it. And I didn't study. I cared about the house. I cared about the car that I bought. I cared about everything else, all the outside stuff. And I didn't care about the work. I didn't care about, getting better as a person. And I couldn't emphasize this enough. Is anybody understanding this? Shake your head if you understand what I'm saying. Anybody get this? A few people.
Yeah. People that have cameras on, they're all nodding their head. But
this is important stuff that most people don't get. It's it's about me emoting the right way and being the right, whatever it is. They think it's about all this outside stuff. It's about the inside stuff. I couldn't emphasize that enough. Become better on the inside, work on ourselves. I've never been happier in my life than right now. And there's a lot of stuff that's not going well. Like my wife is split, maybe. So I could be
another coaching call, guys. But then you'll be the mentors. Yeah.
My point is, that could rock a lot of people. And it's not easy. It's like I'm going through it. I'm in the middle of it. You see me right now. It's not who I am in any room. I can't bring that into a room. You got to learn how to manage this stuff. I can't bring these tragedies, or my dad just died recently. You think I'm going to bring that into a room? There's not a shot that anyone's going to know my dad passed away that I walk into a room. It's their room. You don't bring your crap into there. You don't bring your emotions into there. No, you bring your best self, your highest self. And that's why I bring every single thing I do, even if I'm here. You don't know what's going on in my background here. It doesn't matter. What you're seeing is a guy who's filled with energy and passion for this.
I see you everywhere. Go to the Super Bowl, you're there. I go to a dinner party in Hollywood, you're there. Yeah. I'm in Vegas, in the middle of nowhere, you're there. Like,
I saw you at a slot machine.
You're there.
Not even playing. You were just standing there.
I was just standing there. But you know
what? Congregating again. But you know what? It is with you and the gang.
Yeah.
Hang with
that gang. Yeah.
Your gang is all about we're having fun. The head of your company is cooking a gigantic meal that was unforgettable, by the way. Unforgettable that I can still
pizzeria in Brooklyn. Yeah, that's Michael. For those of you guys that don't know Mike. Yeah,
I'm visualizing him like cooking
chicken franchise and pasta.
Amazing. Yeah. And I'm like,
no carb left behind. Yeah, for sure.
And then we're telling stories at the dinner table. And that's memories that I want to work with you. And here I am, by the way. Here I am on your, guesting on whatever the hell you call this.
Well, this is our model and actor spring accelerator. But, I kind of want to say, there's so many people that want to get into show business, and it's the Eeyore syndrome, especially now. Oh, woe is me. Life is so hard, money. And I don't want to hear that. I want to hear, why are you here and what is it that you need help with? I don't want to hear all the drama, because like with you, I've met you so many times at dinner parties. I'm really happy that you won 2 Emmys, but like that doesn't come up in conversation when you're talking to somebody. It's not about bragging. It's what can I do to help? Oh, great. There's synergy here. And I want you guys to know small hinges open big doors. So
That's
just being of service to somebody and, listening and being your true authentic self, that's how like real relationships are. I mean, you're on here, you're a top comedian, you write for some of the biggest shows in the world and you have like A-list friends. You're here on a free boot camp this weekend to help aspiring models, actors, comedians, anybody on here to go over your why, your aha moments, but also to give back and say, dude, I might have been a fuck up. Sorry, but like I want to help somebody who wants help.
No,
Do you
I
guys
want to
recognize
give
this?
you,
Yeah.
I want to give you an example, and I have an ask of you within this
Yeah.
example. There was these two guys that I met that were really, really a great energy, but you could tell they were talented, and they showed me their talents. They had videos. They showed up
at our house?
they showed up, yeah, they showed up at my house. So, but I forgot their names because I want to contact them to hire them for something.
Are you
So-
talking about the gentleman so in Hollywood, right? You when we had that big
They're
house in the hills,
they're real young guys. I think they're from somewhere like a
Israel or
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? So make sure you get me their information because I
Yes.
don't know why I'm blanking. But that
No,
doesn't
the dinner
that
party
doesn't mean I'm-
conversations. Anybody
not
that was at
blanking.
that house is somebody of networking. Yeah.
I'm not blanking on their presence and on they're going for it. They showed up at my house in the middle of the night.
Crazy things happen in Hollywood.
I literally said spontaneously. I said, "Hey, come on over and let's pitch each other what goods." And I want to hire them, but I just can't. I'm just blanking. I meet so many people, I'm blanking on their names. So hook me up later.
Yeah.
But that's an example of what I'm saying. Is I met them through. I met a number of people in our gangs and our hangs, and you just never know where it's going to end up because I just remember energies. And I remember theirs and the talent. Look, a lot of people have talent. We have lots of talent out there. It's unbelievable the amounts of talent in different directions. And they have a direction. We as producers, writers, whatever, we have needs too. They fulfill a need for me. I fulfill a need for them. I'm very, very connected. I'm obviously creative. All these, I can fulfill those needs for them and even get them make their mark because they don't have a mark yet here in Hollywood, but I'll help them make their mark based on delivery. You can tell they're hard workers. Here they were, they spontaneous, they're flexible, curious, good people, all of that. That's what I remember. And that's what I'm asking you for their number. That's a perfect example.
And not to mention they're in the right network. I mean, not just because they were at our house, but I want you guys to understand your network is your net worth. Who you surround yourself with, they say the top 5 people. How many of you guys want in Craig's network? Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, Jimmy Fallon. I mean, hello. I need in your network. Next time I'm out in Hollywood, I'm gonna.
And by the way, even on these groups, there have been people that have contacted me, and I stay in touch with them. They, they DM me, or they'll, you know what? Here's something really simple, and I notice it. Comment and like on my stuff. Then you're saying, "Hey, we're friends," and there's no big agenda there. It takes 2 seconds, even if you don't like it. Because my team, we're all looking who we're active with.
All right, let's do this very quickly. I want everybody to take their phone, take a selfie, then post it on Instagram and say, @Craig Shoemaker, it was so great seeing you today at VIP Ignite, duh. I mean, simple things like that will make a difference. Mark it in time. Why not? Look at that.
There's a woman named Jamie I've had an exchange with, an email. She says, I don't really do Instagram, but she came from here.
Yeah.
And you know what? I gave her a little tip and she took the tip.
Good.
You just never know. I'm not saying it happens. It's just it's an energy thing, and that it's really important that I'm friends with, the show I have. One of the shows I have on Amazon right now, I did it with a guy I've known since 3rd grade in Philadelphia. That's who I produced the show.
I think you told me that story. Yeah.
It's a guy I used to cheat off. He was so smart. But now I have skill sets he couldn't even dream of, even though he was the smartest guy in the school. And he has skill sets that I couldn't dream of. But you get together. This is how you form partnerships. And everybody has little mini partnerships. Like I might be partners with these guys that I met at your event on a project that I have them in mind for. And I'm going to talk to them about. I have a feeling that you're going to like this project.
Well, I hope then you'll in return tell me about it so then I could help out in any way possible. I mean, I'm looking at the pictures behind you and you are such a master networker. I know that I'm looking here, the middleman. I know that. What
Oh,
else
you
do
know how
have?
that happened? You know how that happened?
How?
This is perfect example. So I do that show Parks and Recreation, right?
Yeah.
And I was on 2 episodes,
Amy Poehler, Tina Fey.
yeah. Like, I don't think Tina was involved.
Oh,
but it
wait, no, Tina was a writer. Go ahead.
Amy Poehler, it's her show. And I couldn't believe, by the way, they have these casts that go in there. There's a friend of mine on the show. I said, he delivered his lines completely different every take. So what are you doing? I was stuck by my lines, but they met through improv, and this is just the jam that they have. And she would have all these regulars on the show. And she was so sweet to me. Anyway, I met another actor on the show. He played Jerry. And I did this part. I was the head of the Liberty or Die party. It was like a tea party thing. It was like a cool, fun little character. It wasn't a big deal, but it was just something that you could I picked up the vibe, and Amy was sweet. I ended up working with her brother open for me. And then the guy who plays Jerry, Jim O'Hare, is a friend. I'm going to see him tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we're on a committee together. And then I had him on my podcast, and then we became friends. And then he said, I'm producing a movie called Middleman. Right. And I go, and he goes, I'm not going to get you the part, Craig, but I'm going to introduce you to the casting director who never knew I was. I go in and nailed the audition. I got the part. Great movie, by the way. Really great dark movie called Middleman. I can't tell you. I mean, it's really, really good.
Where do we see that? What is that on?
Streaming services and everything else. But he's in every scene. He's amazing in it. It's a completely different part. Andrew West, every actor in it, including one-liners, are brilliant. Everybody but me. Everyone. And by the way, this was the movie. I think Batman stole this whole premise. You'll see if you watch the movie. It's dark. It's bloody, really, really bloody and dark. Dark comedy, as dark as it gets. It's like Coen Brothers meets Tarantino. A brilliant movie. And I got to be in that movie just because of relationships. Now, he did not get me that part. He made it available to introduce me to the casting director because he liked my energy. I like his. And now we still work together. Even tomorrow, we're doing this. We're on a committee for TSC Alliance. And I never knew about that disease or tuberous sclerosis, but now I'm part of the committee. And me and a bunch of comics, we have Comedy for a Cure. You just never know what will unfold when you're in your genuine energy flow. You just don't know. It's not up. The results are not up to us. But if we show up, suit up, show up, be curious, be available, be of service, have fun. That's a big key. Me and Jim laugh our asses off together constantly. We have lunches. We have lunches with Wendy Liebman's there. Mo Collins is there from Matt. She's on a bunch of shows. She's great. Just so many people that we just get together and just laugh our asses off. Kate Flannery from The Office. She's on our committee. We just have fun. That's a big key as well. Be a fun person.
So why didn't you stay in New York? Why did you go to LA? What was that whole transition?
Well, the guy, like I said, when I auditioned, I was in Philly. He goes, you should go to LA. That was first of all. Second of all, you guys know who Rosie O'Donnell is. I don't know. Anyway, she and I started together as teenagers. As a matter of fact, I was just with her 2 days ago. We had a wonderful lunch paid for by a guy who loves her from being of service, by this famous rapper. He sends us a note, or her a note, says, you mean so much to me. And he picked up our bill at Nobu, by the way, which is really expensive. And I ate a lot. I was planning on paying, but this guy, his name's Logic. He's a rapper anyway. He paid for everything. But Rosie and I were reminiscing, and it was all about these memories that we have, the connections we have, and how much fun we have, and all of that. Back in the old days, we were touring together, making no money. And this is what you can establish with people, and friendships and camaraderie. And we're in the arts. It's a beautiful thing to be in, and I have respect for it as well. Remember what my point was.
But it's great because I always talk about the unglamorous, glamorous life. There you are doing stand-up comedy, barely, making any money, but yet you're getting to do what you love and make great connections.
Yeah. Jump cut from, the Applebee's menu to here we are at Nobu. I was like, you just don't know.
You want to network? Go to Nobu. Looking for a date? Just go to Nobu. Just hang out.
Oh my God, that place is ridiculous.
But a lot of places are ridiculous. But even though the food is great, you also go, it's a great place to people watch, and it's a great way to connect. Let's
I
see.
have a famous actor friend. And we bond. Here's another one. We bond. He has no idea what I do, and I very rarely know what he does. I just know I knew of him, but you all probably heard of him. I've been friends with him for years because we're Philadelphia fans. We go to all the LA games. Oh, you're asking how I got to LA. And we go to all the LA when they're playing our Sixers, our Flyers, our Phillies, Eagles, anything. And we do these games and we go to Vegas together. And he's like, he tells me, I said, hey man, because I'm out of it. You know, I've raised kids in the suburbs and stuff. And I'm out of the LA scene. That's the other thing, by the way. I heard everybody's talking about the scene before. F the scene. I don't care about the scene. It's a bunch of BS. You know, the person this year that's an Oscar nominee, 2 years later, they can't get past the velvet rope. Don't worry about the scene. Don't worry about the trends. You be you. And by the way, he and I are us together. And then I got to know what is his career a little bit. I hardly follow it. I don't think he follows mine much. But it turns out he owns the most popular restaurant that I never heard of. And you guys see my name here? See what my first name is? The name of the restaurant is Craig's. So he goes, I'll get you in at Craig's. I own it. I'm part owner. I go, I never heard of that. He goes, you of all people, you would think have heard of it. I thought he meant like, because it's trendy. No, the name is Craig's. So it's named after me. So I go, I never heard of it. And I go there. It's filled with celebrities and paparazzi.
Yeah.
And so I got to impress my out-of-town guests, you know, so I got in there. But I don't care anymore about the trends and stuff, because I've been through all of it. And it serves no purpose. But what does serve a purpose is he and I are really good friends. And he called me on a whole other, like a beautiful level the other day. We're talking. Nothing to do with show business. And it's wonderful to bond like that. Now, of course, we both are creators. And if there's something that comes up and, you know, you turn them on to it or say, hey, join me in this. I've got this other project right now. I'm talking to somebody about maybe you can be involved in it. I'm looking for some good partners. You know, you just never know.
Yeah. Networking is so important. And the problem is a lot of times when people are just getting started in this industry, they're not networking with the right people. And I know that's how you ended up getting Fuller House because of your relationship, right?
Yeah, I was the runner-up to play Uncle Joey, and so I stayed friends with Jeff Franklin to this day, best of friends, and he created Full House and Fuller House, and so I went on season 2. He wanted a comic in there. It's all writers. And I'm a comedian, like paid to be a comedian. I know what the audiences want because I'm out there on the road doing this. By the way, somebody come see me. I don't know where you live, but I got a bunch of shows coming up, breakshoemaker.com. But come have fun. And Jeff, by the way, I was in Florida. He lives in Florida now. And he took a train with his girlfriend and came see me an hour and a half away and laughed his ass off. You know, we're still friends and still bonded. And he doesn't want to be in show business anymore, but still I'll run things by him. I ran a script by him. Is a guy who really knows what he's talking. It's called, I don't know if anybody knows the term. It's a showrunner. Showrunners they are it in the world of sitcoms. They are it in television. They are the power. Chuck Lorre, billionaire. I mean, it's this guy.
2.5 Men. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. The list is endless with this guy. They have a lot of power as these showrunners. But anyway, Jeff, he and I remained friends to the point where his girlfriend said, try stand up, and I'm going to coach him doing some stand up. You know, I'm not going to get paid or anything. We're just buds, you know, and that's how it works. You should have him on here.
Oh my God, I would love to. I always feel like, should I ask? I mean, I'm not looking to, get favors by any means, but I think one of the hardest things as far as my company is that it's very hard sometimes to get out of our own zone, which is why we spend a lot of money to get in front of the right people, investing in projects and movies and things like that.
I can get Jeff for you. I mean, I got him for a real estate friend of mine who I coach.
Okay, well then done.
I spoke to a bunch of real estate agents, so I'm sure he would speak to people that are
right. We'll just do an exchange. I'll give you the people that you want from my phone. You give me the people I want from your phone, and it's going to be like a hostage situation with exchanges.
Right.
It's going to be great.
All right.
But all right. So you're now in LA. I mean, this business has changed so much, and you know, I hate to even bring up, like, they call it the woke presence of the world. Do you feel as though comedy right now, like, are you walking on eggshells when you're writing stuff, or are you just like, F this, this is funny, I know it's funny, and it's gonna stick somewhere?
Opposite. I'm leaning into it. I actually just
You're
created.
leaning into it.
I
Okay.
created a comedy tour called Unwoke AF. I got a great logo because woke isn't what it was when it started. It's now starting to be just this arrogant thing where they decide they don't understand their intolerance shows you exactly what not to be. So
Yeah.
you're intolerant of this person. You're defining something as hate speech. You define this. Who are you to define it? Who's
Yeah.
defining it? So I'm saying step back. We're all one, helping one another. And that doesn't help. You label somebody, take them down, cancel them. Who are you to do that with no judge and jury for somebody for one line of a tweet or something like that? So the comedians, we're really blowing back on this. Chappelle, Rock, I don't know if you saw his special was
I
amazing.
did. I just watched it.
We're leaning now big time. You know, the pandemic really set us into a whole other frame of reference. So we're truth tellers. Are afraid of us. I just went on a rant on Jamie Kennedy. If anybody knows Jamie Kennedy, God, what a career that guy's had. Wow, he'll come on your show too. I mean, we were just.
I cannot wait for my Christmas list this year with everybody I want to meet, but this is going to be great.
I went on a rant on his show about the disrespect of comedy and laughter. And I'll tell you, we need to laugh more than ever.
Yeah, we do.
We need to take laughter seriously. It's the biggest healer there is. I own the nonprofit called Laughter Heals, formed because my best friend got brain cancer. And we have all these programs that we do. We're lifting the world. And this woke takes the world down. That's the irony. It's taking the world down. Because the definition of woke, that means you're saying by you being woke, you're saying that I'm asleep. You're saying that I'm ignorant or whatever it is. It's a reverse of what their intention is. If the intention is that we're all one, we're all supposed to accept one another, then be in acceptance, be in tolerance. And so anyway, we are really going against this whole thing, and cancel culture is associated with it. We need to not cancel people. You know what I say in my act? I go, hey, if you don't like something, why ruin it for everyone else? You might not understand the joke. You might want to find out the nuance, the intention of it. Pull me aside, DM me. Say, I didn't really get, what'd you mean by that? Isn't that a conversation we should have? And that goes back to what I was saying about Albert having that energy of curiosity.
Yeah.
Is be curious. Be curious. Don't just assign something with something because they look a certain way or said something that you might not understand. You might have said it with irony, sarcasm. You don't know. You can't read through a tweet. So this is what now we become a nation of canceling art. So everyone here is an artist. Let's be proud of ourselves. Let's bring this. And art is infinite. It's infinite. It's not to be judged. It's to be accepted. It's to be enjoyed. It's to be uplifted by. Let's get in it together and not knock each other out. And that's what stupid people are doing right now. You know, I did the rant I was doing with Jamie Kennedy the other day, and he was amazed by it. I said, even the Oscars is a bunch of crap. You know, they decide what's art and what's not, and there's no comedy category. How's that possible?
How's that even possible?
The best animated foreign short, like anybody gives a shit about the short. Nobody even watches these things, and there they are. I think the Academy, and they're all thanking people so they can have a job next year. That's how they're thanking people. There's no sincerity about it. Believe me, I've won the awards. I can tell you, I've been the phony before. So let's have fun together. Let's embrace one another. Let's co-create with one another, build a community like you have here. These people in this community should start to get to know one another. If you have a skill set that the other person is weak on, get together. Draw that. I'm going to blow back on one thing that you say. And that is, it's just me though. I'm not a fan of the word because what it connotes to me is networking. Because that sounds like an agenda. What I'm going to say is build a community. Build a community of like-minded, of energetic people that you can respond to. Look, you and I, we know each other, not from networking. We know each other from friendship.
Yeah.
Right? And we laugh how we even met, that I ended up speaking in your living room. I thought I was invited to a party.
He comes to this. So as you guys know, we're New York and LA based. So we have this beautiful house in the Hollywood Hills. Here he is. He's a friend of one of our mentors, and he walks in and he thinks that we're going to have beautiful people there, which we did. We have models and actors that are part of our company. And, you know, like Michael's thing, there's no such thing as free lunch. You come in and we're like, okay, here's the stage. Go ahead, go. And it was great because you kind of like, you weren't like, oh, you know, I'm too big for this. I have a Netflix special. Like you're like, great. Let me help people that want help. And I love you for that.
Christine is heckling me. She goes, he wanted women. It was proposed to me there'd be single women there. But I was mostly for my friend. I took my friend there with that premise and played in the NFL. I took him there. Anyway.
It was a good night.
It was a fun night. I ended up meeting people, but I met them. I didn't network with them. That's what that's what my point is. I'm not
networking is like spraying your cards out. Yeah. Having real meaningful relationships.
I know you. I know Deneen. We talk Eagles. I'm not thinking, oh, when's the next job I'm gonna get her? I'm gonna get from her. You know what I mean? We're like, oh, suck. That was a bad call in that Super Bowl. You know, that's what you're talking about. So you just don't know when you build these communities, you're gonna find people energetically who match with you, and that's what my point is.
And I love that point. Deneen, we're going to do, I don't know if you heard, we're going to do an exchange of information. We're going to get Jeff Franklin and Jamie Kennedy in our VIP Ignite community now. And then we have to give him the Israeli filmmakers that he met.
I have a number of people. Caroline Ray's closest friends. She was on Sabrina. I know she played Aunt Hilda. And she's one of the funniest comics ever. Like I
saw her at Caroline's before they closed it down in Times Square. Amazing.
Yeah, I tour with her sometimes. I mean, there's a load of people.
I can't wait to give you a list.
I have a group of people that these are the ones that I've known Jamie Jamie was so nice to me on Scream 2. The director didn't even know who I was. And he was going around introducing me. He goes, I used to listen to this guy on my clock radio. That tells you how long ago it was. His clock radio. So I mean, he was so cool. We're friends today. And that's, you know, it's same with Rosie. That that's what I'm trying to say is get to know one another. Have a community that is, you know, then you share stories, you share lousy stories too about, you know, sleeping in bed bugs or whatever it is. It's all part of the journey.
It's all part of the journey. Well, I thank you so much for being here. So we're going to go to your website. We're going to see where you're performing next. Guys, I hope that you are now following his Instagram and his Facebook. Again, if you did not get a chance to take a selfie and tag him, tag VIP, please.
CraigShoemaker.com, and it's official Craig Shoemaker. Oh, you see how to spell it there. No mocker. I'm no umlaut. I'm not off the boat from Bavaria, just a little shoemaker.
VIP is a family. We are.
It is a
This
family.
is why we're very selective about who we bring in, especially how many of you guys want to go to one of our networking events or what we call like a house party where you get to network with top people in the industry. If you want that type, count me in because
like me, I'll be there.
Well, you
appear everywhere we are.
Super Bowl. We're like, seriously? Restraining order.
I was going through my Craig Shoemaker photos. I mean, we met in Scottsdale, we met in Vegas,
I know.
Hollywood. I guess twice, I think. It's crazy.
We saw you at the movie premiere with Kevin Sorbo. That was fun.
Oh my God, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Scottsdale.
About that. And, you know, he and I go way back as well. You know,
you should come out to New York. We're working on a new Broadway show right now. You should come out. We'll have our people call your people.
I'll be in New York at the end of May on my way to Israel. I've never been there before. I'm performing in Israel.
Sure.
But yeah,
we should catch a Phillies game.
Yes, the Phillies game. I've got Philly coming up this summer at Boston, Maine. Oh my God, Jersey Shore. I'm all over the place. This week I'm in Palm Springs and then Oxnard. Please come to that show. It's gonna be a great one. Oh, I teamed up with another guy. Now he and I are friends. He's from Cobra Kai and Bold and the Beautiful, which I was on as well. And this guy Sean Kanan, and he wants to be a comic, so I'm training him how to be a comic. Maybe he'll teach me a couple black belt moves. So he's opening for me now on the road some places. So you never know what's going to happen. I never even knew I knew this guy. But anyway, all right, I have to go do a show right now.
I know you do.
Goodbye.
All
right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. It was awesome.
See ya.
That was so fun. I don't know about you, but I remember watching Jamie Kennedy for years. And especially, I'm going to have to go back and watch Scream 2 later Because how many of you guys have ever like met somebody that you recognize from TV and film, and then now it's like they're just your friends. This is just what we do. And I love that. Guys, I do have one housekeeping tip for you. When we have somebody of this type of magnitude, and Jasper, I think you're awesome, but I also know you showed up really late today. Guys, don't detract from somebody on this type of level to exchange information with each other. Or, hey, follow me. And I want to make sure that if you're here, you're present. Do you guys understand that? Because it's disrespectful. So I'm going to ask you politely. Next time I'll just remove you from this. But I can tell you, I mean, working in this industry, it's a blessing. We're also so honored to have somebody. I mean, he had his 2 Emmy Awards behind. I would much rather, no offense, Jasper, I'd much rather listen to what Craig Shoemaker has to say, since he's one of our coveted guests, to help people get to that level. Then I don't want you guys just networking with each other. And I really want to say that to be nice. You're here because you want help. So if you understand that type housekeeping, because, it's kind of an a-hole move. And I'm going to tell you that right now. So I don't want to follow you on Instagram. I don't want everybody following you on Facebook or Instagram. If you want to detract from our company, then you go start your own and win 6 Tonys and then come back. Okay.
Awesome.
That's why we have a private Facebook group. So how many of you guys are members of the Facebook group? If not, you guys can all join. It's the community. This is our, our model and actor spring accelerator. We're here because we want to help you get to where it is. How many of you guys would love to network with Craig? Like Albert, we already have an in now, right? He already saw Albert. He already loved Albert. He thought he had a great energy, which he does. He's part of our company. But if you guys got a chance to network on that type of level, and think about it, he could pick up the phone and call anybody. I mean, that's pretty badass.
Literally.
Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle. If you go on his Instagram, you'll see him hanging out at Dave Chappelle's home. Like, that is just mind blowing, and he's such a nice guy. And again, when somebody had asked about Tony Robbins earlier, is he a mentor? Yeah, he is. We work with Tony Robbins, we work with Russell Brunson, we have tremendous people that we work with. But mentorship doesn't come cheap. I mean, I think we spent like 6 digits to work with Tony Robbins every year. Having somebody mentor you on that type of level, that's how we get into rooms with people like Craig Shoemaker, and the people that we've met, even the Broadway stuff that we've done, the radio show with CBS and at Fox News and stuff like that. That's all through the power of networking. So we're spending, we've invested almost $1 million just in Broadway, so that you don't have to, so that we can go and meet everybody and get them into, the VIP Ignite family, so that we can introduce them to people like Albert and Kathy and Jasper and Tonya and Willie. Hi, Willie Perry. So for those of you guys that are really serious about getting into this industry, again, this is a free weekend, but please treat it with respect. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. How amazing has today been? Let's take a moment to reflect on how awesome today has been. Like, how many of you feel like that changed? I promised you that if you showed up and you played all in over the course of the next 2 days, that you would start to see a change in yourself. How many of you are starting to see that change? Like, one little mindset shift can change the trajectory of your whole life. Alicia talks about this. Like, if you're flying a plane, she had the opportunity to co-pilot a plane recently going from Las Vegas to Scottsdale. I'll have her talk to you about that later.
I hate to fly.
Yeah, but the thing that she learned, and the thing that we talk about all the time, is that if you just change your course just a little bit, like, your complete destination.
1 degree.
1 degree, like literally 1 degree, your whole destination will change. Like, if you're flying from Los Angeles, if you go 1 degree north or 1 degree south, instead of hitting New York, you're going to hit Maine or Florida or God knows where. So if you found one thing that just changed the trajectory of your mindset one little bit today, I want you to say mindset change in the comments, because that's what this whole weekend is about. That's what this whole weekend is about. It's about shifting you from where you are to where you want to go. We talked about this morning, like, you all have goals, right? You have these goals, and we're introducing you to guides that are giving you the tools that you need to get to that top of that mountain, whether it's booking your first cover, booking your first job, booking work consistently, whether it's winning an award. We're giving you guides, we're giving you the tools, we're giving you clues to get you there. That's what this whole weekend is about. So I'm really proud of you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm about to, if you have something to add, I want to start
No,
our next
I was just going to
presentation.
ask this morning, you know, we always talk about lives being transformed here. So I'm really proud of Albert, right? Because of course, Craig called him out going, oh, he's such a nice guy, but that's without Albert actually talking. That's just Albert being present because again, had Albert turned off his camera or, you know, ran to go get food, again, it was an opportunity of a lifetime. But how many of you guys love the fact that as of today already, you have the former art director of Vogue, you had somebody who starred on a hit TV series called Chuck, who talked about working with Will Smith. You had Craig Shoemaker here talking about working with Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle and Jimmy Fallon. And that's all just before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Do you guys see like how much your life changed even just today? If you see that type change, because that's such a big part of what we do. And think about like everybody that we now have access to.
Yeah. That's
And
awesome.
it's not over yet.
The best is yet to come. We still have Ryan Colby coming up. We're still going to talk about how to create your own monologue, like how to share your story through a monologue. And right now we're going to talk about being on set. How many of you would love to be on set? How many of you are excited to get on set and really kick butt on set? All right. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the etiquette of being on set. So everyone say a prayer to the Zoom gods that my Zoom stays up today, this time. All right. So can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Awesome. All right. Thank you. So here we'll go into present mode. All right. So let's talk about, why is it not presented? There we go. Let's talk about officially booked on set as a model and actor etiquette. So here's a question I have for you. How many of you are like, oh my gosh, I want to get on set, but I'm so excited, but I have no idea what to expect? How many of you are really good at new things, but how many of you like want to know how to be fully prepared? Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about right now. So imagine this. Craig Shoemaker just called you out and he's like, okay, you know what? I need you on set on Tuesday. Like, what do you do? Like, oh my gosh. All right. So before that, let's talk about spaghetti. Okay. How many of you love food? Raise your hands. I know I love food. Okay. Spaghetti is one of my favorite foods. And one of the best parts about being on set is that they have some really amazing food. Okay. If you go on to one of the bigger productions, they have some really great food. But here's a question I have for you. If you went on set, would you eat spaghetti like this? Would you just go, nom, 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 shove it into your face like that? No, you wouldn't, because that would be a little bit crazy, right? So let's talk about a little bit about another thing. Like we all have, how many of you have your phones? You can all be honest, right? If you were on set, would you be like on your phone the whole time, like not paying attention to what's going on? You're just like tapping on your phone? Or how about that guy? And then how many of you have ever gone to the movies and there's that one guy who's on their phone and you're like, dude, turn off your phone, be in the moment, you're distracting me. Would you want to be like that person on set? Would you want to be the person shoving the spaghetti in your face, or the person who's like sitting there not being in the moment, like texting, or like this guy here? I don't know why this guy even goes to the movies. They drive me crazy. All right. But imagine this. Maybe you've never been on set before. Okay. Maybe this is your first time and you're wondering, what the heck do you expect when you land your first role? Okay. So first of all, again, the food is awesome. Okay. So the food is, you're going to absolutely love the food, but are you going to go attack the food? Like there's Robert De Niro on set. If like you see Robert De Niro on set, you're like, hey, Robert De Niro, oh my gosh, I love, can we please take a selfie? Are you going to take a selfie? Are you going to run up to him and take a selfie with him? No. Are you going to like go up to the snacks here? Look at all these delicious sauces they have. Oh my gosh. Are you just going to go like fill up the biggest plate you can with all of the food that you have? Is that the way that you would act on set? Yes or no? No, thank you. No, that's not the way you're going to act on set. Because when you're on set, you're there to be in the moment. You're there to observe, right? You're there to learn. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the etiquette of being on set. Okay. So let's dive into a few quick thoughts on how to best stay under the radar, yet shine when needed on set with the do's and don'ts. So what we're going to call this is don't order pizza. Okay. How many of you have ever had one of those moments where you ordered pizza and then you ended up with pizza all over yourself, right? When you're on set, you have to be aware of what you're doing, okay? Or like this, like how many of you, what would you do if you were on set and you're like, oh my gosh, there's a juicy burger. Let me squeeze some ketchup on there. You have the ketchup on there, and now you take a bite and plop. The pizza, the ketchup goes down the front of you. How many of you have ever had that happen to you? Raise your hand. Even not on set, but just in, like, how many of you have ever like had a food fail like that? I know I have all the time. That's why I don't wear white generally. Anyway, so this is what I want you guys to think about. Or this woman having coffee. Imagine this. You're driving to set, and if you're anything like me, you need your morning cup of coffee, right? What happens if you're driving to set and you are drinking your coffee, you go over a bump and it spills down the front of you? Or worse, you're on set and they offer you coffee and you're wearing a white shirt and whoops, crap, I missed my mouth. What do you do then? I want you guys to think about that. What would you do? Like, what would you do if you were on set and like you had that situation? You're like, oh my gosh, what are you going to do? Like turn around, excuse me, I have to go home and change. Is that what you're going to do? I don't think so. So let's talk about some things to do on set. So the first thing is when you have to go on set, arrive on time. Okay. So if your call time is for 8 o'clock, show up at 7:45, because when you're on set, you don't want to be that guy who's like rushing on the, I'm here, where do I go? Oh my gosh, the traffic was terrible. No, you want to make sure that you arrive on time. And my dad, growing up in the military, always taught me, girl, if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. So always make sure that you show up about 15 minutes early for your call time. And this is why, first of all, just so that you don't have to worry about any unexpected traffic, something like that. So you're not freaking out like this guy is. But I also want you to think about, like, when you walk on set, you're there not only to participate, you're not only there to act, or if you're a background actor, you're not only there just to be a part of the whole production, but you want to get to know people on set. So if you show up late and you're running to your place, are you going to have time to get to know anyone else on set? Are you going to be able to have time to observe what's going on? One of the best parts about being on set is having the opportunity to see what's going on. So when you show up early, you can walk in, you can adjust to whatever's going on. That makes sense, right? You can get to know, maybe you can get to know like the hair and the makeup artist. You can get to know the PAs on set, the people that are running everything. You can get to know who the director is. They'll also tell you like where to go and what you need to do. This way you're not like freaking out like, oh, what am I supposed to do? That way you can kind of walk in and come in with the right mindset. Okay, so the first thing is make sure that you arrive on time to set, because you don't want to be that guy running like this guy here. You don't want to be the person that holds everything up. You want to be the person who you show up, you're on time, and you're ready to go. Okay. Make sure that before you get to set, if there are any items that you need. So we have a mother agency. We talked about this, and we book talent on set all the time. And one thing that you'll get before you go on set is you'll get a call sheet. So what they'll do is they'll tell you what time you're supposed to be there, the location. They're going to tell you who the photographer is or what the production is. Okay. They're going to tell you the plan for the day. So maybe today is an indoor shoot. Maybe it's an outdoor shoot. They're going to let you know all of this. They're also going to tell you some really important information like costumes. Like when you go on set, are you bringing your own clothes, or are they going to provide clothes for you? What do they want you to wear? So if you, for example, we had one talent who went on set and she was a patron in a bar and she was supposed to be a lawyer. So she was supposed to wear like a suit and she was supposed to come dressed professionally because she was going to be a patron at a bar having a drink after work. So if she showed up in like a sequin dress, all like, yo, I'm here, then she would have totally ruined the whole vibe of what they were doing. So make sure that you go over the call sheet before you arrive so you know what to expect. Okay, again, they'll give you all of the details that you need. They'll give you like what you're supposed to wear, your call time, your leaving time. I'm going to give you a suggestion also. Don't ever plan on leaving at the time they tell you. Okay, make sure that if you're going on set, you plan for the unexpected. So definitely show up 15 minutes early when you're going to set, but always understand that there's a chance that you may have to be there longer. Okay, so does anyone have any questions about this? Like, you have to know what to expect when you're going in, and what they'll do is then they'll tell you exactly what to bring and all of these things. Okay, let's talk about phones again. Before you walk on set, do yourself a favor. Put your phone on silent. Put your phone on silent, because you do not want to be that guy who they're in the middle of their take and your phone's going bring, bring. Well, it doesn't bring anymore. I just dated myself there. But you don't want your phone buzzing on set, okay? Because you know what? They'll remember that person. The other night we were in church and it was like a really solemn service and someone had their cell phone on. I'm like, don't be that guy. In the previous church I went to, they used to charge us $100. Give me $100 bill for having your phone on. But the point, when you're on set, keep your phone on silent. There are no emergencies that are more important than you making a good impression while you're on set. Christine, I love your tip as well. Like, make sure, here, let's go back one. Make sure that when you know the location of where you're going, know where you're going. Don't like be like, okay, you know, I know where I'm going, and wing it the next morning. Make sure that you already know where you're going. We tell people when you come to our photo shoot, make sure you like go and touch the building the night before, right? That's one of the rules that we live by. So make sure you know where you're going also. Thanks for pointing that out. So now we're going to put our phones on silent, because we do not want to be the guy whose phone is ringing in the middle of set, because you know what? They're never going to call you back. All right. Here's another tip that I love. When you're on set, some days you're on set for 12, 14, 16 hours, and you're not guaranteed that they're actually going to feed you. So one of the things I like to say is always be prepared. Type prepared in the comments. Always be prepared. So when you're going on set, always make sure that you pack snacks and some water. That way you're hydrated. That way you know that if you don't get fed, that you will be able to keep your blood sugar at a good level, so you'll be able to perform throughout the day. Okay, because you don't always know this is the exact time that you're going to be performing. So make sure you bring snacks. And I want you to think about this. The people that perform at the highest level always show up prepared. So do you think that Brad Pitt, when he's on set, is like, oh my gosh, I'm waiting, I'm gonna go bum rush, I don't know, they're gonna call me soon, but you know what, I'm hungry, I'm going over to craft services? Do you think he does that, or do you think that he comes prepared? Yes, quiet snacks too. And also, when you're thinking about the snacks you're bringing, let's go back up. Let's not bring a burger or pizza. Let's bring a snack that's very well contained. Okay, because you don't want to be that guy also. Like, we once had someone who brought fried chicken to a shoot. Don't be that guy. Okay, so bring quiet snacks, bring things that are you can easily pack in your backpack or your bag for the day. Also, when you're on set, it's hurry up and wait. So we want you there 15 minutes early to get to set so you can get the feel of everything. Then once you get the feel of everything, they'll either tell you to go to hair and makeup or go here, or a lot of times what they'll do is they'll put you in a place where you're going to sit and wait until they're ready for you. So bring headphones and a book or an iPad to keep you entertained, because you don't want to be that. How many of you ever gone on a road trip with a kid? They're like, are we there yet? Are we there? You don't want to be that guy. Is it my turn? Can I go? So what you want to do is make sure that you bring headphones, bring a book, an iPad, keep yourself busy, keep yourself entertained. And another thing about this is yes, when you're on set, you want to get to know people. You want to get to know the people who are doing the lighting. You want to get to know the hair and makeup artists, the costume people, the PAs, the director, all of those people. But you also don't want to be that person who's chatting a lot. You don't want to be that chatty McChatterson who's talking to the other background extras or anything like that. So make sure that you bring headphones and a book so that when they look for you, they, oh, okay, look at Sid. That's all. You know, it's Sid. She got here early. She's been waiting patiently. Oh, Sid, what book are you reading? It's also a really good conversation piece, because people will notice the way that you're acting on set. So make sure that you come prepared. Okay. Also, how many of you know a loud talker? Don't be that person when you're on set, especially if it's something where they're actually shooting film, where they're getting video. You're going to hear quiet on set. So make sure that you keep your voice low. If you are going to be talking, don't be like, "Hey, what's up? What's for lunch? Oh my gosh!" No, keep your tone, keep your voice really quiet. Don't be that person with the outside voice inside. Okay, and be respectful of what the client needs from you. So if they need you to be quiet and they're like quiet on set and you're the person chattering, don't be that guy. Be the person that they want to come back. Okay. So if you hear quiet on set, it's psh, zip it. Okay. Because again, what you have to understand is on these productions, time is money and you have to be quiet if they ask you to be quiet. Okay. There's all this stuff seems pretty common sense, right? We're going over a lot of common sense things, but common sense isn't so common. Something else too. Do you guys know what everyone's favorite sound is? What's your favorite sound? It's the sound of your name. So what I want you to do is when you go on set, make sure that you remember the names of the client. Make sure you know the name of the photographer. Make sure you know the name of the hairstylist, the makeup artist that you're working with. Make sure you know everyone's names. And something I do, because this is one of my areas of weakness. I'm not even going to lie to you, but I always have my phone on me. So what I like to do is I like to take notes. Everyone has the notes section on their phone. I take notes. So I'm like, okay, so this person is the photographer. This person is the makeup artist. This person is this person. And then what I do is I kind of, if I'm waiting and holding, I kind of Google them so I can learn a little bit about them also. Okay. Because you have to understand, people like people that recognize them. We all want to be heard. We all want to be recognized. We all want to be seen. So imagine how this is going to set you apart from everyone else. Instead of calling, "Hey," you should get to know their names, get to know a little bit about them. Ask them questions if you have the opportunity, but only if you have the opportunity. So make sure you remember the names of the client, the photographer, and all of those things, because they want to hear their names as much as you want to hear your name, right? If you're on set, they're like, "Hey, you," you're like, you feel like a piece of furniture. But if they're like, "Hey, Saba, how are you? Hey, Saba, can you come over here?" Make yourself known in a good way. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here's another big one. Do not take photos on set unless the client is okay with this. You have to, when you're on set most of the time, especially for TV and film, it's top secret. First of all, you probably don't even know what project you're really working on until you get there. Okay. But imagine that you're working with a client and you are a model and it's a brand new product. And you're like, "Oh my gosh, this is such an amazing opportunity. I'm so excited." Don't take photos on set unless you get permission. And then again, if it's a client's product that's being showcased, or if it's a big project that you're on where like maybe there's some A-list celebrities on set, or even not, like even if you're on an independent film, don't post those pictures until after the client releases the project to the public. We had not too long, well, it was a couple of years ago, we had some talent on set with a really big named actress. And they were like, no, they didn't know what they were going for. They showed up somewhere. And then one of the talent, it wasn't one of our talent, just to be clear, but one of the talent on set tweeted out, "Oh my gosh, I'm on set with Beyonce. And this is where I am." And then all of a sudden, all these people were bum rushed the location. And can you guess that person probably wasn't ever called back again? But make sure that you're not posting until you're allowed to. It's really cool to be excited about what you're doing. We recently had a talent that was on set on a top secret project in Netflix. He had to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, that he wouldn't tell anyone the project. So he was like, "Oh my gosh, I was on set, it's a top secret project." So if you If you are on a top secret project, keep the secret. How many of you like spoilers? I hate spoilers. Oh my gosh. So don't be the person who's on set who's spoiling. Okay. Make sure that you keep it with you until it's time, until they release the project. Then you say, oh my gosh, look, I was on set on Power. This is pretty cool. All right. Everyone got that? Keep the secret. Okay. Don't be the person that is a spoiler person. Say no spoilers in the comments. If you're still with me, type no spoilers in the comments. All right. Okay, a couple of people aren't going to give spoilers away. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about this. This picture cracks me up. All right, so when you are on set and they style you, don't end up being this guy. When you are styled, make sure that you're not sitting down, you're not schlumping around, you're not doing crazy things. When you have been styled, stand up. Don't sit down and get all wrinkly, because you know what you're going to do if you do this? You're totally going to ruin the shot. They're going to be mad at you. How many of you want someone mad at you because of something real simple that you could have avoided? So when you're on set, make sure that you're standing up and you're not like goofing off in the clothes that you're in. We see this all the time at our photo shoots, because again, when you're on set, sometimes it's hurry up and wait. Hurry up, go get changed. Okay, now I need you to wait 15 minutes before the photographer is ready for you. So your natural inclination is to sit and relax and chill, but no, don't do that. Make sure that you don't get yourself all wrinkly, okay? Unless, of course, this is the look they're going for, but then they'll tell you that. So make sure that you're not sitting. Make sure that you stay, when they style you and they dress you, you stay that way, okay? Got it? Ladies and gentlemen, once your makeup has been done by your makeup artist, don't change it. Don't add any lipstick. Don't add more mascara, eyeliner. Don't change your lip color. They are paid professionals. They know what they are doing. When you're on set, there's a look that they're going for, don't mess with it. Yeah, don't complain. It's their vision. Thank you, Christine. So just go with it. When you're on set, they know what they're looking for. Okay, so can we all agree I will not change my makeup? I've literally had people do that on set. They'll be like, oh my God, I hate my makeup. And then they completely change it. And we're like, what did you just do? Just don't be that person. Leave the professionals do what they do. Okay. Here's another big one. You are always on set. So refrain from negative talk. I know that this sounds so simple. It's like, oh, of course, I would never be negative on set. But let me tell you something. When you are a model, it's not your job to judge the clothing that you're modeling. Remember, you're a human hanger. So if you're a model and you absolutely think the design is hideous, it's not your job to tell anyone. You're not a designer, you're a model. Psh, zip it. Also remember that within a 3-block radius of where you're shooting, you're always on set. You never know who you're going to run into. You don't know who's ordering their caramel macchiato next to you in Starbucks. You don't know who's in the bathroom when you and your friends are like chatting in the bathroom, like washing your hands. Refrain from negative talk, especially if you're being paid to be there. Never say anything negative about the client, because you know what? Models have been heard on set saying negative things for paying jobs, and they've gotten kicked off. And they're also the models that don't get rehired. I don't know if you've sensed the pattern here, but when you talk to Mark Christopher Lawrence, there are people that he works with consistently. Craig Shoemaker, there are people that he works with consistently. With us, there are people that we work with consistently. It's a really small, it seems huge when you're first getting started. So how am I ever going to figure all this out? There's so much to learn, but it's a really small community. So do yourself a favor, refrain from being negative. Yeah, ask how you can be of service. Instead of being negative, offer to get someone a glass of water. Do whatever it takes, but don't be negative. Okay, we already talked about this, but don't arrive late or show up sloppy and tired looking to set, okay? When you show up to set, We already talked about why we're going to arrive at least 15 minutes early. I think we all understand that. But don't like, oh my God. I was up real late last night. You know, WrestleMania was on. SmackDown, I was watching it and I'm so tired. I don't want to do this. No. Or, oh my gosh, my friends and I were out drinking last night. Oh my gosh, here we are. Don't do that. Make sure that when you show up as the best version of yourself. They will send you home if you're late. They'll send you home if you're messy. So show up well kept, clean, ready to go, and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Okay. If you're not a morning person, I don't know, get that cup of coffee before you get in your car, but make sure you show up awake, alert, and well kept. Okay. And early, 15 minutes early. Type 15 minutes early in the comments. Make sure you show up 15 minutes early. Okay. Something else. Don't just walk over when they put out the food. Don't walk over and just start eating like you have permission to do so. A lot of times the client and the production crew will have already eaten, but sometimes the client and crew will fix their plates before the models and actors are allowed to. Sometimes you won't even have the opportunity to get food from the craft services. So don't be the guy that runs over and like, oh my God, I'm so hungry. Thank God the food's finally here. And you go up and just, don't do that. Wait until you have permission to eat. And then when you do, remember, don't get the pizza. You're setting yourself up for failure. Don't get the burgers. Get things that will keep you clean. Okay. And trust me, some days I'm like, oh, even when we order food, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so hungry. But make sure that you're respectful. Okay. Make sure you don't just go up and grab food before you have before you know that you're allowed to. Because sometimes also there's one set of food for like background extras and there's other food for SAG and for the main actors. So always be really careful with this. Don't eat until you've been given permission. That's why you're bringing snacks to set, and that's why you're bringing water to set. So you're not that guy, because they will remember this too. These may seem like small things, but they're big things. When you're on set, don't just leave. That means if you have to go to the restroom, tell someone, hey, I'm going to the restroom. So can I tell you guys a story? So we had a talent who was on set in New York City. He was on set. It was like the first time he had that opportunity to be on set. Okay. It was literally the first time he had the opportunity to be on set. And he was coming in from Pennsylvania, and the set was in New York City, and he had to be there early. So his dad was like, oh, you know what? I'll drive you. No big deal. So his dad drove him to set. And he got to set, he was early, he checked in, everything was good. He went in, he was in that holding area, right? So I think his call time was like 6 o'clock in the morning, something crazy early. And it was about noon, it was getting to be lunchtime, and his dad was hungry. So his dad texted him, hey, do you want to come have lunch with me? And he was like, yeah, I guess so. I've been sitting here for all this time. They haven't called me. Okay, I'll go have lunch with you. He didn't tell anyone he was going. So he walks out. He's going to go have a sandwich in New York with his dad. They're calling for him. Hey, you. Hey, it's your turn to come on. He didn't. He wasn't there. So because he was submitted to the show by Ryan Colby, guess who was getting a phone call? Ryan Colby. And he was living. Where are you? Why did you leave set? Because let me tell you something. If we book you for a job and you leave set, it not only reflects badly on you, it reflects badly on us as well. So Ryan calls him, and if you haven't seen him livid yet, oh my gosh, his head spins around, his voice goes up 50 octaves, and like you go deaf. It's the craziest thing in the world. So he was freaking out on this guy because he just decided to leave. Needless to say, they said, you know what, just keep going. We don't need you for the day. And nor did they call him back to set. The worst part about that is that not only did that guy get blackballed from this production, but they were mad at Ryan because his talent was so ill prepared that he would just go out to lunch and not come back. That he was a model that was branching into acting. His career could have been over at that moment. Fortunately, Ryan's also a good talker and he got him moving forward, but that could have been the end of his career. So please don't put yourself in the lost and found. If you need to walk away from set, just let someone know. Even if you're on a photo shoot with us, let someone know so that we don't have to deal with that and so that you get called back to set. All right. So if you follow these rules, you're going to have an increased chance of being taken more seriously by the client. You're also going to have an increased chance of getting rebooked for another shoot by the same client if you performed your role to their liking. So now that you understand set of standards, it's time for you to start getting booked some work. So let's talk about some of the people that we work with. This woman here on the left is Mireya. She started working with us in 2020, and she was just trying it out. You know, she's like, I'm going to try it out. I think I want to be a model. So not only did she become a model, she got signed by an agent on one of these calls, just like you're on here today. But now she consistently books work. When she first started working with us, she was making $35,000 a year as a church secretary. Now her agent won't book her for less than $35,000 a job. How many of you would love to go from making $35,000 a year to making $35,000 a job? Imagine she books one job a month, she's making 12 times her income. That's the kind of things that you do. That's what we do here at VIP Ignite. That's why we take this so seriously. That's why we have these boot camps, because we want to get you prepared. Because let me tell you something, Mireya, when she went on set, she knew how to perform. She knew to make sure she thanked everyone. She didn't order the pizza on set, okay? She knew how to perform, and that's why she consistently gets rebooked and rebooked and rebooked. And literally, I can't even go into a doctor's office without seeing a photo of her. All right. Something you'll need too, we've been talking about this, is good character headshots. We'll talk about that later too. Like the way that you present yourself, your marketing materials are going to be not only knowing how to act on set, but the way that you present yourself before you even get to set is going to help you. All right. So some of the people that we've worked with. All right. So this here in the upper left is Paige. She's one of our models. Something I'm going to give you another thing on set. When you're on set, don't ask, oh, let me see my photos. Are they good? Are they good? Don't do that. Okay. On here on the right, this is Garrett Martin. He's one of our agents. He started out again on a Zoom call just like you. He lives in Colorado. He decided, you know what, this is something I want to do. I want to have the opportunity to go to New York and be a model. He's a photographer, but he wanted the opportunity to go to New York and be a model. He did. He listened. He went through the training that Ryan was talking to you about a little while ago. He booked, I think he booked 7 covers in 1 year. I might be wrong, but I can get the numbers on that. But all I know is it felt like every couple days Ryan was like, hey, look, he's on another cover. Hey, look, he's on another cover. We've had talent on the reboot of Sex and the City, As You Like It. It was pretty surreal. Like that was one of the first productions that opened up after COVID, or when things were starting to open up, and we had talent on that show. How cool would it be for you, for us to be watching television, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my gosh, there's Salva. That's crazy. How did that happen? Oh my gosh, look, there's Ashley. I can't believe Ashley's on set. This is awesome. Like, it's so awesome. This is our goal for you. Our goal for you is for you to learn the etiquette of being on set and to start booking consistent work. So that was officially booked on set model and actor etiquette. I hope you guys learned a couple things. I know a lot of it was common sense, but common sense isn't so common anymore. So I hope that you guys learned something, and I hope you guys are ready to start booking more work. Are you guys ready to start booking more work? If you are, type book work in the comments, because that's what we're doing. Today, we're laying the foundation. Tomorrow's transformation day. We are so excited. Oh my gosh. Yay. Okay, awesome. All right, guys. So now you know how to act when you get on set. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to be talking about how to audition, even if you're brand new. Like Ryan Colby has a lot of projects coming up. He's like literally, I feel like every day he's sending me a message. Hey, do we have talent here? Hey, do we have talent there? He's booking a lot of work right now. So what we're going to do, that's why we went over the etiquette. We're going to talk about getting yourselves booked how you are going to audition, even if you're brand new, in a little while. But first, one of the things that's very important is when you are introducing yourself, when you want to have that stage presence that Mark Christopher Lawrence talked about, is how do you tell your story? How do you tell your story? And when you are performing a monologue, do you really know what goes into creating that monologue? So what we're going to talk about now is I'm going to have Alicia come back on, and she's going to talk to you about crafting your story and how to write your monologue where you can share your story through a monologue. Are you guys ready for that? Do you guys need to stand up and stretch for a moment? Yeah, why don't we do that? We're going to stand up and stretch real quick. Everyone stand up. This is not a pants-free party. I'm sorry I didn't give you that warning first thing in the morning, but why don't we do this? We're going to do my favorite thing, Alicia, and then we're going to turn you on. Is that cool? Oh, she's like,
That sounds really dirty when you said that.
okay, that the way I said that was
We're
terribly
gonna turn
wrong,
you
but
on. Okay.
what we're going to do is this. I've been talking a lot. What we're going to do is this. We're going to do one of my favorite exercises, which is called the running man. So this is what I need everyone to do. I need everyone to face to the left, put your left foot forward, your right foot back. And what you're going to do is this. You're going to move your arms as fast as you can at a 90-degree angle. Okay, not like as fast as you can. Okay, and we're going to do that for 15 seconds. Are you ready? Get set and go. 15 seconds as hard as you can. Come on now. Come on. Come on. I see some of you not even moving your arms. What's going on here? Come on now. Get your blood moving. Okay, time. Woo. How many of you feel a little more energized? Okay, good. We have one more side. We don't do things on one side here. We take care of both sides. Now what I need everyone to do is turn to their other side. It's opposite for me. It's opposite day. All right, and we're going to do the same thing. Right foot forward, left foot back as hard as you can. Ready? Get set and go. 15 seconds, hard as you can. Come on now. Good job, Lily. I see you. Come on, guys. Participate. Get your blood moving. Come on now. Good job, Salva. Woo. And stop. Woo. Everyone take a sip of water. You've definitely earned your water. Joe, thank you for participating. That was awesome. Torrance, we cannot call you. We do not want your phone number. All right, guys. Take a sip of water. You feel your heart beating? That's good. That's awesome. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I should have run this morning at the gym. All right, guys. So now everyone give it up for the one and only Alicia K-Back.
Thank you. All right, guys, how many of you have a monologue prepared? If you have a monologue prepared, type monologue. Let's see very quickly. How many of you guys have a monologue prepared? Type monologue. If not, how many of you guys don't know what a monologue is? So we're going to go over a little exercise, and then we're going to bring Ryan Colby back. We're going to go over right now how to write your own monologue. Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, so Christine Harding has a monologue prepared. Awesome, perfect. All right, so I'm going to go over now what is a monologue, because especially now that we are in a whole self-tape Zoom type scenario, I can tell you, especially working in Broadway and TV and film, I used to love having people come in and do a monologue, bring me their headshots. But sometimes just kind of like what Albert did before, just their presence alone made you want to work with them. Now that everything is via self-tape, sometimes you miss out on it. So whether you're doing a self-tape and you're reading sides, or for those of you guys that don't have a reel, sometimes even being able to perform an amazing monologue can make or break your career. So I'm just going to talk. Can you guys hear me okay? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So what is a monologue? A monologue is a long speech made by a single actor in a play or film. Monologues have been around since ancient Greece. They're still commonly used as literary devices in dramatic media today. They're tools used to provide additional information and details about a character or a plot. Theater jargon, I'll tell you right now, can be confusing. The difference between a soliloquy and a monologue. How many of you guys know what a soliloquy is? Anyone? I just like saying that. Is that the former is when a character who's usually alone speaks their own thoughts aloud to themselves. A monologue is any speech delivered by a character, whether to other characters or to the audience. So, I mean, we know about a lot of, like Hamlet, right? To be or not to be, that is the question. We kind of know a little bit about an opening line. We know who the character is if we recognize, right? But my question for you is, how do you create a monologue? I mean, typically I would tell you that when you are trying to get into show business, you should have a couple of monologues prepared, no more than like a minute, 30 seconds to a minute. And you should not just memorize one, you should memorize a few. I could tell you sometimes, you'll be in there for a dramatic role with somebody like a Ryan Murphy, and they want a minute, even a minute and a half of a dramatic monologue. Perhaps they may switch it up and say, hey, do you have another one that's funny? So how many of you guys have multiple monologues memorized? So if you want a good tool, you could always type in, 30-second monologues for dramatic actors. You could type in 1-minute monologues on Google, or you can also create your own. And this could actually be very unique for you. I've seen a lot, like back in the day, people doing like Mean Girls monologues, some people doing monologues from like American Psycho, which is one of my favorite movies ever. If you've never seen it, check it out. It's my favorite Christian Bale flick. But having a monologue, you don't ever want to do a monologue from a super well-known movie like a Scarface or a Goodfellas. Don't do a monologue from one of those types of movies. You kind of want to do an unknown monologue because you never want to be compared to the actor, especially if it's an Academy Award-winning actor. So let's create a dramatic monologue. This should be fun. So there's 4 parts. The first part, we're going to think up a character. So maybe the character is you, right? The second one, we're going to create a character profile. I mean, who the hell are you? Or who the hell is the character, right? So if you got a chance to, like, let's just say, like, if I were to create something based on myself, oh, okay, so I joke around about the glamorous life of being in show business, all the guts, none of the glory, oh, what's it like working from Zoom, from home with a 2-year-old typically screaming in the other room. One of you guys have kids, right? You start like, surprised I'm not an alcoholic. But my character would be funny based. So like I would want something like a Tina Fey. Like I only know comedy because I don't think I would really be a good dramatic actor. But let's say a comedian or somebody who uses comedy, but then obviously has serious things that they have to tackle. So as a character, I want you to think about if you were to create your own monologue with a character maybe be based on you and like one of your stories or your environment or your dynamic in this world, or would it be based on a fictional character? And then you kind of want to figure out, well, what makes that character tick? What is their social life like? What is their love life like? Are they working? What is their economic ratings? Like who are they in this world? What kind of impact? And then that's kind of how you begin your script. And then obviously editing your monologue is going to be a really big thing when you kind of hone it down, because the monologue, because it's not that long, you really have to entice somebody quickly. Okay. You love Harry Potter? That's so fun. Okay. So things to remember, in a monologue, you are the only actor or actress. So you're not having a reader. It's not multiple. It's a monologue, which means mono means one. It should be clear and obviously easy to understand. So you definitely want to enunciate your words. And I can tell you right now with monologues, speed is a really big thing. Rhythm, tones, voice inflection. Again, if you're not getting a chance to read like a real script and you only had to give a monologue, that 30 seconds to 1 minute better wow them. Think of it as like Tinder, but for words. How many of you guys have ever been on Tinder or a dating app, right? I mean, I've never been on one of those, but I know like I've looked at cars before online, houses online. If I don't like that front cover, it's just a swipe, right? Like next. So for a monologue, you only have like 30 seconds to a minute to like grab them, okay? To wow them. So again, it should be clear and easy to understand. You also need to take the audience on some kind of journey. If I gave you right now a goal, you have 1 minute, right? Who are you as a person? Kind of, I kind of want to parachute into your life. You have 1 minute to tell me a monologue to entice me to maybe watch a whole movie. How many of you guys think you can do it? Type I can or I need help. Again, if you're looking to aim for something new, not to impersonate, but to be something completely unique, right? Like, oh, what a great idea, right? Your character should be someone who intrigues you to take on. So, I wouldn't necessarily want somebody really boring if I was going to do a monologue. I would want somebody that would entice me, right? Somebody that, really meaty and somebody who I can kind of mold into what it is that I need. But remember, you only have sometimes 30 seconds to a minute, maybe even a minute and a half. And even a minute and a half is kind of really pushing it because, again, it's just you. It is just you. Monologue, mono meaning one. So you don't want to rush it where you have to squeeze in all these words very quickly because you want to be able to enunciate, but you also don't want these long extended pauses. How many of you guys have ever watched Friends, right? So I used to love it when Joey would play Dr. something. I forget who it is on the show, but anytime he would do something, I don't know if you guys remember the show Friends, but every time Joey would like do some kind of actor's line or a monologue, he would typically like just pause. Dr. Rick Minore or something like that, right? So anytime you are getting into character, it's okay, like before you start, to just take a breath, kind of reset who you are, and then start, okay? And just so you know, you never want to say, can I do it again? That's like a no-no in this industry, okay? So let's go over step one, thinking up a character. So think of the character that you want, right? You don't necessarily need to know how much about them, right? You don't need to know like just about every love loss that they've had, but you kind of need to know a little bit of the details so that you can make an assumption about who that character is and the journey that they're about to embark. You can do this by either standing in front of a mirror, holding a position for your made up character, or even talking gibberish and texting out different facial expressions, voice, and movement. I want you guys to try one thing. Now, back in the day when I graduated from college and I worked as a waitress, right? I had a real problem with my speech. People would always tell me that I spoke too low, right? And so I realized, because I worked at restaurants like Planet Hollywood and like these like really loud environments, that I had to learn how to project my voice. Now, I don't know about you, but when I project my voice, or even if I smile when I'm talking, how many of you guys try this right now? Try saying your name without a smile. Alicia Kabak, right? Now try saying your name out loud with a big smile, even though it's going to look cheesy as crap. Try saying your name out loud now with just a smile. Try it. Alicia Kabak. You have no choice but to bring it up to a different octave because your mouth is doing different things, right? How many of you guys have ever seen somebody like a Jim Carrey, right? They get into character and you see like all of a sudden like their mouth start getting into a different, right? To a totally different like movement or frame, right? So another good thing you can do, if like the facial expression thing isn't working for you and the smile thing is just too much, is try thinking about maybe a TV person or somebody from a movie who, like, if you got a chance to have them cast for your role that you're making up here in your monologue, who would you want, right? So for me, again, like I'm a huge rom-com like fanatic. I love romantic comedies, but I also love drama. So like some of my favorite actors, like I love Jennifer Garner. She's one of my favorites, Reese Witherspoon, Sandra Bullock even. So like if I had a chance to speak to somebody like that and have them portray or do my monologue out loud, I know that by their rhythms and their tones. How many of you guys have a famous an actor that you would have in mind if you got a chance to have them kind of like you simulate yourself like them? Anybody? So I want you to think about where this monologue is going to go and how it's meant to fit in with the rest of your story or your play or your movie. What role does the monologue have in delivering the speech, right? And think about like the context as a whole. What are you looking to get out of this monologue? Are you looking to give away something, that somebody needs to hear, to give away like a helpful tip for the moviegoer or, whoever is going to be there? But I want you to start thinking about like the character, and your monologue should not give away that much detail because you don't want it to be too climatic. You want it to be teaser enough. So again, having proper voice inflection and tone and rhythm. I hope this is making sense because it's not so easy to go over how to write a monologue, but I've seen it more and more and more and more, especially now. People are so tired of doing the same crappy monologues that they're finding online. So they're like, oh, let's get creative. Okay, great. Well, in order to do a kick-ass monologue, you're going to need to have like some kick-ass like theme. So what are we doing here? Okay, so now creating a character profile. So now that you've had some idea of a character in mind, it's time to create a character profile. And these are some of the things that you should have as far as creating a profile. So number one, their name. Do they have nicknames? Maybe, where is it that they live, right? So like, who are they? What era is this in? I know like when I watch TV shows like Mad Men, Midge isn't really a name that we would use today, right? In 2023, but Midge back in the day, or Bridget, right? That was a prevalent name back then. So like the name that you're going to give your character might also show the era. Does that make sense? A biography, again, this is just a brief overview of your character that should be written out. So again, who is the character? Talk a little bit about the past, talk a little bit about the present, and talk about the future, right? So, oh, this is somebody who's struggling with self-doubt. This person is in this business now with, being on Zoom all the time and, exuding confidence. But and then like their goal is this. So past, present, and future. Who is this person? Like, what is their age? Now, again, some people get really offended when we talk ages, but like, it's kind of important. Who is this character? Because if they're, a college kid, then they're probably going to speak a little bit differently than somebody that's in their 40s or 50s, right? Again, facial expressions. We kind of went over that before. Facial expressions is a really big thing. And then hair, like who is this character? So again, we're now down to name, a little bit about characters past, present, and future, their age, facial expressions, hair. Is this person typically like well-maintained? Is this person looking like hot mess alert? Which is kind of like me all days lately. Clothing style, are they casual? Are they posh? Are they formal? Are they grungy? Again, kind of like judging a book by its cover without you saying a word. Who is this character? We're kind of getting to know this character based on their outwardly appearance before they even speak one word, right? Their speaking style. Are they shy? Are they loud? Do they have an accent? Do they use slang? Are they well educated? Who are they? So are you guys putting together, like if you had to create your own character, maybe just based on your own life or based on a fictional character, are you guys now seeing, okay, now I haven't even written my monologue, but I kind of know the character I want to portray, right? And you may not want to be like yourself. I mean, I'm boring. So why would I want to be like myself? So even general demeanor. How do they come across to other people? So if you've ever seen a show like Larry David's Curb Your Enthusiasm, I mean, he's funny, right? I love him. Because I'm in LA a lot. I see a lot of it and I'm like, man, this is so funny. But other people think he's like really rude, right? So depending on who you are and like your background, that's kind of going to depict your character and their demeanor. Who are they in work? Are they in college, or are they, successful in their career? Are they, constantly having struggles? Who are, what are their hobbies? Who are their friends? What do they like? What do they dislike? Right? So once you kind of have that all in place, and I know there's like a lot of components, it's very important for like your audience to be able to connect with that character, right? So somebody tell me, like, who is one of your favorite characters? Like the other night we were watching Seinfeld, and we were watching Kramer, and before Kramer even says a word, he's like disheveled. Usually his pants are like about to fall off, like his shirt's usually undone. It's certainly not, it's not tucked in. His hair looks like he just put his finger in a light socket. Like his facial expressions, you're just like, oh my God, this guy's so dumb. Whatever's going to come out of his mouth is going to be funny, right? So think about like who your character is. Now, we've seen movies like Silence of the Lambs, which scares the shit out of me, but people like Hannibal Lecter, right, played by Anthony Hopkins. But like you see him before he even says the word, just the stare alone can like cut right through you. If you agree, type yes. Okay. So since your monologues are long speeches, again, you're going to have to be able to capture and maintain your audience through the speech, even if it's 30 seconds to a minute. So it's kind of like just parachuting into this world, and like they're already in it. You don't have to do a whole backstory. It's like, okay, we're at this point right now. And I think it's really important. So when we actually begin the script, which is step 3, remember, we're going to keep it short and sweet. A monologue should be no longer than 1 or 2 pages long. But that's kind of like just figuring out like who you are, a little bit about the backstory, so that you could figure out like the real meat. Because remember, the goal of the monologue is to book the job. That is it. That is the only purpose. It is not meant on, well, I like this character because I have so much in common. You pick a character or you pick a monologue based on the result. What are you looking to achieve? Okay. We talked about it earlier, perseverance and discipline. Like, this isn't based on you, because if that were the case, I'd be winning Oscars all day, right? Let's keep going. So now that we have a detailed character profile, I want you to find your path, right? And the path is going to be, either it's going to be comedic or it's going to be dramatic, but I want you to think of an arc, right? And the character should be able to make some kind of discovery or go on some kind of internal journey. Now, if you guys get a chance, and I'm not going to go over this today, but Google the hero's journey, and you'll be able to see, this is going to be life-changing for you if you've never done your research. I know for us, like a lot of the people that we work with, especially now that we're in this like web-based, world that we live in, the hero's journey is so important, because like, why would you listen to me? Oh, wow, I see you're just like me. You're not some kind of like unicorn where you were just, one of a billion, you've done all these tremendous things, but wow. For those of you guys that don't know, like I started off, I had no experience in this industry. I went to college. I joined every website. I graduated with a double degree in TV and film communications. I waited on tables. I could not get my in Hollywood. I remembered saying, man, if somebody met me face to face or heard me speak or got a chance to see it, like I was passionate and I'm resilient, I can learn very quickly, I swear to God, they would want to hire me, but my paper resume wasn't enough. Like that's my story. So man, when I get a chance to meet people like, Mark Christopher Lawrence or Craig Shoemaker, and, we're having dinner party conversation, or, again, like I managed somebody from the Howard Stern show. Like, if you give me a chance, even though like I wasn't an agent very long, I swear to God, you're going to love me, and personality alone, you're going to want to work with me. Okay. Based on drive, based on passion, based on, wanting to help you succeed, and we'll figure it out together. So when you're structuring a monologue, I want you to think about like pinpoint, who is this person? Are we on this person's side? Or like, is the character struggling with something that like no one understands? So when we structure this, again, we're paying attention to the past, the present, and the future. So like, for an example, my past was I wanted to get into show business, but nobody would help me. My dad went to West Point. My mom was a paralegal. Like they thought I was on drugs because I said I didn't want to become a doctor or a lawyer. they wanted me to do great things, but my great thing was getting into show business. And unfortunately, nobody's passion, right? They can't dictate my passion. I know what I love. For anybody here that's ever been in a relationship, like, don't tell me, this is my life, you know? So I kind of want you guys to think about like, okay, well, who is this person's past and where are they now? And then obviously taking them on the journey even further, where are they going in the future? So start by taking part of your character's past and maybe doing like a flashback scene from it. Like, you know, again, like for me, sitting up on websites, hoping and praying somebody discovered me. That's a crock of shit. Like, no one's going to discover you off of websites. You want to be proactive, you've got to get in their face, which is why we do these live calls, right? Are you guys learning anything? I hope you are. So transitions now are going to be very important because you're going to pause. So when you have a thought and then you pause, it's kind of like you're like driving and you're putting it into a different gear because now something is about to happen, right? Next, you should be able to know what your monologue is about. So once you do, again, I would go to like a Google Doc, or for those of you guys that have cell phones that, you know, do tremendous things, thank God for technology. But even if you went here to Google Notes, and then you just go to open up a note and you use this little microphone button, right? We all know the microphone button, and just start talking ideas. You can copy and paste, and you can either email it to yourself, or, you know, I think it's so important when you guys have ideas. And this isn't just going for monologues. I'll tell you right now, I have a lot of friends that have written movies and screenplays and even had concepts to pitch TV shows based on just, see, it's typing as I'm talking, right? Do you guys see this? So just having basic ideas, and even when you're driving, how many of you guys ever have like what we call a $1 billion idea, but yet you don't have pen and paper? Isn't it so much easier just to pick up the phone and like, right? Now this thing's taking notes for you, dictation. Again, you should keep in mind who your character is. So like one thing I would do, and I've seen this done numerous times, like when we worked with Vanessa Hudgens on Gigi on Broadway, they had all these pictures of Paris and, you know, women back in the day and food and drinks. And because if somebody's going to parachute into your life and this is the character, again, who is the character that you were portraying? Oh, wow. If I were a character back in Paris in the 1800s, this is what I would see, right? So start by introducing your character to the audience. Again, think about it. Is this character going to be well liked? Who is this character? Is this going to be the villain? I don't know, right? Next, briefly allow the audience to know what the situation is, right? Because again, you're going on a journey, not just with yourself, but with the audience based on your words. Again, you want to have key facts because you want to be able to get your message across, but not too wordy. So again, we're going straight to the climax. And lastly, you should end your monologue smoothly, not just pausing, right? But kind of like a little bow. Now, I do want to hear some of your monologues because it's important. And I definitely want to hear, how many of you guys have a monologue right now? I know Christine Harding had one. Where are you? Christine, is it okay if I take you off of mute? Let me know. If who's ready to come off of mute right now? Are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hey, you.
Hey, what's up? Okay, so you have a monologue prepared. Is this something that you wrote, or is this something that that you found online?
It was online.
Nice shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, whenever you're ready.
You want me to do it for you? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Brenda, I came to yoga to relax, but so far it's not happening. I ate a big breakfast. I know, not a smart move because it's giving me gas. I can hardly keep it in right now. I don't have the rest of it because I haven't done it for a while, but I'd have to move around, and I can't move around in here. Trying to get this.
So right now we're all on this journey with you. We're hoping that you don't pass gas on this journey, right? Where are you? Where'd you go? Did we lose Christine? All right. Christine, are you coming back? Are you in like some kind of weird like pose right now? Where did you go? Some kind of downward dog? What are we doing? All right, let's go to the next one. Let's see who else has a monologue prepared today. Let's see here. If you have a monologue prepared, raise your hand. Monologue. Sharice Brown, you have a monologue prepared? Asked to unmute.
Yes, I do. I
Okay,
do.
go ahead.
Okay, so I picked Harry Potter. I love Harry Potter. Okay, here we go. Where have you been? Pardon, no note. You could have died. You could have been seen. Well, you best hope I don't put bars on your window, Ronald Weasley. That's it.
Good, good. What's going on with your background? Is that you in the background?
Yes, that's me. That's me in the back.
Okay. All right.
All right.
It's very confusing. It's like seeing a character come to life. It's like you're in the picture, now you're not. 3D. Okay. Willie Perry has a monologue. That was good. Okay. All right, hold on 1 second, Willie. Let me get here. Where are you? All right, so Willie okay, let's see.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, go ahead.
I'm such an idiot. I sold her a ticket that night. Only recognized it because we played Foursquare together once. You know? I didn't even know her last name until I read it in the article in the paper. She said that she was a sophomore and a journalism major. And that she had a younger sister in high school named Coraline. I don't know why I remember anything about this article, but her picture was in black and white, right under the IDE in suicide. I don't know why I remember anything about this article. I guess I never knew anyone who had died. My name's Willie Perry, and that was my mom.
Good. So guys, we heard that monologue. Who do you think Willie is portraying? Somebody type it. Talking about past, present, and future. Who is this person that Willie is portraying? Did you guys go on this journey with Willie? High school student? Where did you find that monologue? Classmate, college? Oh.
So I found that on the internet.
Okay.
The character, his name is Jill. He was being interrogated about a murder. Well, about a person that was being murdered, but he only plays Foursquare with her once, and he only met her on the wing in the prayer.
Got it. Cool. That was really good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Let's see. Winna chicken dinner. Who am I gonna call on next? Let's see here. Classy Mike Trash. I like your shirt, sir. I got your back.
Yes.
That's funny. Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. This is from Independence Day. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will be joining others from around the world, and you'll be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind. That word will have a whole new meaning as of today. We can't be consumed with our petty differences. We will be united in our common interest. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July. And you will once again be fighting for our freedom, not from tyranny, oppression, or persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day that the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanquish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Right, let's see some love. Come on, guys. Clap. Everybody look alive. Okay, because we got Ryan Colby coming up. I mean, guys, that was good, Mike.
Thank
It was
you.
really good. And I'm very proud of you. You've been on set a lot lately. You also write, right? So you're writing screenplays now. Can you tell us just a little bit about like some of the work you've done?
Well, the one I did this past Monday was an animation, and I learned a lot about animations because I thought you just read the lines and they would animate us, and that's not what they did. They actually had us acting out the parts, and we didn't get the script till that day, so it made it even more challenging. But I played 3 parts. I played a teenager, a bouncer, and a background dancer, and I danced for like 40 minutes.
Wow.
And
So
it
as
was a lot of fun.
teenager, yeah, as a teenager, how did you transform your voice?
I only had one line as a teenager, and he was being interrogated. And so I did was I just made my voice a little higher, and I was supposed to be an angry teenager because I was tied up, and they ripped off tape from my mouth, and I just was getting in their face about, you can't. It's like being very angry because I'm tied up, and it was kind of funny. It was not my normal voice, so I made it different. So it was kind of
teenager,
fun.
bouncer, backup dancer.
Yes.
So did you actually have to talk for the backup dancer? You said you
Yes.
were
Oh, no,
dancing.
no, not for the backup dancer, but for the bouncer, I had some good lines.
Good.
So
I'm
it was
excited
fun.
to hear this. That's really
Yeah, I'm
cool.
anxious to see it. It's called I think it's called Call Me a Taxi or something like that. It's a guy in Philadelphia's work. So we'll see how it comes out. And I'm anxious to see it because I want to see what they do with this thing. Because, when you're doing yourself, that's one thing. But when you're doing several characters, it's a little bit different.
That's really cool. That's
Yeah.
super, that's exciting.
Yeah.
That is great for your resume, and then obviously for your reel, that's tremendous.
Yeah. And then about 2 weeks ago, I did the one movie I was supposed to do in September. They're behind on their filming. I got a part. I was a politician, a corrupt politician, and I'm going to be in that again. I don't know how. I don't even know what that movie's all
Corrupt
about. All I know
politicians,
is
does that happen this day and age? I mean, what type of research could you even do?
I showed up and they said, "Okay, I want you to dress up like this, and this is what you're going to do." I said, "Okay." So,
That's so fun. That's so
but
fun.
this is the one I went to interview for. It was a rap movie, and he's a rapper in Philly. His name is Fame, and he has this whole movie worked out. I don't know if he's doing like a whole bunch of different rap songs and then piecing them together because he wants me back as a cop. So I'll be back down and doing it again in a couple of weeks.
Cool. And when we do Model Garage, obviously, let me ask you guys a question very quickly before we move on. Can you guys imagine him as a cop? What if you were to do character development based on Mike Trash's face right now? What type of character do you think he could play? Go, type it.
Looks like they don't think I can do anything.
Chief of police.
Yes,
Okay.
politician.
Politician. Good. Mob. Detective. Dirty cop.
I've been doing auditions for. I had an audition a couple weeks ago where I was supposed to be an Italian guy, and it was funny. It was just the funniest thing I think I've done. I had to pretend to be an Italian, and I'm not very Italian. And they actually wrote the script out like an Italian would say it, and I did it like that, and it was really funny. But
That reminds me of, did you ever see that movie with Hugh Grant when he did Mickey Blue Eyes? where he was dating a mobster's daughter. He's like, forget about it, but he said it with like an English accent. It's a really good movie if you guys have never seen it.
There were a lot of F words in that one.
I would have loved it.
Yeah, so, but it was funny. It was fun to do, and I've got all kinds of. The thing is, I've done so many self tapes. I now have testimonial self tapes, comedy self tapes, serious acting self tapes. You know, I've got all the categories covered now, so I think I can pretty much apply for anything.
That's so cool. And you're also writing.
Yes.
Right? So
Yeah,
writing
and
place. Yeah, and you're winning awards.
the awards were for. I have 23 awards for Love is Love, which is a song that my partner and I wrote before he died, obviously. And I did it in honor of him. And I didn't expect to get 23 awards for it. And Vital Idol is a TV show that I wrote that could be a movie. It could be a 2-hour movie, but it could be also a weekly series if I did it right. And that takes our music and puts it in, you actually live the song every week. And it's really, it's the first episode is a comedy, but it could be a drama. It could be, depending what song it is, it could be anything.
That's really fun. Motorcycle character, bar owner.
Oh, and that one has won 19 awards.
Oh,
So
cool. Well, it's always great to see you, and I love your shirt. All right, does anybody else have a monologue they want to perform? Bueller. It's amazing by how many people on here want to get into acting, but yet no monologues. I'm always amazed by that.
Maybe tomorrow they can do monologues on Model Garage as well.
Maybe that would be great. I'm gonna remove spotlight. Hello, Deneen White. Where are you?
Hello, Alicia.
Hi.
There I am. Hello, my hair looks
Hello.
crazy. Awesome. All right, guys. So we do have Ryan Colby back, but before we bring him on, and he's probably scowling at me right now. His camera is what we'll do is tomorrow we'll give you an opportunity also to perform monologues. So if you didn't have a chance to perform today, make sure you come back tomorrow. We'll give you a chance to perform. Are you guys cool with that? All right.
So maybe they can go and create their own. We now have some tips on how to do that.
Yes. Awesome. All right. So let's talk about where we've been today, and then we're going to bring Ryan Colby back on. Okay. So let's talk about we started off our day, and one of the biggest realizations that we made was that you can't do this alone, right? We learned that you need a guide. You need someone to show you the training that you need. You need someone to show you the equipment and the supplies that you need in order to get wherever you're going. So that was how we started our day. And then we've had a lot of guides come through. We had Alicia talk about mindset this morning, like having a millionaire mindset. Like, how important is it to have the right mindset? Because if you are not thinking properly, it's going to be much more difficult for you to reach a level of success that you want to. We had Ryan talk about casting a new movie. We talked about how a lot of times when you're going on set for a movie, maybe you don't know anything about the project. Maybe it sounds crazy. Like, if you go back to before The Wolf of Wall Street became the cult classic that it is, if you were on track to be on set for something called The Wolf of Wall Street, you'd be like, what the fluff is that? Like, I don't know. But you have to understand that you don't know what's going to be successful. And a lot of times when you're on a set like that, having the opportunity to be there and see what's going on is the success alone. Okay. So Ryan talked about some of the castings that some of his talent are on, like brand new talent. Someone who's only been a model for a couple months is now going on set on an amazing film. It's going to be amazing. What an amazing opportunity. We talked about with Mark Christopher Lawrence. He talked about owning the stage, mastering your presence as a performer. The one thing he kept talking about is how much he needs training. Every day, he's still training. He's still preparing every day. He doesn't just sit around and like hope for opportunities to come. He's submitting himself out. He's been doing this for over 30 years, and he had several auditions throughout the week, and he had to submit one today. You always have to be working to move forward. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. There's so much more to the modeling industry than high fashion. That's only 10% of the industry. The good news is that everyone on this call, everyone hearing the sound of my voice right now, congratulations. You have the opportunity to be a model. We saw people that were super young, super old. We saw the lady in the crazy curler with the gun. Like, There are so many opportunities to be a model. Don't discount your opportunities. Okay, don't limit yourself. We talked about, Ryan and Alicia went even deeper into modeling. Like, what does it take to be a model? Like, what kind of training does Ryan put people through? He puts his models through some rigorous training when you're learning how to do this. Now, the reason he does that is so that when you go on set, you're prepared, right? We talked about the art of comedy with Craig Shoemaker. The thing I love about him is I love that he redefined the word network. Because sometimes network, you have to go to I'm going to a networking event. It just feels like, I have to go to a networking event. But if I'm going out to spend time in my community with a community of people that are like-minded, how much better does that sound, right? He did redefine that. He talked about the amazing community that he's built over his 30 plus years in the industry. That alone is pretty amazing. And I want you to understand, like, these are all your guides. Now that you're on this call, these are your guides. We talked also about etiquette on set. The thing is a lot of it sounded like common sense, but common sense isn't so common. So now when you go on set, get there on time, know where you're going. Don't attack the food. Don't be that guy. Make sure that you use your common sense when you're on set, because that's how you're going to get called back. How many of you are looking forward to being on set now? If you're looking forward to being on set, type on set in the comments. Alicia talked about writing your own monologue. Like, how important is it to go through that process? It's so important to go through the process of writing your own monologue, not only because then you have a chance to tell your story, but now whenever you're performing, you know what it takes to get those words on paper, to bring that character to life. Robert Galinsky, who popped in from England, tells us that it's your moral obligation as an actor to give the best performance for the character, for the writer, and for the audience. Now you understand what it took to get those words on paper. So now you have even more responsibility the next time you're performing. And guys, right now we're going to bring Ryan Colby on, and he's working on a lot of projects. And for some of you, you're like, oh, okay, self-tape. That sounds like, I know, like I'm not supposed to look directly at the camera. I know this, I know that. But how many of you want to audition so you can land even more roles? Type audition in the comments. Type audition in the comments, because what we want to do now is we want to give you a tool so that when you're submitting your auditions, you are auditioning like a pro. Whether you're just starting, or you've been doing this for a long time, we want to give you the tools and resources to audition like a pro. Because again, like I said to you this morning, what we're doing here is we're empowering actors, models, and musicians to create even more success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. All these clues that you've been writing down throughout the day, these are all tools, these are all resources that you need, so that when you're making these connections that you've been introduced to, that you get on set and you start booking more work, so that when you get on set and you're booking more work, then you have a community of people around you. You can spread the love. Does that make sense? Because that's what we are here. We're a community. So we're really excited to bring Ryan Colby back on. We're going to have him talk about audition, how to audition like a pro. And if anyone is good at bringing out the audition, I've heard him working with some of his talent, and sometimes I'm like, that was kind of mean. He's like, I'm doing what it takes to make sure that they are successful. So I want you guys to get out your pens, and I want you guys to take notes as Ryan talks to us about how to audition like a rock star.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
We're awesome. How are you?
Good. Surviving this afternoon. I have a little bit of a cold, so it's getting worse as the day goes on. But
well, fortunately, you can rest up, Ryan.
Yeah. So auditioning is a big part of this industry, obviously, until you make it or until people know you and write things for you. You're going to have to audition for everything that you do. And I rep people who are on TV, and I'm very good at self-tapes and helping you through the audition process. I'm not an acting coach. I have no desire to be an acting coach, but I do know what casting directors like to see and what they don't like to see. So one of the things when you're brand new and you're starting and you're doing your first audition for a commercial or a TV movie or a indie or a student film is obviously the self-tape, which doesn't need to be perfect. A lot of people waste a ton of time fretting and being, concerned about perfection, and, the one thing that needs to be perfect is your delivery. Where you shoot it, you can shoot it. If you have limited means and you have a bedroom and you have a small wall, shoot it there. If you, have a wall in your hallway, shoot it there. Do your best, but don't go crazy and try and make a mini movie production over a self-tape, because what you're doing is you're wasting time memorizing the lines and getting the character down by worrying where you're going to be standing or sitting. And I find a lot of people waste time doing that. So that's the first rule, is just to get the character down and get the lines down. That's way more important than where you shoot it, the physicality of where you shoot it. So that is the first part. The second part is make sure you have a reader. It could be your roommate, your friend, your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, girlfriend, your neighbor. It doesn't need to be a professional actor. It doesn't need to be anyone. It could just be anyone feeding you the lines. All they have to do is read the line before and after you. They don't have to put any feeling into it. They don't even have to be good. They just have to know the English language, above a fifth grade level, and that's all they need to know to be able to read. And thirdly is have kind of okay light. I mean, if you have the lighting kits, that's great because you can have better light, but don't fret over that as well. You can use daylight. You can use ambient light as long as it's in front of you. Try and get something that has some sort of flat light to you that's directed at your face, and do it there, wherever that may be. I have a new boy named Darren, who's in LA, and he was rushing to do a self-tape, and he did it in a parking garage where there was gorgeous light, and he was up against a sand-colored wall. You would never know. It looked great, and you would have no idea that it was in a parking garage. So you got to get creative when you're doing these things in order to get the job done. Don't ever not do a self-tape because you don't feel you have the wall or the space, or you don't have a reader. You can download an app and have them read for you. You can read the other lines yourself and the app will regurgitate it for you. There's very creative ways to get these things done now, where you just have to be smart about it and never make an excuse as to why it can't get done, because it always can. You just have to be creative. Now, you also have to usually do a slate as well. Not every audition on planet Earth requires a slate, but about 90% of them do. So you kind of have to know how to do them. It's basically a generic thing where you look in the camera, you say your name, your height, your location, sometimes what agency you're with, or what role you're reading for. And that's it. It's an 8 to 10 second exchange. And that goes on the end or before the self-tape, so they know what's going on. Like I said, it's not always needed, but it's 90% of the time needed. So those are the two things you need to audition with. Just like I said, the main thing is getting those lines down. I don't like seeing paper when you're auditioning, so I don't like seeing actors hold the dialogue unless it's literally a last minute, same day situation where it can be forgiven. But if you got sides on a Friday and this is due on a Monday, if I see you holding paper, that means you're not a serious actor and you shouldn't be doing this. Because if you can't memorize 3 or 4 pages of dialogue in 2 days, then you're not an actor, and that's really that simple. So you really have to get these lines down quickly and figure out a way to do it. Everyone has different ways. Some people sing the lines, some people write down the lines, some people write down the first letter of the lines. I mean, there's hundreds of different tricks that people use to memorize dialogue quickly, and you can discover your own, the way that you discover it. But those are some basic tips on how to audition when you're new, and even when you're established, even if you've worked 2 or 3 times and have a reel, if your agent sends out your reel and you still have to audition, these same rules apply. It's just easier once you've worked because now you know the process and it's not as stressful. You kind of can, it kind of becomes a habit and you can just do it really quickly and get it over with. Sometimes you'll have multiple a day. You'll have a couple to do in the morning, and then you'll have a couple to do in the afternoon before the day closes because they want them in their inbox by 5 o'clock. So there are times Eric's had to do 3 a day. You know, he'll do 2 in the morning, go do his day job, and then do 1 in the afternoon. It's annoying, but it's part of the deal. Part of the life of an actor is that the casting directors don't know that you have 2 other auditions, and they don't care. So if they all want their stuff on Thursday, guess what? You got to do it all on Thursday. You know, it doesn't matter. So, but that's a good choice. That's a good situation to be in because that means you're being looked at by multiple people, and law of averages says the more you audition, the more chances you have to get something.
Now, Ryan, you worked with Ryan Murphy from American Horror Story. And I know you guys are friends. So like when you're submitting, do you ever submit to him somebody that doesn't have a lot of experience if you believe that they have like natural ability to act?
Yeah, I do. I will. And I have. If I feel that they're not going to embarrass me and they're really serious about this and that's something that they want to do, but they just haven't had the opportunity to actually get a job yet, then yeah, of course I will, because they're no different than someone who's worked for a year or 2. They just haven't had the opportunity yet. They could just be just as good, if not better, than someone who's worked for 2 years. So yes, I will, as long as I know in my heart that I'm going to get the results that I want. I will submit someone who's never done anything.
Okay. Now,
what I'll do is I'll submit their book, their portfolio, but I'll also have them record something like, "Hi, my name is Bob, and I'm, this age." I'll have them speak because everyone can look great in an image, but your face changes, your demeanor changes when you start talking. And sometimes that can be unattractive to a producer. They don't like it. They don't like the sound of your voice. They don't like your cadence, and they don't want to hear it, So I always have them speak just to get that out of the way before they even ask for it, just to show them that I know what I'm doing. And then they send the sides, and then it actually makes it easier because if you don't send a slate with the book, then they're going to ask for it. It just takes up too much time, and I just do it all at the same time.
okay. So have you ever had somebody that had a great look for a part, but then the conversation was lacking? How important is personality in this industry now?
Oh, it's imperative. It's crucial. I mean, if they don't have the personality, I just don't submit them.
Like they've got a good look. You're like, oh, you're very attractive as a model. Just don't talk. So
yeah, that could be. It depends. I mean, there's 2 ways. Like you mentioned, Brandon earlier.
Yeah.
He's now just starting to get attention for acting, and it's been over a year. It's been over a year, but I didn't feel he had what it takes to speak, not because he's dumb or anything or he says stupid things. He just wasn't confident, and there was no way he could be put on tape because it would look silly. He would look like a battered puppy, and when someone's not confident, they just look beaten. And so I would never put him on tape. It's only recently, in the past couple of weeks, months, where people have been like, "You should put him on tape for this or that," and I'm thinking about it. So when he does return, and I still haven't done it because I don't really care what other people say. I care what I think. So I've had photographers and some producers ask me to put them on tape for things, but until I believe it, I'm not doing it. So basically, when he does return, sometime this month in April. He's coming back here for like 2 months. I will start putting him on tape for stuff, but that's been a year plus in the making because I just didn't feel he was confident to do it. Now to shoot pictures, he's fine, but speaking is a whole different part of the brain that's used. It's a whole different demeanor.
Did
and
you
you
give
have
him
to be
any
able-
homework to try to sharpen? Like, are you having him read? What are you doing?
Not really, no, because I want him to naturally do it. I want him to naturally, organically do it on his own. I don't want to give him assignments because it's not that serious yet. I mean, yes, I've told him to read more, and he has. He's been reading history books on Europe and like I don't care what you read, like I just want you reading because when you're reading, your brain is working and that just makes it easier for you to memorize dialogue when you're using your brain. Your brain is a muscle, and if you don't use it, you lose it. So
This
the
is a
reason-
PSA now for all the school systems. Like,
if you don't use it, you lose it. So I don't care what you read. Like he's been reading books on like the old our Greek mythology and
Yeah,
Romania
interest
and
him.
Poland.
Yeah.
I don't, I don't care what he uses. I mean, what he reads, as long as he's reading. And so he's always reading. But I haven't really given him any lessons. I don't do lessons. I don't do that. So I just organically let someone grow. And then if I feel it's too slow and I'm waiting for you to, and I need you to speed it up, then maybe, yes, I will tell you to do something lesson wise. But normally I just let people be and they organically will go into their own because I want them to want it. I don't want to force them to be like, you need to be acting and you need to be reading these scripts, like because then they're gonna do a bad job because they don't want to do it. So I don't want to make them do it. Like if they want to do it, I'm gonna know they want to do it. So he's been asking lately. He's asked me twice already, so I'm waiting for the third time. And once he asks me the third time, maybe I'll listen.
Okay. All right. Now, Ryan, I know a story about you recently reading, or better yet, I should say, you were working on a project for one of your talent for a Ryan Murphy drama. Which you were reading with Alex, one of your talent.
Actually, he just texted me like 2 minutes ago while we were talking. He wants to know a recipe for stuffed chicken.
Oh, well.
I told him to wait.
Okay, good. But I heard a little rumor that they actually liked you reading instead of him, and he was the one who was trying to promote his. Is that true?
Well, for that specific project, no, but for past projects, yes. There have been times where I've read and they've liked me more than the person reading. And it did happen one time with him when he was represented by Tanya. I read something. It could have been in Law and Order or some sort of courtroom drama. I don't even remember what it was, but it was some sort of drama, some sort of courtroom drama. And I don't know what I did. I didn't do it on purpose, but I guess I just sounded more believable than he did for some reason. So
all right.
It happens sometimes. But I don't try and do that. That's why I don't really like reading with my talent because I do read well and I do auditions well. I know I do. So I sometimes feel bad, and I've actually physically been standing reading with people, and I know I'm doing better than them. So it's like sometimes it can get
Beyonce to the
sticky.
salon. We get it.
So I don't like that feeling because it's like, how am I doing better than you? And I literally just saw this 5 minutes ago, and I have no interest in being on TV. So why are you not doing better than me? So that's always a question when that happens. So I don't like that, but it happens every once in a while. It's not a big deal.
Now,
like I read with James Johnson for Stranger Things, and I know I did better.
Actually, so true story. We were doing a big event in New York City. It was our event. And I remember you got something in your email with like a non-disclosure agreement for Stranger Things, because just so you guys know, like when you're auditioning for a major show like Stranger Things, you won't know the name of the show. Like, so for those of you guys on like backstage and you're like, oh, Black Panther, and no, you won't even know the name of the project until you actually are chosen to then read the sides. Do you guys know how the casting process works? Do you guys maybe not? So like if Ryan got a breakdown from a casting director, he sends over.
Yeah, I couldn't have planned that any better. It was so bizarre. Like the fact that, and
We were in the middle of a live event.
we were in the middle of a live event. Like I couldn't have planned it any better. Like it could have
Ray
happened the day
Romano's acting
before.
coach right there on the stage, and you're like, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but one of my talent just got, is now getting a call back for Stranger Things. They want him to read. Would you mind breaking down the script? And I'll never forget it. It was just like, how long was the script? It wasn't that long.
It's like 4 pages.
But it took hours.
It was normal. It was like 4 pages.
Hours. We also had one of the actors from Orange is the New Black there. So between Ray Romano's acting coach, Orange is the New Black actress, the two of them kind of like it was so amazing between the rhythms and the pauses, and it was kind of like a dance with words. He ended up not getting the role. But it was just it was a great way.
It's funny because when you watch the show, the person that got the role, I saw he that person you're talking about
right?
came to Ryan O'Connor's surprise birthday party.
Oh.
So I physically saw him for the first in a while, and he showed me on his phone the person that got the part. And it was a heavy set Hawaiian guy with like braids.
They needed a stoner. So
they went a different
fit.
direction. Yeah. They went a different direction than what I guess they were looking at everyone, and whoever read it best got it. And I saw and they didn't change any of the lines. It was really funny because sometimes when you get scripts and then you wait 6 months and you watch the show, they change the lines a bit. But with this scene, it was every word was exact. So it was kind of funny to see someone else read it who got the part, and he did great. And I've never seen the show. I only saw that one scene because he showed it to me on his phone. But he did great. Looks great.
Well, it kind of reminds me of that story when you had a casting for How to Get Away with Murder. And they were looking for somebody Caucasian, and they were looking like literally like the breakdown was somebody that you were managing at that time, blonde hair, blue eyed, kind of like beefcake. And they ended up, how many of you guys have ever seen How to Get Away with Murder? I think the role was for Wes.
Yeah, it was for Wes, and they ended up using a black person, which was very shocking.
Very scrawny.
But and it was kind of annoying because at the time I had a black boy that could have read for it, but they specifically didn't want a black boy reading for it. They were very, very pushing the white preppy narrative. And then when the show came out, I watched the first episode to see, because for that show, he had to read 3 times for it. It was looking okay that he would get it. And when he didn't, I was like, okay, so when the show finally came out, I'm like, let me see who got this part. And when this boy walked on screen and started saying the lines, I was like, oh my God. They completely changed everything. They kept the same dialogue, but then they made him her son and all sorts of stuff. And I was like, oh my God,
Do you ever submit over anybody that doesn't qualify for the breakdown? Like anybody that you're like, oh, Joe Ray, Joe's great. Like he's not what they're looking for, but let's submit him anyways.
If I'm friends with a person, if I'm like friendly, if I have a good banter with them and I'm friendly with them, I'll suggest it. Yeah, I will. But normally, no, I won't. If they ask for something, no, I won't. But if I'm friendly with them, I'll say, hey, I know you didn't ask for this, but this person really, really, I think would be great for it. And if they say, don't be like, yeah, okay. It's no skin off their neck to look at one more person. It just depends upon how close I am to them.
So when you're submitting over like these self-tapes, and we can go over more tomorrow because we are going to have Tanya on. She's a huge LA agent. How much time would you say a casting director, because they get thousands of, submittals. How much time would you say they actually review your tape before they just go next?
Oh, I don't know, like 10 seconds, 12 seconds,
10 or 12 seconds.
8 seconds. It just depends. I mean, I can tell within 6 to 8 seconds if you got it, and then I just move on.
Do you like it better when talent do the slate before or after their monologue?
After. I prefer after.
Okay. And you're in the hot seat right now, and I know it's kind of late in the evening, but this way for a slate, which way do you prefer?
Oh, when you shoot your self tapes, they're 99% horizontal unless they tell you not to do it that way, which sometimes will come up. The horizontal meaning your phone is horizontal, and slates are vertical because you have to pan up and down of the body sometimes. So yeah, that's normally how it works unless indicated. There are rare times where they want the self-tape to be vertical as well. And I just have to read more. It did happen to me a couple weeks ago where they did want a vertical self-tape. I didn't ask why, I don't care. It's just, that's what they wanted. So, but it doesn't come up very often. 99% of the time it's horizontal.
Okay. Now we have a lot of talent on here that are looking to potentially get submitted out for new projects. So Ryan, can you tell us the new projects that you're submitting out for right now?
I just submitted for a horror film in Atlanta, which I most likely will continue doing because I think there's other parts that I'm not aware of they'll slowly feed me. I was submitting for a Christmas movie on Lifetime, but I think that's wrapped up. I'm going to be working on a secret it's not secret, but they're not giving me the name, from Allison from from Grant Wolfe is working on some really good featured background parts, which I will do. I've kind of stepped away from doing the generic background because it's just so time consuming and there's not a lot of money in it. But the featured backgrounds, there are a lot of money, and there's a big juicy project coming to New York that was supposed to shoot in Atlanta, but I guess got canceled. It's not happening. So now they're shooting it in New York. And she told me a couple days ago to watch out for emails next week, and it's going to be rushed. It's going to be busy. She needs answers in 45 seconds. And so I told her I'd keep my phone on, blah, blah, blah. So I don't even know what it is, but it's coming. So
now I want to text her. She went to my school. Yeah.
And Jackie from Grant Wolfe is doing something as well. I don't know what it is.
So guys, these castings that we're going to be submitting for, they're not on the website. So for those of you that are sitting up on websites, these castings will not be available up on the websites. These are actual breakdowns. So Ryan,
and I'm working on a Palm Springs pilot. There's a pilot shooting in Palm Springs for the Logo channel.
Oh, yeah.
I just got that casting. It's like a murder mystery something. I have to read it and see if I want to get involved.
That's so fun. Now, guys, how many of you have professional headshots ready to go right now? If you do, type headshots. How many of you guys need better headshots?
Probably everybody. I mean, probably most people need headshots.
Everybody needs headshots. Yeah. Especially if you want to get submitted out for better. Somebody's trying to hear. You're 7 hours late. I don't even know how to help you. But you always need better headshots, especially if you're going to have, being submitted out for real projects. Again, your headshot will make or break your career. And we'll go over more about that tomorrow. And as far as you guys having a compass now, okay, so in a day, we now have connections. Will Smith, Ryan Murphy, who wrote American Horror Story. I mean, Ryan, it's been a tremendous day today. So I thank you so much. And I know there's a lot of talent on here interested in working with Truth Management and Colby Models. We can go over more tomorrow for those of you looking to get into modeling, acting, comedy, screenwriting. We have a little bit of everything here for you. But professional headshots is definitely a key. Whether or not you have training, we can go over that tomorrow as well, but also doing a proper self-tape. And tomorrow, Ryan will go over proper self-tape tips, do's and don'ts. Okay.
Mm.
All right.
Okay. All right. Very good. I hope everyone had a good, fulfilled day of learning, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11.
I'm excited and I can't wait to see what you're wearing tomorrow, sir.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll think about it.
Okay. Well, I hope you
Thank
feel
you,
better.
Mr. Colby. Drink some hot
Okay.
tea. Help yourself feel better. Thank
I
you so
will.
much.
My nose is all stuffed up. I'm
Well,
gonna drink some tea now.
Okay.
I have
And
a
make sure
bloody
you text
sandwich
Alex
waiting
back.
for me. I
Make sure you
will.
send
He
him
wants my
your stuffed
recipe
chicken.
because I made the chicken last time and he's gonna try and recreate it. I'm sure this
Let me
is
guess.
dangerous.
Butter, bacon, onions, right?
And
Garlic.
roast them
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got your recipes right here. We've had a lot of your cooking. And that's one of the best parts about traveling with you, or you staying at the house, that you're always making some kind of delicious meal. And usually it's Deneen and I cleaning up.
This is true.
This is true. As long as we have wine, we're good. All right, Ryan. I love you. Thank you.
Okay,
All right,
see you.
thanks,
Bye.
Ryan. Feel better.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, well, what an amazing day. Do you guys feel like you have the foundation now? Do you feel, if you feel like you got the foundation, type foundation in the comments. For some of you, maybe this was a bit of a refresher, but again, like I said at the beginning of the day, it doesn't matter whether this is the first time you've been with us or you've been with us consistently. You should have picked up multiple new tools to put into your tool chest, because you're not the same person you were today that you were the first time you were here. And I can guarantee you that if you played full out today, you're not the same person that you were when you started this morning. So here's a question I have for you. Do you feel the transformation in your mindset, in your tools, in what the actions that you're going to take? If you feel the transformation, type transformation in the comments. And guys, this is just the foundation. Because if you're building a skyscraper, you need to have a firm foundation. And the thing that I want you guys to understand.
We cleared the
Yeah, we
forest.
cleared the forest, and you know what? We dug pretty deep today. And in order for you to build a skyscraper, you have to dig really deep in order for it to grow up. So that was what today was all about. And I know that you got a lot of value today. I know that you learned like what type of modeling you qualify for. I know that you learned a lot about how to act on set. Some of it might be, oh yeah, of course I'm not going to be the loud talker, but you know what? Now when you're on set, you're going to be more aware of what you're doing. Tiffany,
well, can I say
Briscoe,
one thing very quickly? So
Yes.
even Craig Shoemaker, I mean, how many people are on here going, oh, is anything going to happen for me? Right? He already loves Albert Matthews. Down. Let's do it. Let's rock. Right? Just like that, by showing up and having his camera on. I mean,
Yeah.
so for those of you guys on right now that's like doing this half-ass, shame on you, because you should have been called out. And I really want you to understand that. So Albert, I'll be sending over your headshot to him and your resume. So kindly update it, send it over to me, because you may be perfect for a new project he's working on. And I can't say who's affiliated, but I'll just say right now, holy. And it happened today. Like, and I don't even want to say like, you're welcome, because it had nothing to do with us. It was just being at the right place at the right time, and most of all being prepared. So you were ready.
Albert showed up for his own success today.
Yeah.
So
Just
that
like
was
that.
awesome.
Yeah.
So that was awesome. Thank you so much. And Albert, you exemplified owning the stage, mastering your presence, right? Your presence was noticed. And again, that's not that other people's presence weren't noticed, but Albert was sitting right there and his presence was noticed. We learned about the deeper workings of the modeling industry. How many of you are going to start reading now? How many of you are going to start reading
out loud? Even reading out loud.
It's so
guys.
important. You have to use that muscle. You have to make sure that you're always using the muscle. You learned about writing monologues, so you learned about like what it takes to actually put words on paper and build that up. Okay, so you learned a lot today. Today was the foundation. Tomorrow, we have an amazing day in store for you. We're going to kick off the day with someone that we work with who is a huge entrepreneur. And you might be thinking, okay, Denise, like, why do I want to hear from an entrepreneur? Well, first of all, I want you all to know that you are now entrepreneurs because you are actors, models, and musicians. But what we're going to learn tomorrow is how to crush that one obstacle that holds most people back. How many of you know that there's something holding you back today? There's something holding you back. And you know what? That's not to say you're not already successful, because we addressed that at the beginning. But if you can change small little things in your life to get you further, are you willing to do that? Yes or yes in the comments. Type yes or yes in the comments. We're going to hear from a top Hollywood agent who cast for shows like Wednesday, All Americans. She had people on This Is Us, The Walking Dead, Grey's Anatomy. Like literally she cast for all of the biggest shows in Hollywood. She's going to tell you what it takes to succeed in Hollywood. How many of you want to succeed in Hollywood? If you want to succeed, type I want to succeed in the comments. But let me tell you something. There are certain principles of success that go across the board. What it takes to succeed in Hollywood is what it takes to succeed in Atlanta, in New York, throughout the country. We heard Mike Trash is booking work in Philadelphia. I had no idea that there were so many opportunities in Philadelphia. It doesn't matter where you live, but there are some irrefutable laws of success you're going to learn. We're going to have Ryan Colby break down who you are and where you belong, what you need to do to tweak in the industry. He talked about one of his talent who looks great on photos, but like he's not the best talker, but now he has him working on that. How many of you want someone like Ryan Colby to talk to you tomorrow and say, okay, you know what, Sid, you're amazing, but you know, this is what I want you to do. I want you to tweak this, this, and this, and then you know what, it's going to be game on for you. Okay. I know Susie wants that too. That's awesome. We're also going to talk tomorrow about how you can become a part of what we're doing. You've seen the success we had. You've seen the people we place on set. You've heard from some of the talent that we work with, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. How many of you want a guide that has a Tony Award, that's in the Guinness Book of World Records, that has a proven track record of success? If you want a guide like that, tomorrow we're going to talk to you about how you can become a part of what we're doing. We're going to interview you. We're going to make sure that you're a good fit, because you know what we're looking for? We're looking for success stories. We're looking for people that are willing to put in the work. Tomorrow, we're going to go over all of that. And you know, you're here right now. That proves to us that you have some staying power. We're also going to hear from a rock and roll Hall of Famer tomorrow, who's going to talk about his journey in the entertainment industry. He didn't grow up with a rich and famous. He had to work to get where he is. When you hear some of his stories, you're like, wow, this is amazing. You guys are going to be on the line with a living legend, someone who literally was part of transforming the music industry here in the United States. We're also going to have the opportunity to talk about how to become the change the world needs. How many of you watched the news over the last couple of days? Like last night, I was watching the news and I was like, you really shouldn't be doing this the night before a boot camp. But the reason I do is because, you know what, it reminds me of my why. It reminds me that it's my job to help all of you become the voice of change in this world. Because you know what, this world is a little bit crazy right now. But what we want to do is we want to show you how to become that change the world needs. There are a couple simple principles that if you put them into practice, you could be the change. Look, Sid, I'm looking at you. You have such an amazing message. When you start really getting to that level of success where you are, you're like this, you're like 3 inches from gold. You're not even 3 feet from gold. Once you get to that level of success, you're going to be able to change the world. We're going to have so many people who are going to listen to what we're going to talk about tomorrow, and something's going to click in you. Alicia talked about your why. Why are you doing this? We're going to talk about all the important things that'll help propel you to success. And then we're going to bring on some of our talent so that you can hear their experiences. You heard a little bit from Mike Trash today. We have so many talent that we're going to bring them on and let you hear their story, their journey. Their journey isn't about us. Their journey is about them saying yes to themselves and taking the steps, taking the tools, resources, and connections and moving them forward. You're going to hear some of those stories tomorrow. So today was foundation day. Today we laid the foundation. And I know a lot of you took a lot of notes, but this is what we're going to do. I'm giving you a challenge. And this is your challenge. I want you to share what your biggest takeaway was. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share our Facebook community. I want you to go into the Facebook community. I want you to take some of the lessons that you learned today. And what I want you to do is I want you to do a video. I'm being very specific here. I want you to do a video into the Facebook community. And I want you to tell us, what was your biggest takeaway? What was your biggest transformation? What is one thing, at least, that you're going to start doing tonight that will help you get to where you want to go? What is one of your biggest transformations? What is your biggest aha moment? What changed in you today? So that tomorrow when you come here, we're going to go through all of these videos tonight. I want to know what changed in you. And you know what? Tomorrow is Transformation Day. Transformation Day. So if you thought today was amazing, you do not want to miss tomorrow. So we are so excited for you guys being here. Thank you. Set etiquette was your favorite part. That's awesome, Lauren. I'm glad to hear that. Make sure you don't eat pizza, right? Don't order the pizza. We're going to get t-shirts. Don't order the pizza. Then we'll serve pizza and we'll see who remembers why not to order pizza. Just kidding. We're not going to do that. All right, guys. But today was amazing. I'm so excited to see you guys tomorrow. And make sure that we talked about this morning. You have to schedule your success. So this is what I want you guys to do. In your phones, set your phone for 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be one of the first people. I want you guys to beat me on Zoom tomorrow. We're going to start tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow, I'll give you guys an opportunity before we get started to share your biggest takeaways, to let us know what changed in you. All right. So we're really excited. Are you guys excited for tomorrow? This is what I want you guys to say, though. I want you to commit to yourselves right now that I'll see you tomorrow. So in the comments, say, see you tomorrow. Then what I want you guys to do is I want you to go into the Facebook community, and I'm going to challenge you guys to do this earlier than later. Go in and do your video now while it's all still fresh, while you're still feeling the emotions. Like, I know you guys are probably a little bit tired. That's normal, right? I've been on my feet for nearly 8 hours. But you know what? I have more energy at the end of the day than I do at the beginning. You know why? Because I know that there are amazing things waiting for you, as long as you want it more than I want it for you. And let me tell you something. I want it pretty bad for each and every one of you. So I'm really excited to see you guys tomorrow. Alicia, do you have anything you'd like to add before we break for the evening?
No.
No?
No. I love today. You know, I think a lot of people that have been on our calls before, I mean, we had some amazing new stuff today. And I think there were some people on here that were brand new. And I hope you saw the value in today. I mean, spending the whole day with us. I mean, our way works. Tomorrow's going to be an amazing day. We're going to have a top Hollywood agent on. So today was necessary to kind of start building the foundation like we were talking about earlier today with the blueprint. Today is done. So now we're focusing on the future. So finish up today. Make sure you post in the Facebook group. I mean, it's kind of like, again, like Broadway theater. Hey guys, let's take it from the top one more time. And you're like, oh, I'm so tired. Let's just do it. Let's knock it out of the park, because once we do it, that's it. So make sure you guys post your homework in the Facebook page. I'm excited. I'm excited to see all of you guys. Because Deneen, they can stay on all day today, but it's really great when they actually follow through. And it also shows us that, especially with Ryan, that they're meant to be trusted. Like, hey, we gave you a task and you handled it and you executed perfectly. So I'm excited.
Yeah. Make sure you tag us in your videos. I want you to break my Facebook, okay? So tag myself, tag Alicia, tag Michael, tag VIP Ignite, tag all of us in your videos. All right, guys, that's all we have for you. We are so excited to see you tomorrow.
Same link as today. Same link, just so you guys know.
Same link, yes. So before we go, please show me your excited faces, and then you are free to go. 1, 2, 3. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be amazing. Awesome. All right.
Tomorrow's going to be a big day, guys. So if you enjoyed today, tomorrow is going to kick butt. So I'll just say I told you so. So make sure you guys get some sleep tonight. Make sure you show up early tomorrow. And if anything, we learned a lot from Albert today. Show up with your cameras on, because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. So that's it.
All right, beautiful people. We'll see you tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have an amazing, amazing evening. Bye for now.
Bye. Bye,
It's not
everybody.
goodbye. It's see you tomorrow.
No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
All
Hi,
right.
Saba. Hi, Sid. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Marjorie. Christina.
Bye.
Cole Flower Child. That's a cool name. Is that really your name? Cole Flower Child?
Bye,
I'll say
Cynthia.
yes. Hi, Bianca. Hi, Cynthia. All right, guys. It's been fun.
Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Until tomorrow, I bid you a fond adieu. Bye.
Bye.